The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories, edited by Otto Penzler. Black Mask 4, The Parrot That Wouldn't Talk, and other crime fiction from the legendary magazine. Bracelets by Catherine Brocklebank. Read for you by Carol Monda. Catherine Brocklebank was unique in the history of Black Mask magazine, and a rara avis in the detective pulp fiction world in general. In the first place, she was a woman, and, unless cloaked behind initials or a male pseudonym, the only one identified in the 32-year history of Black Mask, even when it was under the control of a female editor, Fanny Ellsworth, from 1936 to 1940. Second, she created a female series character, Tex of the Border Patrol, who appeared in 4 stories late in the 1920s. Readers of Black Mask, as was true of all the detective pulps, demonstrated in their letters to the editor that they didn't particularly care for either female protagonists or authors. While there were some exceptions in other popular magazines, fiction by or about women, except as sidekicks or girlfriends or the occasional villain, represented a tiny fraction of the thousands of detective stories published annually in the golden age of the pulps, which was between the 2 world wars. Bracelets, the first story about Tex of the Border Patrol, was published in the December 1928 issue. The other 3 Black Mask stories in which she starred were White Talons, January 1929, The Canine Tooth, June 1929, and The Silver Horseshoe, July 1929.
Bracelets. A tale of Tijuana after the closing hour of the border and all the good folks have gone home. Tex watched from the corners of her eyes, watched with a tight little pucker around her heart. The girl seemed so young, so incongruous in that blatantly obvious setting. She was like a flower from an old-fashioned garden, and yet there she was in the ribald atmosphere of the Blue Fox, where Pancho, the shifty-eyed Mexican proprietor, rubbed his palms together and smiled his oily smile to his patrons, where Eddie swung his bamboo cane to the syncopated time of his moaning Hopa Holly orchestra. Eddie, who wore a chocolate-brown suit to match his complexion, a screaming orange tie, and a straw hat, who sang the latest popular ballads in a voice untrained, crooning, as insidious as the ether-doped drinks that the silken-voiced bartenders slid across the bars of Old Town that were now world-famous, polished to a dull red glow by the elbows of many nationalities. Tex shifted her eyes to the long mirror back of the bar, noting her Titian wig with an inward smile of satisfaction. Strangely enough, her greenish gold eyes took on a copper glint. Her wide, good-humored mouth had turned to one of hard wisdom under the clever manipulation of a vivid lipstick. The orange rouge, slapped carelessly on either cheekbone, gave the finishing touch to a border percentage girl. Calloused, eager, pathetic. She eased away from the obese gentleman from Kansas City who pawed her with maudlin intensity and edged a little nearer to the girl. Her eyes traveled slowly over her, cognizant of the soft green silk dress, the skirt a bit longer than was smart, the floppy affair of black straw that shadowed her face. She seemed like a slender flower stalk as she leaned against the bar, her arms draped across its stained surface, her fingers playing nervously with the string of bracelets she wore on her left wrist. Tex noticed particularly the girl's hands, narrow and white with long, thin fingers that were never still, fingers that hovered constantly over the bracelets, bracelets that caught and held Tex's attention. There were 8 of them, Chinese, of intricate design, amber and gold, carved ivory, jade. They made a peculiar clanking sound whenever the girl moved her arm. Tex let her gaze rove blearily along the string of heterogeneity that lined the bar. Percentage girls, cheap, faded creatures with gold-filled teeth who wheedled unwilling male sightseers into buying them drinks, thrill hunters, society matrons with a veneer of hauteur washed off by border hooch, flappers, groggy daddies whose wives were abroad for the summer, doubtful ladies in shoddy evening clothes, crafty-eyed Mexicans, derelicts, law dodgers. Slowly, Tex's eyes came back to the girl and the vain little fish-faced man who stood beside her. They had come in together, and Tex knew from things she'd heard, never mind how or where, that this must be the eel. A clever crook was the eel who had so far eluded the police, who was always under suspicion but had never been caught with the goods. He claimed to be Mexican, although his intimates knew that he was half Chinese. Under an assumption of intoxication, Tex studied him closely. With his oily, mud-colored skin, slick black hair, and opaque, slanting eyes, he resembled his pseudonym, and Tex imagined she'd want to wash her hands after touching him. He looked slimy. Tex lurched against the girl. "Lo," she gurgled in her slightly husky voice. The girl looked up at her, startled. "Lo," she answered involuntarily, without smiling. The eel bent forward, giving Tex a sharp glance of mistrust, but when he saw her grinning at him vacantly, he turned back to the girl and continued his low-toned conversation. Tex edged a little nearer, endeavoring to hear his whispered words. He stopped short, and Tex felt instinctively that he was regarding her with suspicion in the bar mirror. She hooked her arm in the girl's in a sudden burst of alcoholic familiarity and felt the girl grow rigid. With fear, Tex wondered. "Have this one on me, dearie," said Tex. The girl relaxed and smiled wanly. "Oh, thank you." She pushed her empty glass across the bar. "My boyfriend'll buy for the crowd. Won't you, honey?" Tex swayed toward the inebriated obesity from Kansas City, but he was slumped over the bar, oblivious to the percentage girl's ever-consuming thirst. Tex shrugged. "Never mind, dearie. I's good sport. I'll buy myself." She opened her stringy bead bag a crack and peered blearily into its shabby depths. "Oh, lay off, will ya?" The eel scowled darkly at her, flipped a coin to the bartender, grasped the girl by the arm, and pushed her through the crowd of black-bottom maniacs on the dance floor to the door. Through the medium of the bar mirror, Tex watched them vanish into the one main street, a street that was already growing dusk, a street that, after dark, was deserted, stealthy, dangerous, for those visitors who were foolish enough to loiter. Tex loitered until the music stopped abruptly with harsh discordance, until the last stream of sightseers stampeded for the border, until the gambling halls and open-fronted cantinas closed with mock modesty and a final sly wink of lights, until night shrouded the wicked little town with brooding silence and skulking shadows. With a cold shiver of apprehension, Tex lurched past Caesar's bar and Paul's. She felt as if eyes watched from yawning black doorways, darkened windows, eyes that were hostile, suspicious, sinister. She hugged her beaded bag under her left arm, her right hand clasped over it, and felt the reassuring hardness of the small, snub-nosed pistol with its Maxim silencer as it snuggled securely within the torn lining. She turned into the dimly lighted entrance of the San Francisco Cantina and stumbled up the cheaply carpeted stairs to her room. She closed the door with a bang and hiccuped as she switched on the light. From under lowered lids, she made a survey of the small, bare room, then flung herself full length on the bed, her purse held tightly across her breast. 1 hour crawled by on furtive, dragging feet. 2, and still Tex lay on her springless wooden bed, feigning drunken slumber. A slight breeze riffled in through the window, stirring the sagging lace curtain to shake some of its dust in Tex's nose. She suppressed a sneeze and turned it into a snore with a choked sort of snort on the end of it. A little longer she listened to the swishing of the curtain as it flapped wearily in and out of the window. Then she thought she heard another sound, a shuffling sound, soft, guarded, muffled. Slowly she sat up, swinging her feet quietly over the edge of the bed and eased them to the carpetless floor. Silently she crept across the room to the door and paused, tensing, listening, her bead bag clutched in her right hand. At first there was nothing, just silence. Then a faint hissing sound. Tex leaned nearer to the crack and a few whispered words drifted into her. "But Senor Jefe, she is one of my percentage girls. Mucho good one, too. You make one big mistake. She is not what you think." The voice was Poncho's, Poncho of the Blue Fox. "Well, I ain't taking no chances. She talks like that Texan female dick. Anyway, we'll leave 'em for her." In her startled surprise, Tex lost the rest of the sentence. She gripped the bead bag more tightly. Damn that Texas drawl of hers. For a second, she wished she had heeded her chief's warning and brought Bobby with her. Then she laughed softly, a shaky little laugh. She'd been in tight corners before since she'd entered the Secret Service 4 years ago, and through her quick wit and clear reasoning, she had always managed to extricate herself, with honors, and part of the trapped underworld. That was why the chief had chosen her to unravel the skein of mystery that tangled around the strange death of Melville Hewitt, a wealthy San Francisco merchant, and the disappearance of his son, Arthur. The eel had been seen coming out of Hewitt's home the night before the murder. Tex was suddenly aware of a curious absence of sound. She waited a moment, holding her breath, her left hand on the doorknob. Then, with a swift, cat-like movement, she pulled the door toward her. It opened abruptly, as if someone were pushing against it. She flashed her hand inside her bag, her fingers closing around the pistol, but suddenly recoiled with a stifled cry as a man's body plunged inward and fell forward on his face. There was something peculiar about his swollen, twisted limbs, something that vaguely reminded Tex of another man. Who was it? Then in a flash she knew. Melville Hewitt had looked that same way. With a revulsion of feeling toward touching anything lifeless that she had never been able to overcome, she turned the man on his back. Staring up at her with glassy eyes, with the contorted features of one who has died in agony, was Bobby. Bobby, who was the youngest member of the department and whom the chief had evidently sent to protect her. Tex straightened, her eyes clouded with unexpected tears, and her heart felt sick. Bobby was such a youngster, so straight and clean. Damn them. Her hot Texan blood began to boil. She'd get them for this. She leaned over him again, examining him more closely, pondering. There were no marks of violence, no blood. Then, the glint of a green circlet on his left wrist caught her eye. The bracelet was of jade, carved, Chinese. Attached to it by a slender gold chain was a small folded paper. Tex stiffened, for instinctively she knew it was a message for her. She spread the paper out and read the illiterate, scribbled words. "I'll get yous next if you don't lay off." At the end, instead of the signature, was a green seal. Tex scrutinized it intently, her eyes narrowing as she turned the paper around. The seal evolved into a bracelet as she examined it, a bracelet with the head of a snake and the tail of a fish. She smiled, a grim twisting of her painted lips. The eel was an egomaniac. He couldn't resist the temptation of becoming his own press agent. A low, husky sound issued from the slim, round throat of Tex, a cry of comprehension, relentless rage. warning. Through the crooked back streets of Old Town, Tex slid cautiously like some stalking shadow through streets that seemed to be winding, dirt-smeared menaces leading into oblivion. She was following her hunch, a hunch that beckoned her to Poncho's crumbling adobe that crouched like some hunted animal in the treacherous sands of the desert 1 mile south of Tijuana. From time to time, she glanced nervously over her shoulder. Silence trailed back of her, heavy, oppressive, and before her, nameless peril. A little demon of fear clutched at her heart, squeezing it until she could hardly breathe. A peculiar tingling sensation ran along her arms and twitched the ends of her fingers. She knew the symptoms. She had had the same feeling when she was about to take off for the 5-foot hurdles back in Texas. A breathless sort of feeling, a feeling that a hunter must have just before the kill. Poncho's adobe loomed unexpectedly before her, a darker shadow in the surrounding gloom. It was long, low, and narrow. A wide chimney of rotting stones in the back, 2 thick, weather-scarred doors of solid wood in front, a narrow, deep-set window near the slanting mud roof at either end. No sound came from the adobe, and no light penetrated the thick wooden openings. Tex crept up to the door nearer her and gently pushed against it. It gave silently under her weight. Quickly, quietly, she stepped into the long, low-ceilinged room, into which it directly opened, her bead bag hugged under her left arm. She blinked at the sudden light, although it was only a feeble flicker from 3 tallow candles that hung in a rusty iron chandelier suspended from a single wooden beam that ran the length of the room. Swiftly she took in her surroundings. In a shrouded corner was a cot with something moaning under a pair of soiled blankets. Near it drooped the girl with the bracelets, sobbing softly in a suppressed sort of hopelessness. Tex closed the door quietly and advanced toward the cot. At the slight sound of her steps, the girl looked up, her eyes widening in terror, her narrow white hands flying to her mouth to stifle the cry that sprang to her lips, the bracelets crowding together, clicking, clanking. Then the fear slowly faded from the girl's face. "Oh, it's you," she said dully. Tex nodded and grinned. "Sure." She slid a little nearer and stared down at the white face on the pillow. "Arthur Hewitt," she whispered. "Doped and kept doped for days," she added to herself. At that, the girl seemed to waken as from heavy stupor. "How did you know? Who are you?" She sprang up, facing Tex. Tex thought rapidly. She must move cautiously and quickly. The girl was suspicious, yet Tex felt that through her she would gain the key to the mystery. "He looks like his picture, don't he?" Tex answered the first question, ignoring the second. She lolled against the burnt brick wall, swinging her bag back and forth, searching furtively the other 3 corners of the room. "Got a swig or hooch round this here dump?" she finally asked, turning back to the girl. The girl shook her head, slumping back into the chair, her long fingers playing nervously with her bracelets. "Now, ain't that too bad," murmured Tex, watching her from under lowered lids. "My, ain't them bracelets pretty?" She stretched an experimental hand toward the girl's left wrist. The girl drew back sharply, alarm in her shadowed eyes, her fingers curling protectively around the 8 circlets. Tex assumed a sullen tone. "Aw, what do you take me for? A cheap dip?" She glanced toward the 2 doors. "Hell, I'd give my best gold inlay for a shot or hooch." A pale little smile hovered around the girl's lips. "I'm sorry, but there isn't any here. Only—" She chopped her sentence off abruptly with a little gasp of fright. "Only what?" prodded Tex quietly, successfully cloaking her eagerness. If there's anything that'll take the place, or hooch, hand it over, honey, 'cause I'm lower than a snake's hips."
"Snake?"
whispered the girl in deadly fear, and Tex leaned toward her suddenly.
"God, there ain't no snakes here."
Under the pretense of dismay, she studied the girl intently. Snakes? The deaths of Hewitt and Bobby strangely resembled the deadly bites of rattlers. The swollen limbs, the discolored flesh, the almost invisible twin red marks on the left wrists. And yet there had been no snakes. The girl recovered herself and regarded Tex a little doubtfully.
No, of course not."
She turned to soothe the moaning man with gently caressing hands, the bracelets huddling down toward her slender hand. She turned back to Tex.
"How did you know of this place?"
she demanded unexpectedly, a sharp note in her usually low tones. Tex didn't answer at once. Instead, she hitched a little nearer to the bed, keeping her back to the wall, facing the two doors.
"Listen, honey," she murmured at last. "I'll come here to help you."
A crooning note slid into her throaty voice, and she glanced significantly toward the wasted form of Arthur Hewitt. The girl's eyes followed hers and returned, poignant pain suffusing their shadowed depths. She gazed up at Tex, hesitating, seeming to consider. And Tex waited, outwardly calm, in no hurry, inwardly at a high-pitched, nervous tension, her ears cocked for any outside disturbance, her eyes darting to the doors, the windows, around the room, back to the girl and the moaning man. If, as she surmised, the girl was weak, guarding some secret, through love or fear, she would break under Tex's soft persuasion.
"Oh, I'm afraid. Afraid."
The words were so low, Tex had to stoop to catch them. The girl clasped her hands tightly in her lap and swayed back and forth. "Afraid of what?" "Of who?" prompted Tex. Lord, if the girl would only hurry. A cold feeling of playing for time shivered through her. She hugged her bag more closely under her left arm, the fingers of her right hand curling about the broken clasp. Seconds seemed to leap at her, crowding. Presently the girl spoke, her words low, halting, as if being dragged through unwilling lips.
"Oh, if you could take Arthur away, where it's safe.
She stared up at Tex, repeating the last word in a sort of frenzied appeal. Tex suddenly put out her hand and grasped the girl's left wrist. The bracelets slid away from her fingers, slipping along the girl's arm as if they were something animate, alive. For an instant, the very intensity of her gaze held the girl irresolute, tractable, willing. "I'll take Arthur where it's safe, but first, you must tell me about these." She gave the girl's arm a little shake before letting go, and the bracelets rattled together.
"I can't. I'm afraid."
Her voice trailed off into a sobbing whisper.
"For Arthur."
There was a breathless urgency to Tex's guarded tones as her eyes glanced from the doors to the girl and back again.
"For Arthur,"
echoed the girl, a curious little trill creeping into her voice. Her teeth bit into her lower lip, and her long, thin fingers twined about the bracelets. She looked down at her restless hands while her words jerked out, automatically, as if some irresistible force were driving her.
"I came from a little country town 2 years ago. I couldn't get work, and Hefe found me, starving. He planted me in Melville Hewitt's home as a maid. Then Mr. Hewitt made me his ward. I guess he felt sorry for me, and he was so good to me. I didn't want to go on, but I was afraid of Hefe. Go on with what?
Interrupted Tex, every faculty strained for the slightest sound of movement from the stillness of the desert. The shadowy room, like herself, seemed to be holding its breath, waiting, waiting. The girl sent her a lightning glance of doubt, then went on, a new note calming her voice, a note of fatality, resignation.
Go on with the plans to rob Mr. Hewitt. Then, I met Arthur.
She turned her attention to the man on the cot, seeming to forget everything else.
They've kept him under morphine, to try to make him sign...
Sign what? Tex shifted her position a little, her eyes on the doors.
The paper that Hefe had drawn up in his own name.
Then Arthur inherited his father's fortune?
Tex asked the question out of the side of her mouth.
Her vigilance was directed toward an almost inaudible sound just beyond the doors.
Yes.
And after he signs, they intend to...
Yes. Yes. Oh, God.
The girl's voice rose to a high key of hysteria. Shh. Tex wheeled on her suddenly, a cautioning finger to her lips.
Quick, tell me what you're hiding,
she whispered, her fingers pressing into the girl's arm. For one pulsating instant, the girl hesitated, her eyes, as she gazed up at Tex, veiled, defiant. Then her shadowy lids drooped over them, and she slid her bracelets up and down with agitated fingers.
It's a paper Mr. Hewitt made Hefe give him.
Where's this paper now?
Arthur gave it to me to hide.
Where did you hide it? The girl stretched her hands toward Tex in a gesture of desperate entreaty.
Oh, you will take Arthur where he'll get well and be safe?
Tex lapsed back into her soft drawl, successfully cloaking her impatience. Sure, honey. I promised. But you didn't tell me where you hid the paper.
I hid it in...
The girl's eyes widened in terror as they shot past Tex to the doors. Tex followed her gaze to the door nearest her. Slowly, quietly, it was being pushed inward. Tex stiffened imperceptibly. Her bead bag gripped tightly in both hands. Her mouth suddenly went dry, and an icy finger seemed to trail along her spine. Into the dim circle of light slid the eel, his hands in his pockets, his crafty features set in an oily, unreadable mask. Poncho followed him, an ugly grin pulling at his thick lips, a sharp-edged stiletto in his hand.
Better kill her now, eh, Hefe?
He flung at the eel in a sort of gloating snarl. No, not that way. You'd get caught bang to rights and take a fall to the big house. The eel stared at Tex, his deep, expressionless eyes glittering in the half-light like a snake's. Low, ventured Tex, her heart pounding against her side. Poncho grunted, examining his knife. The eel glided toward Tex, a sinister smile stretching his narrow, fish-like mouth. I got a more artistic way to bump off them that gets in my way. Tex's hand slid cautiously into her bag. She could shoot her way out if it was necessary, but that would mean defeat. She wanted an explanation of the mystery, a confession if possible. And she felt that the eel's tremendous ego would be his downfall. He was so cocksure of himself, so confident that he could always squirm from under any police trap set to ensnare him. Tex forced a laugh through stiff lips. Say, fella, who you gonna bump off? And if so, why? And how? The eel stopped a few feet from her and regarded her with a sly smirk. Thought you'd like a bracelet. He brought his hand out of his pocket, gingerly holding a jade circlet toward her. A little gasp came from the girl, but the two men were too engrossed in watching Tex to heed it. The eel came closer, almost touching her arm with the green bangle. She made no move to take it, although an involuntary shudder ran through her body.
For God's sake, Hefe, don't! Don't!
The girl's voice shivered upward into a thin shriek. He wheeled toward her, a grin that was baleful in its significance twitching his lips. "Aw, don't worry none, sister. I got one for you, too." The girl shrank further into the shadows, her slim fingers clutching at each other in a frenzy of fear. Then Tex spoke softly, in a sort of deadly calm, her Texan drawl more noticeable than ever, her greenish-gold eyes flashing in the wavering half-light as she held the eel with her steady stare. "I don't want your bracelet. I never did like 'em. But I'm kinda curious. What's in 'em?" This last was a random shot, but it had the desired effect. She heard the girl's sharp intake of breath, noted the slight movement of startled surprise from Poncho. Her eyes, however, never left the eel. No change of expression came over his evil mask of a face. Only a trifle more expansion of his narrow chest. "I don't mind telling you because you ain't gonna live long enough to spill it, see?" He paused dramatically to let this sink in. Tex merely nodded, and presently the eel went on, wallowing in his own conceit. Tex smiled inwardly. "I invented it, see? The hollow bracelets. First for smuggling in dope, then out of my own head popped another idea. Poison, from my friend the Rattler. A chink learned me how to take it out of the snake." He stopped talking and grinned maliciously, fingering the jade bracelet. Tex guessed that the chink was himself. She stared at the bracelet, then at him, simulating awe, horror, admiration.
"Lordy," she whispered. "It sure takes a heap of brains to figure that out."
He seemed to expand more than ever. Tex waited, her hand grasping the pistol inside her bag. The eel was so absorbed in his own achievement that he didn't notice, and Poncho's mind was diverted, watching the eel in fascinated horror, his stiletto in his belt. There was no movement from the girl, and Tex wondered what she was doing. She didn't dare look, take her vigilant attention from Hefe. The green bangle made her feel creepy, as if a snake were actually crawling over her body. She moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue and forced herself a step nearer the eel. Instantly, Poncho lunged toward her, his hand flashing to his dagger. "Aw, lay off, will ya?" Hefe snapped irritably. "Put up your jackknife." He again addressed himself to Tex. "Now I'll show you how I put Hewitt and your little dick friend out of the way." He turned the bracelet around carefully and pointed to two sharpened gold points on the inside. "Dem," he explained, "represents the fangs. And when pushed onto the arm, it releases this little spring, stabbing the flesh at the same time, and the poison pours into the holes, see?" A maniacal laugh fell from his twisting lips. Tex shivered. "And you don't like bracelets?" He turned to the girl with a sinister grin. "But Mame here does, don't you, Mame?" The girl gave a cry of terror. Poncho laughed and, at a signal from the eel, sprang in front of Tex, grasping the girl around the waist, pinioning her wildly fighting arms to her sides and propelling her toward the advancing Hefe. "I'll show you how it works," bragged the eel, looking at Tex over his shoulder. "Then you'll know in advance just how you'll act, see?" He gripped the girl's wrist. She wriggled and jerked in a panic of fear. Don't! She turned tragic, horror-stricken eyes to Tex.
"For God's sake, stop him!"
Tex stood motionless, her heart thumping against her chest, her eyes riveted on the green bracelet. The eel paused and thrust his evil face close to the girl's. "Hand over that paper and I'll let you off."
"What paper?"
The girl parried faintly. "You know what paper. The one Hewitt took off of me." The girl hesitated, her apprehensive eyes darting about the room. When at last she spoke, it seemed to Tex that the words were meant for her.
The one where you admitted killing Hewitt's partner and threatened to kill Hewitt in the same way if he refused to give you $100,000? Well, I destroyed it.
You lying. Come cleaner. The eel held the bracelet close to her face. A little moan trembled from her lips, and she tried to pull away. Then suddenly she lifted her head and looked at the eel squarely, with a pathetic show of bravado.
Yes, I have the paper, but I won't give it to you. I promised, Arthur.
The last word was a faint whisper, almost a prayer, and the thought flashed through Tex's seething mind that this girl, weak, misguided, had somehow gained a noble strength through her love for Arthur Hewitt. With thin lips stretched over his teeth in a half-snarl, the eel sprang at the girl, grasping her wrist while Pancho laughed and held her with his great hairy hands. "Your last chance, you fool," hissed Jefe. "Hand over that paper." The girl seemed to wilt, her head drooping forward as if too heavy to hold erect, although her words rang out clearly in the silently waiting room.
"No, you murderer!"
"Hold her arm out, Pancho," ordered Jefe, and the green bangle touched her slender, clenched hand.
"Oh, God! Oh, God!"
she murmured hopelessly, despairingly. Tex eased a little to one side so that Pancho's broad back was between her and the girl. "She's too good to live," continued the eel, and laughed, a sound that reminded Tex of a hyena she had once heard in the zoo, mirthless, blood-chilling. Then with his laugh, another sound mingled, slyly apologetic, a sort of muffled plop. An expression of wonder spread over Pancho's crafty features as he loosened his hold on Mame and slumped grotesquely to the brick floor. "What the hell?" muttered the eel, staring at the inert body of Pancho. Then he raised his eyes to a thin stream of smoke that was drifting from the mouth of a small pistol encased in Tex's steady fingers. His gaze traveled on upward until it encountered the unflinching gold-green eyes of Tex. "I'd rather take you alive," she murmured with a faint smile. For a moment he stared at her, expressionless, immovable. Then, without the slightest warning, he sprang straight at her, knocking the pistol to the floor, curling his fingers about her wrist, holding the jade bracelet lightly, gingerly, between the thumb and fingers of his right hand. A little quiver of panic shivered through Tex, then her cold, sane reasoning came to her rescue. She held the eel's eyes with her own, while she eased her left hand toward the green menace, and with a swift movement of her strong fingers, snatched the bracelet from him. He lunged for it. She met the darting hand with a movement as swift as his own. His slender fingers entered the circlet. The needle-like prongs cut and tore. He gave a cry of rage and terror, clawing frantically at the poisonous manacle, but the more he pulled at it, the deeper sank the sharp gold points into his punctured flesh. His writhing agony was horrible to see. It made Tex a little sick. She stooped to recover her pistol and regarded the girl who sagged against the cot and stared at her with a dazed look in her shadowy eyes. "In which bracelet did you hide the paper?" asked Tex unexpectedly. The girl fingered the bangles with fluttering fingers.
"This one,"
she answered automatically, caressing a beautifully carved circlet of mellowed ivory.
"It's Arthur's favorite."
Tex caught the girl by her shoulders and gently shook her. "Gather yourself," she admonished, not unkindly, "and go quickly to Tijuana. Phone to my chief, J.C. Gilbert. Here's his number. Tell him Tex has sent for him, to come to Pancho's at once, and to bring a doctor." She gave the girl a little push toward the door. "Hurry!" Slowly, Mame pulled the heavy door toward her, paused, and looked back at Tex with a slight pleading gesture of her slim white hands.
"You'll take care of Arthur?"
Tex nodded. Still, the girl lingered.
"When he wakes, you tell him that my love for him was greater than my fear?"
A lump rose in Tex's throat, and she had to swallow it before answering. "I'll tell him," she said softly. Mame left reluctantly, slipping quietly out into the darkness, closing Tex in the shrouded room. The candles burned low, dripping over the edges of their rusty iron holders. Tex allowed her eyes to wander around the dimly flickering room, to slide quickly over the lifeless body of Poncho onto the twisted form of the eel that even in death seemed to coil like a snake. She turned with a lightening spirit to Arthur Hewitt. He was breathing evenly, calmly. She dropped wearily into the chair near the cot and slipped her pistol back into the frayed depths of her bead bag. Her fingers touched the cool hardness of a pair of handcuffs. "Bracelets," she murmured, and a little exultant cry trickled from her throat.
Diamonds Mean Death by Thomas Walsh. Read for you by Alan Sklar. Thomas Francis Morgan Walsh, 1908 to 1984, was born in New York City and received his B.A. from Columbia University in 1933, the same year in which he sold his first short story, Double Check, to Black Mask. He sold several additional stories to Black Mask, one of which was honored by Joseph T. Shaw when he selected Best Man, October 1934, for his groundbreaking anthology, The Hard-Boiled Omnibus, 1946, which he regarded as the best work produced during his tenure as editor of Black Mask. Walsh went on to sell numerous stories to Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and Ellery Queen's mystery magazine, one of which, Chance After Chance, won the Edgar Allan Poe Award in 1978. The first of his 11 New York police novels, Nightmare in Manhattan, 1950, had previously won the Edgar for Best First Novel. It was filmed in the same year by Paramount as Union Station, starring William Holden, Nancy Olson, and Barry Fitzgerald. The exciting screenplay for which Sidney Bohm was nominated for an Edgar remained extremely faithful to the novel, although the locale was changed from New York's Grand Central Station to Chicago's titular Crossroads, and the kidnapping victim was a blind teenage girl instead of a young boy. Walsh's The Night Watch, 1952, also served as the partial basis, with Bill S. Ballinger's Rafferty, for the Columbia film noir Pushover, 1954, which starred Fred MacMurray as a good cop gone bad, and Kim Novak in her first major role. Diamonds Mean Death, Walsh's last Black Mask story, was published in March 1936.
Diamonds Mean Death. There is a trick even to the trade of murder. In the yellow cone of light thrown down by the lamp behind her, the girl's dark face looked lovely and eager, a pale, glowing cameo, sharp cut against the shadows at her back. The two men seated across the table watched her with varying emotions. Major Jeffrey Russell, with very clear, slightly amused blue eyes, a smile faint on his lips, a cigarette graceful in his long fingers. Joe Keenan was not smiling. He sat at the end of the table, sharp face watchful, gray eyes shining coldly, with small glints of color, as if the diamonds heaped carelessly on the cloth before the girl were reflected there in pinpoints of ice. None of the three spoke. There was a slight clicking sound as the girl's fingers flashed through the stones, selecting one, holding it to the light for an instant, then passing on to the next. In the corners of the room, shadows held steady, cut in sharp patterns by the yellow glow of the lamp. Thick drapes concealed the windows at the far side, and occasionally Joe Keenan's restless gaze flicked to them. Heavy, lifeless, they hung there without motion, and through them only a few night sounds, mournful with distance, pierced in from the woods outside. Joe Keenan's eyes had kept steadily attentive on those drapes for the past 20 minutes, even when he had apparently been looking elsewhere. But there had been no movement from them, and no sound, and gradually his right hand had relaxed on his thigh, 6 inches from the automatic in his topcoat pocket. Bending forward into the light as he lit another cigarette, Major Russell smiled at him, offered him his case. He was a bulky, muscular man of 40, rather tall, with skin tanned to a deep leathery tinge, and a short, square-cut beard of flaming auburn, through which his teeth showed very white when he smiled. Keenan took a cork-tipped cigarette from the extended case and nodded thanks. He was lighting it when a sharp breath of admiration from the girl drew his eyes. In her hands, almost reverently, she cupped a tawny yellow diamond that seemed to Keenan as large as a hazelnut. "It's real," she said, turning to him with shining eyes. "They're all genuine, Joe. I can't really believe it." "Genuine?" Major Russell laughed shortly. The blue eyes twinkled. "You may be sure I made quite certain of that, my dear. They're genuine, right enough." He smiled again, reminiscently, spun the tawny diamond in the air, caught it with one hand, and tossed it to the heap of others by the girl. "And if you care to buy them, the lot will cost you just $35,000. May I add that I think it is a very reasonable and fair price, Miss Bridges?" "Fair?" Ellen Bridges's dark glance came up and studied him thoughtfully. "More than fair. Much more, Major." "It is that," she smiled faintly in turn, "which makes one think. In open market, your stones would bring close to $80,000. Joe Keenan's gray eyes narrowed on the Englishman. He said, "That's the queer part. You claim they're straight, and yet you won't peddle them yourself. So by selling them to Miss Bridges here, you're taking a loss of $45,000. There are 2 answers to that. You're crazy, or you're crooked. Me, I don't think you're crazy. Those stones are hot." "Hot?" The bearded man frowned as if puzzled. "Stolen," Ellen Bridges explained with a faint smile. You mustn't mind Joe Keenan. He has a bad habit of saying just what he thinks." Major Russell smiled slightly. "Oh, perfectly all right. Naturally, I did not expect you to buy until I satisfied you as to the legal ownership. It is unfortunate that, strictly speaking, there is none that could be proved before a court of law." His voice was clipped, British, decisive, but his eyes kept friendly enough. "The information I am about to give you is, of course, confidential. Having Mr. Keenan present is something I had not anticipated. I had preferred you came alone." "Mr. Keenan's an old family friend," Ellen Bridges said, "and he's also an excellent private detective. My father employed him often when he was alive. I asked him to come with me tonight, Major, so if there is a fault, it's mine." "All right," the Englishman said heartily. "Perfectly all right, my dear. I must apologize for my nerves tonight. They're a bit jumpy. But to begin..." He knocked ash from his cigarette, drew on it thoughtfully, was silent a moment. "You see, I've knocked about the world a good bit in my time. Never was one for standing still. A new place always called me on somehow. India, Brazil, the Sahara, I've seen them all. No regrets. A year ago this June, it was Africa. I was knocking around the interior with no very definite object in view, just a small commission or 2 to keep me busy, trapping animals for zoos, that sort of thing. A living in it with luck, but not much else. I was working my way over by easy stages to the coast, fed up with the existence, and anxious to see some white faces for a change. There were 4 black boys with me, 4 filthy, thieving devils I could cheerfully have murdered. No other human soul within miles. It was depressing country, rocky, practically waterless, damnably hot, and pretty well deserted. Then, one afternoon, as we pushed through a narrow cut in the side of a hill, one of my black boys stumbled on the body of a man, a white man. He paused to blow a long stream of smoke towards the ceiling. He'd been there for years, I suppose, so there wasn't much left of the poor chap then. A few bones, 1 or 2 rags of clothing, and a leather pouch that the sun had caked as dry as a rock. Somberly, he nodded towards the diamonds. And they were in that pouch. I found nothing else around to give me the slightest clue to his identity. Anyone not entirely new to Africa could read part of the story easily. We were about 100 miles distant from the diamond fields, in a district rather sparsely traversed, due mostly to its lack of water. And in view of the fact that it was so little traveled, it seemed evident to me that our man had been trying to reach one of the northern ports secretly. The laws on IDBs, illicit diamond buyers, are very strict in British Africa. This poor devil had somehow gained possession of the stones, how we do not know, and gambled his life on getting away with them. The Englishman nodded soberly. He lost, and I'm afraid it wasn't a pleasant death. Ellen Bridges shivered. Dreadful. Major Russell looked at her gravely. All this, you understand, is pure conjecture on my part. After we reached the coast, I made inquiries, judicious ones, but learned nothing at all about who the man might have been or where he could have found the diamonds. Perhaps my moral code is twisted, but I couldn't see handing the stones over to the government as a gift. No one knew about them, I thought. Certainly no one could prove ownership. And so in the end, I held on to them myself. The night before I left Joburg, my room was ransacked. Trunks turned inside out, clothes tumbled around, pictures taken from the walls. One of my black boys must have had a glimpse of what the pouch contained, and sold his information to some rascal in Joburg, perhaps with the thought of sharing the proceeds. Fortunately, however, I happened to be carrying the stones with me that night, and on the boat I had no trouble. Eventually I came to America to dispose of them. The morning after I landed, a man came to my hotel. He'd got wind of what I was about, perhaps from the fellow who went through my room in Johannesburg. He told me coolly what I was carrying, and offered 10,000 for the lot. I refused, and on that he threatened to tell the British authorities the whole story. I threw him out and left the hotel immediately, taking this cottage as a quiet place where no one would find me. Well, he crushed out his cigarette and looked up with a faint smile. That's the story. If it isn't very convincing, the fault is mine as narrator. The details, I assure you, are true. Keenan's gray eyes studied him a moment. And you never found out who this man was that came to your hotel in New York? Later I did. The Major pursed his lips. Not an estimable character, a disposer of stolen goods. I believe the term is fence over here. His name was Peel. Perhaps you know him. Jerome Peel? Keenan nodded. A little. Not anyone to fool with. Bad. I gathered that, the Major said, looking at his watch and then up at Ellen Bridges. That's why I left the hotel. Even in Africa we've heard of your one-way rides. White teeth flashed inside the beard. But he doesn't concern us now. Shall we consider the bargain settled? The girl nodded. You'll want cash, of course. I can have it here by noon tomorrow. Will that do? Excellently, the bearded man said, rising. You see, I have neither the time nor the connections to dispose of the stones singly. It seemed best to get in touch with someone running a legitimate jewelry business. That's why I got in touch with you, Miss Bridges. Naturally, you are very welcome to any profit you may make over the purchase price." He smiled, bowed. "Until tomorrow at 12, then?" Joe Keenan rose after him, his hard gray eyes puzzled. The Major's story seemed plausible enough. It might be a shade too plausible. Was that the catch, the warning, that jerked uneasily at his mind? As he followed the girl towards the door, he was frowning, unsatisfied. Something in all this didn't ring true. A man would not throw $40,000 to a stranger because he had no time. A man... Somebody behind him said, "Hold it." It was a quiet voice, with a low, snarling edge to it. Before Keenan, the Major stopped suddenly, with an instant stiffness, so that one of his hands, halfway to the knob, froze in the air, the fingers spread, the thumb straight up. Keenan did not move. The girl gave a soft cry. "You'll turn," the voice said. "All of you, with your hands up, over your head, and slow." There was a closet set flush against the wall of the room they had just left. Its door was open now, and a man stood there, a gaunt man with a long, dark face and a mouth that twitched unpleasantly. "Peel," Major Russell said in an incredulous voice. "Peel," the gaunt man repeated nastily. "Everything fine, huh? Or it was until I dug up the van that moved your trunks." His eyes widened, narrowed swiftly as Joe Keenan turned around. "Keenan, what are you doing here?" His glance swept over the girl without recognition, and the first touch of surprise in his features changed to an expression of bitter mirth. "Joe Keenan, don't tell me the boyfriend here got—" Major Russell interrupted him in a cold voice. "You shouldn't have tried to do anything like this, Peel. I don't see what—" "Maybe you don't," Jerome Peel snarled, dark flames spouting up in his eyes. "Maybe pretty soon you won't see anything at all. Dead men are funny that way." Standing at the girl's right, Major Russell's blue eyes remained calm, steady, unafraid. "Killing me won't help, you know. There's—" "Shut up." Peel raised the automatic. His eyes blackened with hate. After a moment, the Englishman shrugged, subsided. Turning slightly to Keenan, Peel went on in the same low snarl. "I had you pegged for a square guy, Joe. You have that name and everyone knows it. If the skirt's with you, there's a chance for you to blow now. I'll figure you were like me, huh? Dumb enough to—" At Keenan's left, there was a flicker of motion, a blur of silver that crossed the corner of his eye too swiftly to be defined. Before him, Peel swung around his automatic, with his mouth open above it, twisted down and sideways in the gaunt face. His eyes glittered, black and venomous with rage. But in the split second that it took him to bring the gun up, terror spread swiftly in them, transfixing the irises, widening the lids. There was a sharp, distinct crack, like wood snapping. It was gone in an instant, without echo. Peel stared ahead stupidly, with the terror fixed in his eyes and an irregular brown smear high up in his forehead, just under the hair. Then he swung forward stiffly, with all his body rigid, and crashed face down to the floor. "A mad dog," Russell said, breathing softly. "He would have killed me." In his right hand there was a small pistol, not as large as Keenan's palm, with a wisp of smoke drifting up from the barrel. It looked like a top, a child's cap pistol. But at 5 feet it could kill a man. It had, Joe Keenan thought grimly, as he gripped Peel's shoulder and turned him on his back. The gaunt man must have died instantly. His eyes were still open, staring, his mouth open too, in surprise, in terror. "He's dead?" Ellen Bridges whispered shakily. Keenan rose, nodding. Through the glass upper half of the front door, he could see a deserted stretch of road, with trees nodding in the night wind, quietly on the far side. Probably the shot had not been audible outside. Even if it had, there was no one there to hear it. A cottage on a lonely road on Staten Island, 2 miles from the nearest village, was a safe place for killing. Keenan twisted his lips sourly as the thought struck his mind, that idea had come to him earlier in the evening. A swell place for murder. Major Russell put the small pistol in the pocket of his jacket. His voice, his actions were calm and unexcited. "Self-defense," he said quietly. "The man was going to kill me. You both heard him say that. If you want to call the police, there's a phone here." Staring down at the dead man, Keenan shrugged his shoulders after a moment. "Peel asked for what he got. I'm not hopped up about hick cops nosing around and asking Miss Bridges a lot of questions, and they can't do him any good now." "I had hoped you'd see it that way," Major Russell said. "I had no choice. After you leave, I'll get him in my car and drop him off in some lonely stretch of woodland. Then there won't be any trouble, any questions. That way, I believe, will be wisest for ourselves and our business." Ellen Bridges shuddered, keeping her glance away from the fixed black stare of the dead man. "Do anything," she said, gripping Keenan's arm. "But let's get out of here immediately, Joe." The bearded man nodded, gravely calm. He held the outer door open for them, said good night quietly, and closed it without sound, after they had passed through. That guy, Joe Keenan decided, had plenty of guts. Through his obscure sense of dislike for the man, he felt something like admiration. In the front seat of the roadster, Ellen trembled against him. She whispered, "Oh, it's horrible, death like that. One minute he was alive, talking to us, and then the next—" Don't let it get you," Keenan told her. "Jerome Peel wasn't a kid. He had it coming that way for a long while." "I suppose so." She was silent a few seconds while the needle of the speedometer flickered up to 55 and steadied there. Then she said in a small voice, "I'm afraid I got you in this jam, Joe. I know you didn't want to come over here tonight. You only agreed to because you were afraid something might happen to me." "Forget that," Keenan grunted. "Your father was a mighty good friend of mine."
"Is it just because of my father?" she asked softly, looking up at him. "Don't I count at all, Joe?"
Keenan shifted in his seat, looked down at her quizzically. "You're a fresh kid that ought to be whaled. If you're asking for advice, I'll tell you not to touch those diamonds with a 10-foot pole. They smell bad, even with the story we got."
"You're suspicious of everybody," the girl told him petulantly. "After all, they don't really belong to anyone. So why shouldn't I buy them as well as someone else? If there were a legal owner, it would be different. But as it is—"
"As it is," Joe Keenan said irritably, "you won't take advice. This seems like adventure and fun, so you're going to go through with it. You're still young enough to think a British accent is wonderful."
"Major Russell's a gentleman," she flashed. "Of course I believe his story."
"I don't," Keenan said. "And you're still sure you know it all, huh? I wish you luck."
You're detestable," the girl blazed. She turned away and looked through the window, refusing to speak even on the 30-minute ferry ride to Manhattan. Letting her out in front of her apartment, Keenan said, "Good night,"
but it was not answered, and his lean face frowned after her. Women were queer people. And when the one you had to take care of was an obstinate, silly kid like that, he sighed. Well, it was a tough job. Joe Keenan wouldn't have touched it for money, but his friendship with her dead father was something that could not be written off or canceled. And if she wasn't so willful, she might even be a nice kid. Then Joe Keenan caught his thoughts there with an irritated grunt and slammed in his gear. 20 minutes later, he reached his own place. It was an old private house in the quiet upper 70s, remodeled into apartments, with a tall stoop in front and a light showing at the top, behind glass vestibule doors. On the second landing, he inserted a key in the lock on the left, turned it, and went in. When he snapped on the button of the light switch, lamps sprang instantly to life in 3 corners of the inner room. The light was soft, subdued, but quite clear. And the man sitting in the easy chair that faced the door, faced Joe Keenan, blinked at it once. He was a short man, fat, wearing a derby hat steeply slanted over one ear and a blue overcoat below that. There was an automatic in his right hand that rested negligently on one arm of the chair. Keenan's steady gray eyes went over him without nervousness, without haste. The fat man said, "Sit down. Just keep your hands away from your pockets and act sensible. We're friends, Joe. I've even been sampling your scotch. It's good." "Next time take rye," Keenan grunted. "The scotch is for friends. I don't lay out $4 a fifth for punks." The fat man said, "Okay," good-naturedly. But when he rose and backed to the window, his eyes were small and watchful, and they did not shift while he felt behind him with his free hand, grabbed the shade cord and pulled it down to the bottom, then released it with a snap that sent it spinning to the top. Coming back, he held his gun close in to his side, where it could not be seen from outside. "Look," he said, "nobody's slipping you the works unless you ask for it. Do what you're told, and everything will be fine. There ain't anything in this unless you're dumb enough to make a break now." In the street, a car motor roared briefly and then throttled down. The front door below opened and closed, and light, fast steps pattered on the stairs. In a moment, the door behind Keenan opened. A young man, hard-faced, dapperly dressed, came in and shut it after him. "Frisking job," the fat man said. "From behind, and careful. Don't miss anything." In back of Keenan, the second man opened his coat, ran swift fingers over him. He removed the automatic, and then probed the empty shoulder holster, patted trouser legs with a practiced deftness. "Okay," he said when he straightened. "Nothing on him, Feeney." Feeney grunted. "Then get back to the car. When the street's clear, honk twice and we'll go down." Keenan took a cigarette from a box on the table, snapped a lighter against it. The fat man's pudgy face grew ugly at the action. "Ask the next time," he growled. "This isn't a ride?" Keenan asked. "Uh-huh." Feeney nodded. He chuckled suddenly. "But not the kind you're thinking. We got nothing against you. Keep on acting nice, and in a day or two you're turned out all rested up. Nothing to get fretted about, Joe." Keenan's black brows drew together. "Why?" Feeney took a bottle of scotch from a table drawer, put it in his overcoat pocket, and patted the flap down gently. "Company, Joe. Don't worry about why. If we wanted to jolt you, it could be done here, easy and nice, with a rope around your neck and no squawk. Since we ain't doing that, you ought to see we don't want to crate you. Not unless you get tough and ask for it." Outside, the car horn honked twice. Feeney straightened the derby with his left hand and motioned with the automatic gently towards the door. They went down the steps in single file and descended the outer stoop in the same order, meeting no one. There was a small sedan purring at the curb, with the back door open. "In?" Feeney grunted, the automatic close against Keenan's back, where the shine of it was hidden. Keenan bent and entered, with the fat man right after him. From the front seat, the driver leaned back and pulled the door shut. They drew away from the curb, swung south on Lexington Avenue, and began to slip smoothly by dark, empty streets. On 60th, they turned east, slipping under the black shadow of the elevated structure on 2nd Avenue to the ramp of the Queensboro Bridge. Feeney was half facing him, with the gun against his side, low, hidden by both their bodies. The dark span of the bridge unrolled before them under the long line of lights. Moving very fast, they flashed off the Long Island side and threaded out Queens Boulevard. It was after 1, storefronts dark, pavements empty. Joe Keenan's mind tried to consider it all calmly, without fuss. It was possible that Feeney and his friend might be Jerome Peel's men. If they were, how had they heard about his death so soon? And if he was to be killed in reprisal for Peel, why hadn't they murdered him back in his apartment, where, as Feeney had said, it could have been done quietly, safely? Thinking it over, Keenan decided they weren't Peel's men. At least it didn't seem likely. And if they weren't, what did they want him for? What were they going to do? He couldn't hit on any answers. In the front seat, keeping the speedometer gyrating uneasily at 55, the hard-faced man swung left from the boulevard to one of the parkways, and they raced away from monotonous rows of two-family houses to dark open stretches of woodland. An hour went by. The road lost its wide smoothness, narrowed to a single-lane affair, with trees crowded close on either side. Joe Keenan's sharp face tightened. His light-colored irises seemed to draw in and compact. In a day or two he'd be freed, Feeney had said. What was going to happen during that time? What was so important that he must be kept out of the way? His mind flashed to Ellen Bridges, to Major Russell. Were Feeney and his friend after the diamonds? And the $35,000 in cash the girl was to bring to the Englishman tomorrow at 12? For if Peel had known where the Englishman was hiding out, mightn't others know too? And if they knew, if they planned... A small lump of muscle formed along his jawbone. Ellen Bridges, alone, helpless, murdered probably, as soon as they took the money from her. The thought roused him to a cold rush of anger, and in the wake of that, desperately and almost without hope, an insane determination. Under Feeney's careful eyes, he got a cigarette from his pocket, then fumbled for a match. Before them the road swung up the hill in a sharp S-curve, indicated by a sign that flashed past his eyes. In the front seat, the hard-faced man had not yet circled the wheel for the first turn. He was bent slightly forward, the base of his skull showing under close-cropped hair. Striking the match, Keenan saw it, and his plan clicked into place in his brain. Desperate, insane maybe, but a chance. Feeney watched him, wary, alert, as the tiny match flame speared up through the darkness. Holding the match cupped, his left hand concealing the right, Keenan got his middle finger under the sliver of wood and rested it there. When the man in front slowed for the turn, he slowed. Keenan lifted his face from his cupped hands, leaving the match still burning, and blew a thin funnel of smoke casually upward. The wariness in Feeney's eyes relaxed, and at that instant Joe Keenan's middle finger flipped the burning match straight between his eyes. With the same movement, his left hand swung out and down with the weight of his body behind it to crash solidly against the base of the driver's skull. Blinded by the match, the fat man fired twice. But Keenan's lean body had flung itself forward and down the instant before the shots, to its knees against the front seat. Feeling the breath of the shots on his neck, he whirled and brought his right fist up slashing from the floor to the point of the fat man's chin. It was a terrific blow that almost lifted Feeney completely out of his seat. His eyes lost focus, lost consciousness, as he slumped limply back. It all happened in a moment, in a blur of motion, as the car yawed across the road. Keenan spun to the wheel, knocking the sprawled-out form of the driver from it, as the concrete guarding wall on the left side of the road shot into view. They crashed, with a grating scream of sound from the front fender, as it crumpled like paper against the solid barrier. Keenan was slammed forward, bruising his chest on the front seat. Glass fell in a showery tinkle as one of the headlights smashed. Then he yanked back the brake, and they stopped. A car topped the hill and raced down towards them as he clambered out to the running board. 10 feet off it slowed, and a startled white face looked out at Keenan, at the automatic he picked from the floor where the fat man had dropped it. Then the car was passed, racing on again with an accelerated roar of sound. The fat man, Feeney, was moaning, rolling his head loosely from side to side as Keenan pulled him out. The driver was still out cold, and Keenan laid him flat on the grass by each other and went back to the car. When he slipped behind the wheel, the motor responded readily enough, and he put it in reverse, circled it in the road, and left it facing back the way they had come. As he got out of the car again, Feeney was sitting dazedly up, propped by his arms. He cursed sullenly, indistinctly, as he rubbed his jaw. The coldness in Keenan's gray eyes hardened and became more evident. Looking up, Feeney saw that coldness and stopped suddenly. Keenan said in a quiet voice, "That's fine. Be nice, fella. Who wanted me snatched? Who hired you and your friend for the job?" "Go to hell," the fat man snarled, with an attempt at bravado. He tried to hold Keenan's stare and failed. After a moment, his own flinched uneasily away. He began to lick his lips. Holding the grip of the automatic, Keenan weighed the barrel in his free hand. He went on in his quiet tone. "Maybe you've never been pistol-whipped. It isn't nice. Me, I'd talk. Who hired you?" Feeney did not answer. Joe Keenan's eyes glittered and grew small. He asked again, curiously soft, "Who hired you?" "Listen," the fat man wheezed, his eyes pathetically earnest. "I never had a thing against you, Keenan. I told you that. We weren't going to hurt you, honest to—" Down the road, there was a faint motor sound that grew rapidly louder. As Keenan turned, 2 motorcycles whined around the curve of the hill and squealed to a stop opposite the parked car. A big state trooper swung off one and crossed the road cautiously, his partner coming at the car from the side. "Drop your gun," he told Keenan. "What's going on here?" Keenan obeyed, gave his story briefly. The auto that had raced by 5 minutes before would have reported them in the next town, of course. And if he had had only 5 minutes longer with the fat man, Feeney would have talked. He'd have been glad to. And now nothing had been cleared up. The motive behind it all remained as vague, as apparently pointless as ever. In the trooper's barracks, Keenan gave his story again, presented credentials. But it was 5 o'clock before he was free to go, and the fat man and his friend had been led away to cells. They both kept obdurately silent. They knew nothing, could tell nothing. In the chilly station, where he had to wait 2 hours for the earliest commuter's train, Keenan went over it again in his mind. And presently it began to hang cloudily together. It was a robbery, of course. Get him out of the way, and in the morning they could have picked up Ellen Bridges easily enough, after she had drawn the money from the bank. But who besides Russell knew of that? Of course there was no surety that Peel had come to the house alone. Perhaps some of his accomplices had been there, staying in hiding until he and the girl had gone. They could have murdered Russell last night and taken the stones. They could even be waiting there at the cottage for the girl to come. On the train, he dismissed it tiredly. The vital part, the thing that would have made it gel, was missing. And without that, it was useless racking his brains. At his own apartment, he showered quickly, shaved, and changed his clothes. Then he got out his roadster and met Ellen Bridges at her store on Upper Fifth Avenue. She greeted him coolly and said she did not need his help. Without answering her, Joe Keenan grasped her arm and drew her out to his roadster. He drove to the bank and went inside with her, studied the street outside carefully before allowing her to emerge again, for that disturbing sense of uneasiness still clung to him. But nothing untoward happened. They wound their way downtown and caught the 11 o'clock ferry. On the ride across, Keenan told her the events of the previous night, and before he was half through, her coolness vanished in a swift rush of solicitude. "They might have killed you, Joe. You shouldn't have." "But they didn't," he pointed out. "And I got a hunch that I've figured the lay all wrong. I'm going to drop you on the other side, Ellen. If they've killed Russell and are waiting there—" She said firmly, "I'm going with you, and it's not going to do you the slightest bit of good to argue about it." It didn't. 3/4 of an hour later, when he stopped the car before Major Russell's bungalow, she was still sitting determinedly by his side. In a moment, the Major himself appeared in the doorway, younger, more somber against the morning sunlight. He bowed to Ellen, gave Keenan a quick, hard grip. Leading away to an inner room, he took a chamois bag from a wall safe and upended it on the table. "The stones are there, my dear, if everything else is ready." The girl nodded. "I have the cash. We were afraid something had happened to you, Major. I was nervous all the way down." "To me?" White teeth flashed in a smile. "Why should it? No doubt that unpleasantness last night worked on your mind. Now, if you would like to examine the stones—" He pushed them across the table to her. Keenan watched him, the uneasiness, the sense of mistrust moving in his mind again. When the girl began, "Oh, that's hardly—" he cut in emotionlessly. "Examine them." "By all means." The Major's voice was hearty. "We must be businesslike, my dear." His hand flung out, tossed over the huge tawny diamond Keenan had seen the night before. "Begin on that beauty." Looking at Keenan, the girl flushed angrily. "Of course I know, Major, that—" "Examine them," Joe Keenan said. She gave him a cold, annoyed glance. Major Russell bowed, his blue eyes amused. "Perfectly all right, my dear. Mr. Keenan is merely being a good businessman. Please do as he suggests." Her head bent for a long moment. When she raised it again and put away her glass, her tone was apologetic. "Of course it's the one I saw last night." From the leather portmanteau at her side, she drew neatly rectangular folds of bills. "And here is your money. Count it if you wish." The Major bowed gallantly. "I never doubt a lady, my dear. Perhaps—" His eyes dwelt with a thin trace of mockery on Keenan. "I am not what you call a smart guy over here." Carelessly he riffled fingers through the heaps of diamonds, and Keenan, his gaze lowered, watched them, fascinated by their flickering swiftness. "You may get in touch with me this week at the Savoy. I'll do all I can to help in case of any difficulty." Ellen Bridges flashed him a smile, but Joe Keenan's sharp face was set in an ugly scowl. Smart guy. Last night, Jerome Peel had said something like that. What was it? He had figured Joe Keenan was like him, dumb enough to... Russell had shot him there before he could finish. Dumb enough to what? The Major was smiling at him, offering his hand. Joe Keenan ignored it. He asked out of straight lips, "You're a good shot, Major." Russell smiled faintly, his eyes puzzled. "Tolerable. I've won a match here and there, nothing spectacular." "Yeah," Keenan nodded slowly. "You're a good shot. Maybe a swell shot. Last night you killed Peel, although a good shot wouldn't have had to do that. He could have shot Peel's arm or his side." "Forgive me," Russell said coldly, "if I don't see the point." "You'll see it," Keenan said grimly. "You killed Peel because he was going to talk. He was saying he figured I had been dumb enough to, and then you shot him. If he'd finished, I think he'd have said, dumb enough to let you fool me the way you did him. And you killed Peel to shut his mouth, not to protect yourself. Winging him in the arm would have done that." Gravely, without surprise, the Englishman faced him, a big man, tanned and quiet, calm, steady-eyed. "So you see a catch," he said. "Are you sure there is one?" Keenan growled. "It was there from the start. You're pretty fast with your hands. I've seen worse sleight-of-hand men on the stage. Maybe you were in that racket at one time, but this paid you better. Every time you pulled it off, it meant 30 or 40 grand. I never figured out how you could get a gun out so fast while Peel was swinging his around. But say it was in your sleeve. It was plenty small enough to fit there, and a decent magician could flick it out faster than light. And a decent magician," he went on, "could let Miss Bridges look at the big diamond now, the genuine one, and then switch it with a fake that looked exactly like it when you took it away from her to replace it in the pile. Satisfy us, that one was good, and you knew we wouldn't bother to look at the rest." There was a pause. Ellen Bridges' dark eyes flickered from Keenan to the bearded man, to the stones. She reached out to the tawny one, and silence lasted for 3 breaths. Then she cried, "Ah, it isn't the same. It's paste." Keenan's smile was grim. "A swell racket, Russell. You had 2 ways to work it. The first was to get rid of me and slug the girl when she came here alone with the money. The other was to switch the stuff. And when your punks missed up on me last night, you had to work it this way to get the money. You fooled Peel and a lot of others. When he started to squawk last night, kidding me for being a smart guy, before he gave the inside, probably, on how you had switched the stuff on him too, you fed him a steel slug to shut his mouth." Russell said, "Yes," in a clipped, hard sound. His eyes had lost all depth, become pinpoints of blued metal. His right arm was before him, raised slightly, the sleeve hanging loose. "You are right. I'm fast with my hands, Keenan. Fast enough to kill you before you can wink an eye. That's why you and the girl will get up very carefully and back into the closet. That's why you'll keep your hands over your head." Russell was standing close against the other side of the table. Keenan sat directly across from him, carelessly slouched in his chair, long legs doubled. "Get up," Russell said softly. "You and the girl. Don't move your hands." "Please," Ellen Bridges whispered. "Do what he says, Joe. The money isn't—" Joe Keenan remained still. One of his hands was on the table. The other, the right, was hooked by a thumb in the top pocket of his coat. His gray eyes, narrowed and hard, watched Russell's face. He did not answer him. There was a silence, with only the sound of the girl's breathing in it. There was something impassive, but alert and poised in the stiff erectness of Russell's body. He looked at Keenan for a long moment, expressionlessly. He said, "You're a fool," and his lips drew back slightly, tautly, into the lean brown cheeks. Keenan saw the flicker in his eyes that preceded motion. Keenan made a little sidewise shrug, as if about to get out of the chair. Watching Russell, his long legs beneath the table straightened, spread a little. Then suddenly he shot his body, feet first, beneath the table. Keenan's toes hooked around Russell's ankles. He jerked inward, and the Englishman slammed over backward onto the floor. Keenan scrambled upward, pushing with his left hand the table before him, as lead smacked lightly into the wood. Keenan flashed a glance around the table edge. Russell on his back, the tiny pistol in his right hand, swung it for a second shot, and again the lead smacked without weight into the table. Keenan flipped his hand out, and the big automatic spouted flame. The blue eyes emptied suddenly of light, of life. For an instant they looked back at Keenan with a blank, dead glitter. Then he collapsed fast, limply, and did not move at all. Keenan's lean, dark face stared down at him. He put his automatic back and got up and crossed to the phone in one corner. "Police headquarters," he said into the mouthpiece, winking solemnly at Ellen Bridges's white face over it. It was late afternoon when he got into the roadster with the girl, reversed it around the police car parked outside it, and swung out to the road. Shaking a little, she pressed into his arm. You're a fool," she whispered, looking up at him. "He might have shot you, killed you. I'm still shivering inside. Why did you do it?" "Why?" Keenan moved his shoulders slightly. "Maybe just because I didn't like the guy. There was a contraption inside his sleeve that held the small pistol. All he had to do was jerk his elbow, and a spring snapped the gun down into his hand, faster than you could watch it. An outfit like that is part of the equipment of a sleight-of-hand man, only usually guns aren't in them. Close enough, a toy like that could kill any man the way it killed Peel." "It could have killed you," Ellen Bridges said softly. "And the money wouldn't have meant that much to me, Joe." Keenan said, "It wasn't the money. With an outfit like that, a man didn't have a chance. Major Russell was a rat. There's just one thing to do with a rat, kitten. I figured that staring him down like that would knock him off balance, make him panicky. When Russell was on the short end of 100-to-1 chance, he was cool. And a heel like him had had it all in his favor so long that he'd forgotten what it was like to play it even up." Shivering, Ellen Bridges came close into his shoulder, put her hand over his on the steering wheel. "And it wasn't me?" she asked after a while. "Not even a little bit?" Keenan looked down at her, his gray eyes amused. He said, "That's one you have to figure out, kitten."
Murder in the Ring by Raoul Whitfield. Read for you by Jeff Gerner. Raoul Fauconnier Whitfield, (1896 to 1945), was born in New York City and traveled with his family extensively, spending much of his youth in the Philippines. During World War I, he served with the U.S. Army Air Corps in France as a pilot. When he returned to the United States, he went to learn the steel business. He was related to Andrew Carnegie, then worked as a newspaper reporter, and began to write fiction for pulp magazines. He used his flying background to write aviation stories for the pulps in the early 1920s, then sold his first mystery to Black Mask for the March 1926 issue. He went on, in a serious burst of prolificity, to write nearly 90 stories under his own name and as Ramon de Colta for Black Mask between that first effort and his last one, only 8 years later, for the February 1934 issue. During that time, he also wrote 5 mystery novels, 3 under his own name: Green Ice, 1930, Death in a Bowl, 1931, and The Virgin Kills, 1932, and 2 under the pseudonym Temple Field, 5, 1931, and Killer's Carnival, 1932. As Whitfield, he wrote 4 juveniles, all with aviation backgrounds: Wings of Gold, 1930, Silver Wings, 1930, Danger Zone, 1931, and Danger Circus, 1933. His Black Mask story, Man Killer, which was published in the April 1932 issue, was filmed as Private Detective 62 by Paramount in 1933. Michael Curtis was the director, and the comic crime story starred William Powell and Margaret Lindsay. Murder in the Ring was published in the December 1930 issue.
Murder in the Ring. A fighter with promise of the big money and a gang that wants the split. Gus Monkley watched Pardo crowd the blonde slugger into a neutral corner, work his huge arms like battering rams. The garden crowd was on its feet. The arena was shrill with sound. Across the ring, Gus saw Eddie Fease, his white face twisted as he shouted at his blonde fighter. There was a sudden silence from the crowd. Gus got his eyes on Pardo again. The 7-foot giant was stepping back. He was grinning. Mike Connell sagged forward as Pardo backed away. He went to his knees. The crowd roared again. Pardo lowered his guard and glanced towards Gus. The manager's face twisted with fear. Connell pitched upward and forward. The referee had his back turned to the blonde fighter. He was waving Pardo to a neutral corner. Connell ripped up a short right arm, and then the referee was between the two men. Pardo muttered something as the referee stepped away. The dark-haired fighter shoved a huge right glove in Connell's face, stepped around to the right. Connell was trying to weave, but he was groggy. He led with a left that was short, threw over a hard right. The right glanced off Pardo's left shoulder. The giant shot his own right straight for the chin. It landed with a sound that could be heard all over the garden. Connell went down like a slaughtered steer. Resin dust rose from the canvas. The referee waved Pardo back. Once again, the big black-haired fighter glanced towards Gus Monkley. The manager swore at him, but his curses were lost in the roar of the crowd. Pardo backed into the wrong corner, and the referee pointed to a neutral one. Pardo stared stupidly at the man in white. Then he went across the ring to the neutral corner. The referee stood beside Connell, picked up the pounded count from Snyder. At 10, he straightened, raised his arms high, pointed towards Pardo. The crowd yelled wildly. Gus Monkley stood up and frowned at Jerry Gold. Gold grinned and said in a husky voice, "He's put you in line, Gus. The next shot will do the trick. Good for $500,000 if he gets by Bali." Gus kept on frowning towards the winner of the final go. Pardo stood in the center of the ring, grinned sheepishly, and tapped his gloves together above his head. The crowd cheered and jeered. Seconds dragged the unconscious figure of Mike Connell from the resin towards his corner. The radio announcer stood at the edge of the ring and shouted at Pardo. Gus muttered grimly, "What the hell? That palooka's too dumb to talk at a mic. Hey, Barry!" Lou Berryman stood inside the ropes and grinned at Pardo's manager. Gus kept on frowning. "Get him out of there," he shouted at Berryman. "Get him downstairs, Barry. Stay along with him. Get him out of there." Berryman nodded and went over near the towering Pardo. He grabbed him by a wrist and pointed towards the exit corner of the ring. The radio announcer started to rave at Berryman. Gus Monkley fought his way to a spot close to the mic. He leaned down, and the announcer grinned at him. He lifted the mic high. Gus breathed heavily through his nose.
"This is Giant Pardo," he announced thickly. "I just want to say he give me a sweet scrap, he did. Mike's a good boy, but I guess I was better. I'm gonna be fighting the champ yet. So long, folks."
Gus stepped away from the microphone. The announcer glared at him. "What the hell's the idea?" he muttered. "You can't get away with that stuff." Monkley narrowed his beady little eyes. "No?" he questioned. "Lay off, boy. Didn't you get what you wanted? They won't know the difference. Pardo, he can't talk. He's a scrapper." He turned away with the announcer muttering at him. A short, red-faced individual gripped him by the arm. "What do you mean, that bum's a scrapper?" he asked. "Better take him out in the sticks for a while, Gus. It'll be healthier." Gus grinned at the short one. "You want a piece of him?" he asked. "Like hell you don't. I'll cut you 40% of him, for 50 grand. Charlie Russell threw back his red face and laughed. Then suddenly, he stopped laughing. "If he gets by Bali, come and see me, Gus." The manager swore. "Do I look that way?" he snapped. "If he gets by Bali, come and try to see me. The line forms on the right." He fought his way toward the aisle that led to the dressing rooms. The garden crowd was using the exits. Mike Connell was being carried through the ropes. Eddie Feast caught Gus's eye and called over to him. "It was just a lucky one." Gus Monkley chuckled hoarsely. "Sure," he yelled back. "Lucky Pardo didn't hit him real hard." He went along the aisle, grinned at the big garden copper who kept the crowd moving in another direction. As he went past the officer, Riley said, "You got a money fighter, Gus? All yours?" Gus nodded. "All mine, Irish," he replied. "I'm going to clean up on him." The copper grunted. "If he gets by Bali," he corrected. The manager chuckled again. "They can't stop that right, Irish," he stated hoarsely. "It's worse than that dynamite cot he serves over the bar. They can't stop him, Irish." The garden copper shrugged. "I've seen a lot of 'em stopped in here, Gus," he said. "But I hope you're right. It's a sweet spot for a cleanup." Gus Monkley went along the corridor that led to the dressing rooms. Humans spoke to him, patted him, grinned at him. Gus grinned back. He used words in reply, but he wasn't caring much. He was thinking about Pardo, a palooka with a punch, a big guy he'd grabbed at the right time. He tapped on the door of Pardo's dressing room. Berryman opened it. Gus went inside, and Berryman slammed the door in the faces of the 3 or 4 guys. Pardo sat on the edge of the training table and grinned at the manager. "Not so rotten, eh?" he said in a voice that was husky and flat. "He ain't dead." Gus Monkley frowned at his fighter. "He damn near finished you," he snapped. "You gotta cut out looking at me every time you knock a guy off his feet, see?" Pardo looked hurt. He held huge, taped hands close together and looked down stupidly at them. He weighed 264 and towered above the handlers crowded into the dressing room. He had thick lips and dumb, dark eyes. Gus looked at Berryman and said, "Get him fixed up right, and let him feed the way he likes. There'll be a crowd hanging around the lobby to see him come out. Go out that way and stroll around a little. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 at the hotel." He turned his back on the men in the room, moved towards the door. Before he reached it, he faced Pardo and grinned at the fighter. "That wasn't so rotten, big boy," he said. "But remember, Bali won't let you get him on the ropes like Mike did." Pardo made a hoarse sound with his lips. He swung the upper part of his huge body from side to side, showed broken teeth, grinned. He flicked his broken nose with the back of a huge hand. "I'll make a bum out of Bali," he muttered. Gus said, "Yeah? Well, ain't that nice? We ain't got him yet, big boy." Pardo grinned. "That's your job," he said. "You get him, I'll kill him." Gus whistled softly. Sure, he agreed, and went from the dressing room. When he got in the corridor again, he moved slowly towards a 49th Street exit. He lighted a cigar and swore softly. "I get him, and the big boy kills him," he breathed to himself. "Now, that ain't just what I'd call dumb." Chapter 2. Berryman ran stubby fingers over his bald head and watched the swinging doors of the speakeasy nervously. The doors separated a narrow hallway from the bar and the few tables alongside the wall. Berryman took the fingers away from his head and tapped the surface of the table. Gus Monkley sipped his beer and shoved a cigar around between his narrow lips. The half-moon scar on his right cheek twitched a little more than usual, and his beady eyes were a little brighter than at most times. Berryman said, "Bolly'll lick him sure as hell. Geez, but I hate to see that coin get away from us, Gus." The manager grinned at Pardo's chief second. He said in his husky, flat voice, "Yeah? Away from us? How do you cut in, Barry?" The second showed yellow teeth and a swift grin. He said very softly, "Be wise, Gus. Hand over a piece to me. It'll be easier." Monkley sat up a little in his chair and moved his head forward. He stopped sipping the beer. His beady eyes got narrow. "Let's get it over with, Barry," he said in a hard tone. "You got something on your mind. It's been there a week or so. Spill it loose." The second kept tapping on the dirty table surface and watching the swinging doors. Gus leaned forward a little more. "Get it out, Barry," he advised. "You're a pretty expensive second for me to carry." A little red went out of Berryman's face. He got very quiet. "I'm pretty cheap, Gus," he corrected. "I'm cheap as hell." The swinging doors opened. A short, plump blonde came in. She spoke to the bartender, waved her left hand towards the table at which Gus and Berryman sat. Her right arm was held close to her side. She walked over, and Gus kicked out a chair. He didn't speak. Berryman said, "Hello, Edna. Where's Hurry?" The blonde looked at Gus and didn't answer the second. She leaned towards the manager and said cheerfully, "That was a nice scrap your wop put up last night. Maybe he's a champ, eh?" She laughed without looking happy. There was too much color on her face skin and the wrong shade on her lips. She had dull, gray eyes, and they were too black underneath. Gus said, "Maybe, yeah." The girl made the laughing sound again. She looked at Berryman and answered his question. "Harry'll be along pretty quick. He had to make a trip to Philly after the scrap." Gus Monkley sucked in his breath and reached for the beer. The girl said, "Yeah, I'll have something. Damn nice of you two chiselers to think of it." Berryman called the waiter. The girl ordered whiskey and White Rock. Gus said in a tone that was too soft, "What do you mean, chiselers?" The blonde smiled without parting her rouged lips. "I figured maybe you might not sell Hurry the hunk he's counting on," she said slowly. Gus Monkley frowned at her and stretched his arms. He stopped frowning, grinned. "You talk too damn much, Edna," he said. "I'm out of beer anyway." She nodded. "How much have you made on that wop, Gus?" she said softly. Gus looked at his fingernails and said that he'd taken a bad trimming on the World Series games. Berryman watched the swinging doors and said nothing. The girl kept her eyes on Monkley and smiled. Her smile wasn't too pretty. "Well, you get the idea," she said. "When Hurry parks himself close to you, don't stall. What he's looking for is the answer." Gus said disagreeably, "I don't know what you're gabbing about, Edna. If Hurry's got the hunch that—" He stopped. The swinging doors moved and a man came through. He came through slowly. He was a big man with broad shoulders and a moon face. He looked a lot like Paul Whiteman. Berryman got up and pulled over a chair from another table. Gus straightened up and got a smile on his face. The blonde said, "Gus has been worried about you, Hurry." The big man moved towards the table. He didn't move his arms as he walked, and his pace was slow. He smiled gently. "Well, ain't that nice," he stated in a homey tone. "I don't like having people worried about me." He sat down, and when the waiter brought the blonde her whiskey and White Rock, he ordered the same. He turned his small eyes on Gus and chuckled. He chuckled like a traveling salesman about to tell a story. "Maybe that guy can fight, Gus," he said. "Maybe he can get past Bali." Gus widened his eyes and looked surprised. "Oh, don't be that way, Hurry," he said softly. "Giant Pardo fight? Quit kidding. Bali'll kill him." Hurry smiled almost gently and took his eyes away from the beady ones of Monkley. He looked down at the rigid right arm of the girl. "How's the arm, kid?" he asked. Edna Harms shook her head. She sipped whiskey and said slowly,
"I hate getting that slug from a guy that was quitting you, Hurry. Maybe I'll be able to swing it again sometime. The doc ain't sure."
Hurry stopped smiling and said to Gus, "Remember the afternoon the kid took that slug, Gus?" Gus Monkley's narrow lips twitched. He remembered the afternoon well enough. There had been a lot of times he would have liked to forget it. He said to Hurry, "Listen, I picked the wop up when I worked loose from Shy. He's dumb, Hurry. He's just a little too dumb. Mike almost came back and finished him tonight. The referee happened to be in the way." Hurry Lassen tapped the leather of his right shoe on the wood beneath the table. He let his moon face grin, but he talked hard. "I happen to be in the way right now, Gus." The manager wet his lips with his tongue, looked at Lou Berryman. He said in a voice that was a little strained, "I've only got 40% of him, Hurry. Barry's got 40. A guy named Langdon's got the rest. He greased me so that I could get the big boy away from the little lake town where I found him. He runs a small club there." Hurry sat back in his chair and looked at the drink the waiter had brought. He whistled a little. The girl looked at him.
"He's lying, Hurry,"
she said in a tone that had a lot of hate in it. Gus turned his head towards her and said in a nasty voice, "Now you keep out of this, Edna. It ain't healthy to lie to Hurry, and I know it." Lassen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lou Berryman. He said in a voice that was half amused, "So, you've got a 40% cut in this giant Pardo, eh?" Berryman nodded. He tried to smile. Gus spoke softly. "Barry's been pretty nice with me, Hurry. I gave him the cut cheap, but we didn't figure the big boy would even scrap in a garden ropes." The girl laughed bitterly.
"They're both lying, Hurry," she said. "They blundered into a money fighter. That big bozo will slam Bali down. The next scrap will mean $500,000. It'll be with the champ, and the champ's making a comeback. An outdoor shot, Hurry."
Hurry's moon-like face stopped smiling. He nodded his head slowly. "Want to sell you 40%, Berryman?" he asked in a cold tone. The second glanced towards Gus. Hurry followed the glance with contempt in his eyes. Gus yawned and reached for a cigarette. Berryman shook his head. "It's a gamble," he said shakily. "He might take Bali, then my cut would be worth plenty. Or he might get licked and go hitting the sticks again. It's a gamble." "Once in a while," Hurry said slowly, "I like to gamble. 25 grand for your 40. Berryman looked at Gus again. The moon-faced one stopped tapping his foot on the wood of the floor, leaned across the table, and got big fingers around the gray striped tie that the second wore. He jerked Berryman's shoulder and head towards him. "You dirty liar," he snapped coldly. "You don't hold a cut on that slugger." Berryman's face got white. Gus Monkley got to his feet, shoving back his chair. The blonde girl swung around and kept her left arm low.
"You be good," she warned. "I'll give you the works quicker than hell."
Hurry Lassen raised his right hand and closed the fingers. He struck without much effort, but the blow sounded as though Berryman's jaw was broken. The second slipped off the right side of his chair and hit the wood of the speakeasy heavily. Beyond the swinging doors, someone swore loudly. There was the metallic sound of a bar dropping against steel. Gus kept his beady eyes on the girl. He didn't speak. Hurry got up from his chair and wiped his right hand knuckles with the fingers of his other hand. On the floor, Berryman groaned. The girl said,
"He had that coming, Hurry. How about Gus?"
A man with a mop of black hair swung open the doors and started to talk. Hurry turned around and the man stopped talking. He said after a few seconds' silence,
"Oh, I didn't figure you were in, Hurry. I was in back when you—"
Lassen nodded his head and smiled. "Keep that bar on the door until I get through," he said. The waiter stood back of the polished wood and kept his eyes on Hurry. Gus looked at the girl. "Take that rod off me, Edna," he breathed. "I don't get this slamming down." Lou Berryman pulled himself to his feet and kept his hands over his face. Hurry said sharply, "Burke!" A medium-sized man with gray hair and a brown-skinned face came in through the swinging doors. Hurry smiled at him, but kept his eyes on Berryman. "Get Barry's rod," he ordered. "Take him in back and stay with him. Let him wash his face, but don't let him use brains. That is, if he has any." Burke elbowed the second away from the table. Hurry Lassen said pleasantly to Gus Monkley, "Sit down. Put your hands out where I can see them. Keep that rod in your lap, Edna. I got a question you didn't hear the first time. You didn't hear it, and Barry didn't have the right answer." Gus Monkley lifted an empty beer glass with fingers that didn't shake and tried to moisten his thin lips. He set it down and smiled at Hurry. "You can't get a cut in on Pardo, not by slugging," he said. Hurry leaned his broad shoulders and big head across the table surface. He said coldly, "The beer racket got too tough for you, Gus, and when you pulled out, you left me holding the bag. We needed guts and guns, and you took a little of each with you. You cost me money. I figured on getting some of it back. I'll gamble for it. 20 grand for a 40% cut-in on Pardo." Gus swore. "You just offered Barry 25 grand, he stated grimly. The round-faced one grinned. "He didn't have it to sell," he replied. "And it was different 5 minutes ago." The manager shrugged. "If Pardo loses to Bali, he won't be worth 20 grand to you." "I don't get it all, Hurry. The big boy gets his share." The girl laughed. Hurry kept on grinning. "I'll bet you treat him square," he said mockingly. "You get 60% of what's left after you settle with him, Gus. I get 40. That guy you said got 20, he don't. I got a good shyster we can get tonight. He'll fix the papers." Gus narrowed his little eyes on Lassen's. He shook his head. "What I've got of that palooka, I'm keeping," he said slowly. "I don't owe you anything, Hurry. I played with you, and I quit clean. I dug up Pardo. He's dumb as hell. What he knows, I taught him." The blonde chuckled.
And he's still dumb as hell,
she muttered. Hurry nodded agreeably. "Just the same," he said quietly. "I got a hunch he's going to take Bali." Gus shook his head. "We may pick up a few grand in the sticks after Bali takes him," he said. "But you'd be making a bad buy-in, Hurry." Hurry lighted a cigarette and started tapping the floor with a foot again. Gus was getting nervous. The girl said,
"Take him in back and give him the works, Harry. He's lying, and he's yellow. He got me this slug in the arm."
The moon-faced one shook his head. He smiled at the manager. "You a slow-shifting kid," he said. "Gus used to be real fast at the wheel. We got out of places in a hurry when Gus was working with us." There was a little silence. The blonde shifted around and swore.
"Giant Pardo looks good," she said. "I've seen a flock of big boys. Get your cut, Hurry. Gus is a rat."
The manager swung on the blonde. "The next slug won't get you in the arm, Edna," he stated coldly. "You hate out loud. Not so good." Lassen frowned. "Gus is all right, kid," he told the girl. "It would just be too bad if his big boy didn't get inside the ropes with Bali." The manager sat back in his chair and kept his eyes on Hurry's. His hands were on the surface of the table near the beer glass. "If anything happens to Pardo, I'll know who made it happen," he said slowly. Hurry tilted his chair away from the table and looked pleased with himself. "Sure. But will you be able to prove it?" he mocked. Gus sucked in his breath sharply, leaned forward, and spoke in a hard, low voice. "You keep off, Hurry. I'm square with you. I'm gambling on the giant, and I'm playing it alone. You stay outside, see?" The big man leaned back and nodded. He spoke in a pleasant voice. "You got a week to fix me up, Gus. I'm staying near here, and Callahan can tell you where. I'll see that he does. I'm paying 20 grand for a 40% share of your take on Giant Pardo. I don't care how much your take is. It's plenty, I know that. I'll gamble that your boy gets the big shot with the champ. If you don't see it my way..." He shrugged. Gus's voice got a little tough. "You lay off, Pardo," he said. "If you fix him so he can't..." He stopped as Hurry shoved back his chair slowly and got to his feet. The blonde threw a neckpiece over her left arm and hand, got up. She said softly,
Better be good, Gus. You might be taking a count yourself. It ain't so easy to get over the ropes.
Gus Monkley spoke through lips that were pressed together.
I ain't inside the ropes.
Hurry Lassen said from a spot beside the swinging doors, "No? Well, do some thinking, Gus." He went outside. The girl followed him. The waiter came around and looked at Gus.
How about the drinks?
He asked. The manager paid for them, got up and went into the back room. Burke was gone. Berryman was holding a wet rag to his jaw. He said thickly,
"That dirty killer."
Gus swore softly. He said, "You stay here. I'll get you a drink. We've got to watch ourselves, Barry. It don't look so good." Lou Berryman cursed thickly. Gus Monkley went back along the bar and ordered 2 drinks. The waiter frowned at him when he set them down, glanced towards the table at which the 4 of them had been seated.
"They come tough and shy," he observed. "That Lassen, he don't feel good tonight."
Gus lifted the drinks and smiled with his beady eyes on the yellow-red liquid. "He might be feeling worse," he said slowly. "Some night." Chapter 3. Little Andy came into Bryant's gym and stood near the mats piled along the wall. He watched Giant Pardo swinging lazily at a punching bag, moved his eyes towards the figure of Gus Monkley. Pardo's manager stood alone, a short distance from a group of sports writers who were watching the big fighter. Little Andy was small. He had red hair and blue, watery eyes. They went to the slightly crouched form of Pardo. He smiled.
"Big brute," he breathed. "But the slugs fix 'em all."
He leaned against a mat standing on end, half-rolled. After a few minutes, Gus Monkley called to his fighter.
"All right, Giant, that'll do. Get a shower and rub. I'll see you around here. Make it fast."
Pardo stopped his slow-motion punching and turned towards his manager. He grinned. Gus looked towards the wall and the mats. He saw Little Andy. His body stiffened. The little fellow made a motion with his head. Gus stared at him. Little Andy leaned against the mat and waited. He smiled pleasantly. Pardo went away from the punching bag towards the dressing rooms. A few of the sports writers went with him. Gus moved over and stood looking at Little Andy. They were some distance from the nearest humans.
"You got guts coming up here,"
Gus said tightly. Little Andy continued to smile. It was a lip smile. His eyes held a vacant expression.
"Boss sent me," he replied. "He told me not to get hurt. He gave me a message for you."
Gus said,
"Yeah?"
The little fellow nodded.
"That's right," he replied. "He said to tell you that if he didn't get a cut of that prize hunk of beef, there was a jingle you had better read."
The manager frowned.
"Yes,"
he said.
"What jingle?"
Little Andy scratched his head and smiled with his eyes this time.
"Something about the kid's last fight,"
he said very slowly. Gus Monkley stood close to the little fellow and swayed a bit. He sunk his head down on his shoulders. The half-moon scar on his cheek twitched. He said softly and not too steadily,
"Listen, Andy, this is a money scrap. The big ones are getting aboard. If Hurry does anything that ain't just nice..."
The little fellow looked blank.
"That was the message, Gus," he said. "That was my job. No use talking to me."
The manager straightened. He stared at the blue eyes of Little Andy. There had been a time when Andy had been sitting right alongside of Hurry Lassen. Gus had the idea he was still sitting there.
All right, he replied. "Tell the boss I listened to you, but I didn't get the idea."
The little fellow widened his blue eyes, swore softly.
"Jeez,"
he breathed.
"I figured you was just as green in the fight game as the paper boys have been saying. But I didn't figure you was green in other things, Gus."
The manager smiled.
"Bolly'll take the big boy," he said. "What coin I make, that'll be made in the sticks after Pardo is flattened. It won't be too much, and I ain't going to split it up any."
Little Andy whistled softly.
"For a guy who figures his scrapper is going to lose, refusing a 20-grand buy-in, that looks dumb, eh?"
Gus shook his head.
"I don't want to get in a jam," he said. "I don't want to be worried about things. I'm saving the boss coin, and I ain't running with the mob anyway."
Little Andy shrugged. "You're picking the spots," he said carelessly. "Well, so long." He went out and down the stairs that led from Bryant's gym. Gus stared after him, swearing to himself. When he turned towards the dressing rooms, Lou Berryman came up to him. He was scowling. In his right hand, he held a yellow slip of paper. "Hell, Gus," he said. "I gotta get back to Shy. My sister got hit by a truck. She's dying." The manager narrowed his eyes on those of the chief second. He said softly, "Yeah? Say, that's tough." Berryman nodded, keeping his eyes away from Monkley's. He raised the telegram a little. "It sure is," he said slowly, "with the big scrap on tomorrow night." Gus reached for the wire, read it. He handed it back. "That's tough, Barry," he repeated. "Yeah, I'm sorry. But you might get back in time. There might be a mistake." The second nodded, scowling down at the yellow sheet of paper. "The big boy's right anyway," he said. "And if I can get back, you know I will, Gus." The manager looked beyond Berryman and nodded his head. "Sure, I know you will," he said quietly, but his voice held a peculiar tone. Berryman said, "I better get going right away." Gus Monkley nodded. He reached into a pocket and drew out a roll of bills. He handed the chief second several of them. They were new and crisp. "I'm sorry, Barry," he said. "That enough?" The second nodded. "Connors can handle Giant if I don't get back," he said. "He knows what the big boy needs, but I'll try to make it." The manager nodded. Berryman met his gaze with half-closed eyes, turned away. He went from the gymnasium. Gus went into the dressing room and found Connors standing near a locker and humming to himself. Connors was a big man with Irish features and a flat nose. He was an ex-pug. "Barry's gone to Chicago," Gus said slowly and smiled a little. He touched the half-moon scar with his fingertips lightly. "His sister's dying." Connors swore softly. "Sick? Or was it something sudden?" he asked. Gus smiled more broadly. "Sudden. She got hit by a truck," he said. "You'll be handling the big boy unless he gets back in time." Connors nodded. "I'll do what I can," he said. "You know, Gus, the Palooka's got a chance, maybe. Bolly's a sucker for a straight right. Bell made a bad match the way I see it. We got a chance to take that guy." Gus nodded. "I'm putting coin on it," he said. "You got any relatives in Shy, Connors?" The handler narrowed his eyes, shook his head. Gus reached into his pocket and slipped the man several bills. He said in a low tone, "Keep it quiet, that you're going to be boss in Pardo's corner. Don't even tell him, not yet. I'll do that stuff. And don't talk much, Connors." The handler nodded. "Maybe Barry'll get back," he said slowly. "Yeah," the manager replied. "He might." He went around to the table on which Giant Pardo was being rubbed down. The fighter grinned at him. "I'm gonna take this guy, Gus," he said hoarsely. The manager nodded. "Sure you are, big boy," he replied. "Like Sherman took Rome. Sure you are. But you gotta quit looking for me after you knock him down, see?" The big slugger nodded with his head flat on the table surface. The rubbers were working on his legs. "Me, I go to a neutral corner," Pardo said thickly. Gus Monkley nodded. "The right'll do it," he said. "And we'll both be sitting pretty and waiting for a crack at the champ. We won't wait too long at that. He'll be coming. How do you feel?" The slugger grinned. "I feel swell," he returned. "How are they betting?" Gus grunted. 3-1, with you on the short end. But that's because Bali took the nigger. You'll get him, big boy." Pardo nodded again. "I feel swell," he said. Gus grinned. "You stick with Connors and Eddie all the time until tomorrow night," he said slowly. "We don't want no accidents." The giant sat up and blinked at his manager. He asked hoarsely, "What kind of accidents?" Gus slapped him playfully across the back of his big head. "You might meet up with a blonde," he kidded. "You stick with Connors and Eddie." The big slugger chuckled. He rubbed his broken nose with big knuckles. "Hell," he breathed, "with the blondes." Gus nodded and went away from the dressing room. In the gym, he spotted Connors, went to his side. "Stay close to the big boy," he ordered. "Keep him here or at the hotel, or at a picture show." Connors nodded. "I'll watch him," he said. "I'm laying coin on him." Gus went down the stairs and into the street. It had started to snow. He turned towards 9th Avenue. What he wanted was a drink, and he didn't want it at Cotty's place. If he could keep clear of Hurry Lassen until after tomorrow night... He smiled a little. It would be easy after that. He'd get Pardo out of sight, out of the city. They could lay low. He knew a few tricks that would throw Hurry off the track if he tried to trace them. And then they'd sign the big contract, the money contract. Or maybe, if things got too tough, he'd sell Pardo. With the big shot in sight, he might get $200,000. $200,000. Gus wet his thin lips with the tip of his tongue. That was money. Big money. He reached 8th Avenue, walked northward a square, turned westward again. Halfway between 9th and 10th, he stopped and lighted a cigarette. When he got near the corner of 10th, he looked across the street and saw the cheap hotel run by the brother of Lou Berryman. He smiled grimly. He crossed back of a cab that was going speedily towards the Hudson. There was a lot of noise in the street, which was in the lower 50s. The hotel had signs in front, but no names on them. It was an old building with a dingy entrance. Gus went inside and walked towards a small desk. There was no one behind it. He heard footfalls on the stairs that rose from the rear of the small lobby. There was a washroom near the stairs. He stepped into it. The footfalls grew louder. Human weight on the steps made them creak. A voice said,
"You won't be back for the fight, Lou?"
Gus swore softly. He recognized the voice of Al Berryman, Lou's brother. It had a peculiar grating quality. Lou replied thickly, "Hell no. And if you're wise..." The words died. Gus got his body flat against a wall of the washroom and waited. The footfalls were growing fainter now. They died away completely. Gus stepped into the poorly lighted lobby and saw the back of his chief second. A small bag dangled from Berryman's right hand. He moved away, and his brother came back into the hotel. Gus slipped into the washroom again. He could hear Al moving around behind the desk. He waited almost 10 minutes, then went down the stairs which he had descended before and moved over damp concrete towards the basement steps. They led up to street level, not far from the entrance. He was almost beside the grilled gate at the front basement entrance when he heard the sound behind him. It was a faint sound, a swishing sound. There was the brief noise of breath sucked in quickly. Gus Monkley bent his head forward, dropped to his knees. His body was pivoting. His right hand was reaching for his automatic when the crashes sounded. There were 2 of them. They filled the basement with their roar. The manager swore brokenly, got hands before his eyes, pitched to one side. He lay motionlessly with his body huddled. A figure came close to him, breathing quickly. There was the faint odor of cheap perfume. Then the figure was gone. He heard shouts from the top of the steps near the washroom. A car door slammed in the street. There was the sound of an engine running at high speed through the gears. Al Berryman's grating voice sounded again.
"What's wrong down there?"
Gus Monkley slowly got to his feet. He went outside, went up the stairs that led to the street level. A tan taxi was speeding towards 9th Avenue. A small boy stared at him with wide eyes. Across the street were 2 men. They had stopped and were looking at him. Gus narrowed his eyes on them for several seconds. He said to the boy, "Who got in that cab, kid?" The boy looked cold. The 2 men across the street walked on towards the Hudson. Gus handed the boy a quarter and brushed off his brown coat. "See who got in the cab?" he asked again. The boy spoke in a high-pitched voice.
A lady," he said. "She was nice."
Gus straightened up and swore softly. "Yeah?" he muttered. "A lady, eh?" The boy narrowed dark eyes on Gus's small ones. He nodded his head.
"Guess you don't know that," he said with sarcasm. "Guess you didn't hurt her."
The manager stared at the boy. "Hurt her?" he repeated. The boy scowled at him.
"She had a hurt arm," he said, raising his voice a little. "She was holding it, and she didn't move it any."
Gus Monkley looked towards 9th Avenue and muttered something beneath his breath. The boy said,
There was a lot of noise.
The manager grinned at the boy. He spoke in a cheerful tone. She didn't want to be kissed, kid. Some gals are like that. She got away, and maybe she bumped her arm against the door. He went towards the entrance of the hotel and met Al Berryman on the way in. Al was taller than his brother and thinner.
What happened? He asked in his grating voice. You used that gun?
Gus stared at him stupidly. What's wrong with you? Drinking again? He asked. What gun? Al looked up and down Gus's overcoat. He narrowed bloodshot eyes.
You're all dirty, he said. I heard 2 shots.
Gus brushed at his coat with both hands. The damn taxis, he said. They never clean 'em. Al Berryman went past Gus and reached the street. He looked east and west, stood with a hand in his right pocket. Then he moved out of sight. Gus looked through the open door at the snow, went a few feet and closed it. He moved to the desk and thought about the blonde, Edna. It had been dark down below. She had fired 2 shots. Had they been meant for Lou Berryman? Or himself? Or had the slugs been intended for some other person? Gus listened to Al coming up the stairs. When the hotel owner came up to him, his face was white. He said shakily,
Look at this.
There was a piece of lead in the palm of his right hand. It had flattened out against something that had left a rusty color on it. Gus said slowly, What is it, Al? Al Berryman swore fiercely at him.
You don't know,
he sneered. Gus said in a calm voice, Where's Lou? I want to see him right away. Al Berryman walked back a few feet towards the counter, but he kept his face turned towards Gus. His right hand moved inside the pocket.
You don't know where Lou is, eh?
He said mockingly. Gus shook his head. He said he might have to go to Chi in a hurry, he replied. Said your sister got hit by a truck. I was trying to find out if he went. Al Berryman smiled without moving his eyes away from Monkley's. Over on 10th Avenue, there was the sharp sound of a backfire. Al jerked his body nervously. He stopped smiling.
Think you'd find out down in a basement, Gus?
He snapped. The manager said, What basement? The hell are you talking about, Al? You've been hitting the stuff hard. Al Berryman smiled again. His face was very white.
I ain't drinking. Not these days, he said slowly. This yours?
He took his left hand from the pocket of his soiled suit. In the fingers, he held a leather case. There was still one long cigar in it. Gus whistled softly. Sure it is, he said. Where'd you get that? I've been looking for it since that stud game up here the other night. Al Berryman's voice pitched higher.
You're not coming through, Gus, he said. This wallet wasn't down there an hour ago.
Gus Monkley reached out and took the wallet. He started to put it back in the upper pocket of his coat, checked himself. There was a dirty mark beneath the pocket. Al's bloodshot eyes were on his.
You were down there, he stated. If you get me in bad, Gus.
The manager shoved the wallet in his pocket. He put the cigar in his mouth, lighted it. It was crushed and didn't draw well. He said slowly, I'm not taking any orders from you, Al. I'm asking you about Lou. Did he leave for Chi? Berryman nodded. His eyes were frowning into those of Monkley.
He just left,
he said in a surly tone. Gus sighed heavily. He turned a little. Al Berryman took his right hand out of the suit pocket. Gus moved like a cat. He got fingers over Al's right wrist, lifted his arm. His hand went into Berryman's pocket, pulled loose the gun. Gus backed away, smiling. Where did Lou go? And why did he go? He said slowly. Don't hold back, Al. Al Berryman's eyes were staring at him, wide with fear. Gus said, Better be careful, Al. I got a big money shot just ahead of me. You know that. It means a lot. Lou's been living here with you, and you know things. You always knew things in Chi. You two may have a sister in that burg, but she wasn't hit by any truck. Come on. What's Lou's game? Al Berryman stood motionless near the desk and shook his head from side to side. From the floor above, there came the faint sound of whistling. A door slammed. Gus moved his head forward a little and said in a very hard tone, Hurry Lassen hates my guts. He hates Lou's, too. But he could slam Lou down, where he had to go easy with me. And maybe Lou would see things different like, see? That's what I want to know. He moved the gun a little. Al Berryman swallowed hard. He shook his head again.
Lou went to Shy. A truck hit.
Shut up, Gus snapped. I'll put a slug in you sure as hell, if you lie. Lou did one thing or another. He got yellow and ran like a rat. He's looking for a crawl spot. Or he went over to Hurry. Al Berryman said in his grating voice,
Ella got hit by a truck.
He checked his words as Gus walked up close to him and shoved the muzzle of the gun against his stomach. He spoke softly. You're going out. I think you're riding with Hurry and you've got to go out. You should have had the dose before. Walk to the stairs and back. Go down. If you've got anything to think about. Berryman's eyes stared into the beady ones of the fight manager. He said slowly, shakenly,
For God's sake, Gus, don't do it.
The whistling up above grew louder. Gus Monkley shoved the gun forward a little. Berryman's body stiffened. Gus said, Get moving. Al Berryman made a choking sound. He said weakly,
It's Parrot, Gus. They're going to...
His face was ghastly. His voice was a little whisper.
Lou made a duck. Hurry was coming right after.
Al Berryman's body jerked, relaxed. It slumped towards the floor. Gus got an arm around the man, dragged him back of the desk to a battered chair. He touched Al's right wrist. There was no pulse beat. The fight manager swore softly. He wiped the gun off with his handkerchief, wiped it carefully. He slipped it into a pocket of Al's faded suit. Then he went around to the front of the desk, looked towards the door that led to the street. It was still closed. Upstairs, he heard the wavering voice of the hotel porter, Conlon. The porter was calling Al's name. Gus smiled grimly and went towards the rear stairs again. As he went down, he heard Conlon call in a louder, shriller voice,
Hey, Al, how about them chips at number 8?
Gus went along the concrete floor of the basement, reached the street. It was snowing hard. He walked towards the river, watching the cabs. A man on horseback riding ahead of a huge locomotive appeared faintly through the snow. Gus turned southward, hailed a cab at the next square. The manger, he told the driver, and take it easy. I got a bad heart. The driver grinned, nodded. Gus Monkley settled back in the seat and shook the snow from his soft hat. He said half aloud, That's a hell of a lot better than no heart at all. Chapter 4. Giant Pardo was playing pinochle with Eddie Leach, one of the handlers, when Gus got inside the room. He grinned at the manager.
It's snowing out, Gus,
he said. Gus grunted. You've been peeking, he replied. Feel all right? The big slugger nodded.
I feel swell, he replied. I like it cold.
Gus swore. Not too cold, big boy, he reminded. That's the way we want Bolly to like it. Cold. The big slugger blinked stupidly.
Yeah, he said. Sure, Gus.
The manager said, Where's Connors? Eddie Leach gestured towards one of the connecting rooms.
Reading about how good Bolly is, he stated. Or maybe he's washing his neck. It's the right month.
The giant threw back his big head and roared with laughter. Things rattled in the room. Gus frowned at his fighter, then grinned. Yeah, he agreed. The right month, eh? Pardo rocked from side to side with laughter. Gus grinned at the fighter until he turned his head away. Then he frowned. He went across the room and met Connors at the doorway. What's going on? The second muttered. Gus forced a grin. Eddie told a joke, he stated. He walked past Connors, said in a low voice, Come on in and shut the door. I'll tell another one not so funny. Connors closed the door. Gus took off his coat, tossed it over the back of a chair. He threw his hat on top of it, went over and sat on the edge of the bed. Listen, Connors, he said in a low tone. You sticking with me? Connors narrowed his eyes. Sure, he replied. Why not? Gus lighted a cigarette and shrugged. He kept his small eyes on the blue ones of Connors, and didn't reply for several seconds. When he spoke, his voice was toneless. Lou Berryman isn't heading for Shy because his sister got hit by a truck, Connors. Maybe he isn't heading that way at all. He ran out on me. He got yellow. Connors whistled softly. Say, Gus, he said slowly, is this fight on the level? Gus Monkley looked hurt. You're damn right it is, he stated. This ain't the sticks. This is the garden. The fight's on the square. But that don't mean... He checked himself. He narrowed his eyes to little slits. I gotta have you with me, Connors, he said. You don't run with the mob. You stickin'? The handler swore. Come on, he muttered. Give it to me. What was Lou's game? Gus said slowly. Hurry Lassen slammed him down a few nights ago. He got worried. Lou was in Hurry's mob working beer and Shy. He and I, we quit. Things were getting tough, and Hurry was playing around. He's got a blonde now. She comes close to running things, and she figures Hurry should have a slice of the giant. 40% cut-in. Connors said, Yeah? Very slowly. Gus said, Lou figured he should have a hunk of Parrot too, but he wasn't coming after me too hard. We meet up with Hurry, and I hand him the line that the boy's all sliced up. Lou admits he's got a share, and Hurry knows he's lying. He slams him down. The blonde sits there and thinks a little for him. Hurry tries to throw a scare my way. He wants 40% of my take on the giant. And he sent little Andy around to tell me that if he don't get it before the scrap with Bali, it'll be Pardo's last fight. Connors sat down in a chair and shook his head from side to side. He swore huskily. Gus said, Then Lou comes along with a fake wire and makes a duck. He got yellow. He's been staying at his brother's hotel. I went over to see if he was really walking out, and the blonde tried to rub me out down in the basement. I put a gun on Al Berryman. He was getting set to spill something, and his pumper went bad. He's dead. Connors got up and walked around. Gus said slowly, I've got to have help, Connors. That's why I'm giving it to you straight. If Pardo gets a nod over Bali, he'll get the works. Connors said grimly, We gotta hide him out. He's got a chance to win, Gus. The manager grunted. Chance hell, he breathed. Bell made a rotten match. He needs a coin. Bali's a sucker for a right, and Pardo's got the right. I've been stalling around, Connors. The big boy's in right now. But the hell of it is... Gus got up and went over to the window. The handler said softly, You could sell him the cut, Gus. The fight manager swung around, his beady eyes glittering. I'm not yellow, he said harshly. I dug up this palooka. He was opening oysters in a lousy town. He was so dumb he'd been fired from the one fish joint because he couldn't count up to 6. He was giving the customers 5 shells. I taught him something. I ain't letting Hurry come in. If the boy gets over, he's worth big money. If Hurry gets in on big money, the other guy gets sick. Sometimes he don't get well again. Connors nodded slowly. Pardo will take Bali, he muttered. We can fix up a way of getting him out of the garden without being seen. We can hide him out. The fight manager smiled grimly. Yeah, he said. Well, that's what I'm looking for. Hurry's a killer, and he hates my guts. That means he hates anything I touch, except maybe the dirt he'd like to shove me into. We got to be careful. Connors said slowly, Or it's no coin for you, eh? And the long count for Pardo. The manager said tonelessly, See what you can dope out. If Hurry gets Pardo, I'll get him. Geez, I'll get him for it, Connors. The handler closed his eyes and said slowly, We're safe. While we've got the giant in the garden. If we can sneak him out, Gus Monkley spoke softly. Pardo's going to KO Bali, Connors. He'll give him the count, and I know Hurry. He'll go through hell to square it with me for... Connors said quietly, Why don't he gun you out, Gus? The manager's half-moon scar jerked a little. He laughed harshly. That's easy, he said. He wants me to walk around and remember. To think about the coin I almost got my fingers on, see? He wants to let me know he can still boss jobs, see? He's a killer, and he's a cold killer. Connors didn't say anything. Gus got to his feet, started towards the door. He turned suddenly. "Don't get talking, Connors. You're sitting in now. Keep your face tight. I'll fix you so it'll be worthwhile." Connors nodded. "We'll lick him, Gus," he said grimly. "But we gotta use brains." The fight manager took the cigarette from between his thin lips and looked at the ash. "Brains. And maybe some other things," he said softly, and went into the other room. Eddie Leach grinned at him.
Is he using soap?
He asked. Giant Pardo chuckled. He stood up and put his big arms out. He swung at the air. Gus said grimly, "You look great, big boy. I'm feeling sorry for Bali." Eddie lighted a cigarette.
"He'll murder him," he said.
The scar on Gus's face twitched. He stiffened a little, then grinned. "Sure," he said. "And say, Giant, Lou's sister got sick and shy. He had a wire. If you don't get back for the fight, Connors will be in your corner." Pardo grinned.
"To hell with seconds," he announced. "I'll kill this guy."
"Yeah," Gus stated. "But you gotta quit grinning at me after you knock a guy down." The big slugger chuckled.
"I go to a neutral corner," he said thickly in sing-song fashion. "I won't look at you, Gus."
The manager nodded. Eddie Leach pulled on his cigarette and said softly,
At 3-1, it's nice, Gus. It's a killin'.
Chapter 5. The garden was packed. They were standing 3 deep in the rear of the mezzanine and balcony. The ringside was filled. There was a buzz of voices as Joe Humphrey climbed through the ropes. The buzz became a roar as the big form of Chuck Bolly came along the aisle from the dressing rooms. Bolly was almost as tall as Pardo. He had reddish hair and a pale face. He'd been fighting for 5 years and had spoiled the chances of more potential champs than any other scrapper in the heavyweight division. He raised his long arms above his head, tapped his gloves together. He towered above his handlers. Schenk, his brown-faced manager, was dwarfed as he stood beside him. There was another roar as Giant Pardo came into the ring. Pardo was grinning. He leaned down suddenly and spoke to Connors at his side.
"It's a good crowd, Connors."
The second grinned up at him. "You got a punch and they know it," he replied, "and Bolly'll know it too." Pardo nodded.
"Sure,"
he agreed. Joe Humphrey was introducing fighters who had climbed inside the ropes. The crowd was impatient. They shouted above the announcer's clear voice. They drowned him out. Humphrey raised both hands as the gong clanged again and again. He pointed towards Giant Pardo, seated on the stool in his corner.
"The big boy from the Great Lakes, Giant Pardo!"
Pardo stood up and tapped leather at the crowd, turning slowly. Bolly sat across the ring and glared at him. The crowd cheered wildly. Pardo sat down as Humphrey faced his opponent.
"That slugger from the Northwest, Red Bolly!"
The cheers were greater in volume as Bolly got up and went towards the center of the ring. He moved more gracefully than Pardo, swung more rapidly as he tapped his gloves above his head. Johnny Parks, the referee, went to the center of the ring. The fighters moved out to his side. Schenk was with Bolly, but Gus Monkley was not inside the ropes. Connors and Eddie Leach stood beside the big boy. The referee gave instructions that both sluggers knew by heart, and Gus Monkley sat in an aisle chair just back of Pardo's stool, staring towards the ring and thinking about Hurry Lassen. The referee turned away. The fighters went to their corners. Gus Monkley stared across the ring, turned his eyes on the chairs. He didn't see the blonde girl or Hurry. He didn't see any of the mob, and that bothered him. His nerves were jumpy. The stools were being swung through the ropes. The handlers were climbing out of the ring. The gong clanged. Bolly came out fast and swung a left that missed the giant's chin by inches. Pardo was short with a choppy right to the body. Bolly tried another right that Pardo smothered with his glove. They went into a clinch. Pardo seemed stronger than Bolly, though he weighed only 2 pounds more. He shoved the red-haired fighter away from him and shot out a straight right. It caught Bolly over the left eye and knocked him off balance. The crowd roared. Gus leaned forward in his chair and shouted hoarsely, "Get in there! Watch yourself!" Pardo moved forward and shot another right. Bali twisted to one side. He was hurt and holding his guard high. Gus shouted, "To his belly, Giant! To his belly!" Pardo tried a short left to the head. He missed. Bali got in close and hung on. There was red over his left eye. Gus glanced towards Connors and saw the Irishman signaling Pardo to shove the red-haired fighter away and work on his stomach. But Giant didn't seem to see Connors. Gus muttered, "He's too dumb." The referee broke them. Bali backed away and brushed his left eye with the back of his right glove. Pardo followed him up and shot 2 lefts to the head, neither of which landed. Bali stepped in and landed a hard left to the body. Pardo lowered his guard and Bali feinted with his right, shot a hard left to the mouth. Pardo shook his head and started to back away. Bali came in fast and brought up an uppercut that just missed Pardo's chin. Gus leaned forward and shouted hoarsely. His words were drowned in the roar of the crowd. "Get inside! Get in close, big boy!" Bali landed 2 lefts to the body and missed a hard right to the head. Pardo crouched and shot out a straight right. It caught Bali high on the forehead, knocked him back off balance. The red-haired slugger's face was streaked with red from his cut eye. He covered up and backed away as Pardo went after him slowly. The gong clanged. Gus muttered to himself, "The palooka's slow, but Red's getting tired already. If Pardo can get in a right." He watched Bali drop to his stool. The Giant was standing in his corner and grinning at Gus. The manager swore at him as Connors jerked him down. A voice at Gus's side said, "Got a winner, Gus?" The manager stiffened, turned. The blonde was across the aisle now. She was going to her seat. Beside her was Burke. He didn't look at Gus. Edna looked pale, but there was a smile on her thin face. On the opposite side of the ring, a man was sliding past people to his seat. He was a small man. Little Andy. Gus Monkley smiled with his thin lips. 3 of the mob were present, but Hurry wasn't in sight. The semifinal had been a good scrap. Most of the crowd had come in time to see it, but this mob was arriving late. Why? The bell clanged for the second round. Pardo was out before Bali had left his stool. There was a white line over the red-haired slugger's bad eye. Bali came out in a crouch and started weaving almost immediately. The crowd jeered. Pardo shot a swinging left and Bali got his head underneath it. He came in close and pawed at the Giant with both hands. Pardo shot a short right. His mouth was bleeding slightly. There was a half grin on his face. Bali tried a right and a left, fell into a clinch. Pardo broke away and Bali caught him on the head with a light left. Pardo walked in and started throwing rights and lefts to the body. The crowd roared. Gus leaned forward in his chair. Bali tried to get into a clinch, but the Giant shoved him away. He drove a hard left to the body, and when Bali sagged forward, he stepped back and landed a heavy left to the face. Bali was on the ropes now, crowded against them by Pardo. The crowd was howling fiercely, remembering the way the Giant had finished Mike Connell. Bali bent forward and tried to clinch. Suddenly, he shoved Pardo away from him and snapped out a hard left. It caught Pardo with his arms out, knocked him back. Bali leaped forward and brought one up from the floor. It missed Pardo's chin by an inch. Gus Monkley saw the expression on his slugger's face, saw the grin fade, the eyes narrow. Pardo was facing the ropes almost directly in front of his manager. Gus caught one flashing glimpse of Pardo's eyes, sensing the kill punch. And then, the Giant shot the right. It had everything behind it, straight from the shoulder. The gloved fist caught Bali flush on the jaw, off balance. There was a screaming roar from the crowd, then silence. Bali slumped forward. He hit resin heavily. There was no movement to his body. Pardo backed away, looked towards Gus. He started to grin, then turned towards his corner. Connors waved him off. He went to a neutral corner. The referee started the count. Gus stood up and shouted hoarsely. At 10, Bali had not moved a muscle. He was out cold. The garden was filled with sound as Johnny Parks pointed towards Giant Pardo. Gus caught a glimpse of Connors waving his arms wildly. Men were climbing into the ring, handlers of the fighters. Pardo came out from the neutral corner as Bali's seconds lifted him from the resin. He raised his gloved hands. The crowd shouted wildly. Gus stared at the ring. There were 6 humans inside the ropes now. More were climbing in. He saw Humphrey swing a leg over the ropes. A photographer climbed inside. Connors turned and grinned broadly at Gus. "What a right!" he shouted hoarsely. "What a—" His voice was drowned by the shouts of the crowd. A hand gripped Gus's left shoulder. He swung around. Burke was standing back of him. There was a faint smile on his face. "You win, Gus," he said, "but it's like this." A flashlight boomed. The din of the crowd was dying. From the balcony, there came a sudden hush. Gus kept his eyes on Burke. "It's like this, Burke," he said. "You'd better be careful." Burke grinned and turned away. Gus looked across the aisle, failed to see the blonde Edna. He turned his face towards the ring. There was a crowd in the center of it, but the figure of Giant Pardo did not tower above the other humans. He saw the referee bending down. Connors swung towards the ropes, his face white and twisted. "Gus!" he shouted. "Come up here!" Gus Monkley reached the corner that had been his fighters. He swung through the ropes. A uniformed cop stared at him. He saw Doc Bailey bending down, shoved his way to the doctor's side. Giant Pardo lay on his back. His eyes were wide open. His great arms were flung wide. There was a half-smile on his face. His chest was soaked with water, his dark hair wet with it. Over his heart was a small reddish-brown spot. A thin stream of blood had streaked down from it towards his trunks. Bailey looked at Gus. He shook his head slowly. There was a darker color around the skin of the heart. Bailey said quietly, "He's dead, Monkley. Shot through the heart." Gus Monkley stared at the wide eyes of Pardo. He straightened a little. He said slowly, "Through the heart. But that would mean a sweet piece." Bailey said, "Powder burns on the skin. The murderer was in the ring, Monkley. He was inside the ropes." Gus straightened. His eyes met the blue, staring ones of Connors. The second said fiercely, "They got him." Gus reached out strong fingers and gripped Connors's right wrist. He said in a hard, low voice, "Take it easy. Don't talk." There were several officers in the ring now. They were moving about, questioning seconds, officials, photographers. A handsome man in evening dress with a black mustache he touched nervously came close to Gus. "You were Pardo's manager?" he asked. "I'm Waterman, police commissioner. Your man, was he ever threatened?" Gus shook his head. His eyes held little expression. He looked at the immaculate police commissioner but did not see him. Waterman said, "Keep everybody inside the ropes, you officers. Monkley, recognize anyone here that might have reason for murdering your fighter?" Gus shook his head and said, "No. But how could he have been shot?" Bailey spoke up. "There was a lot of confusion. 8 or 10 persons, perhaps a dozen, were in the ring. There was a flashlight explosion." Coulter, in charge of the garden, was standing beside Bailey. He said in a grim tone, "We don't allow photographers in the ring unless it's a championship fight. There was no permission given for a photographer." Waterman said grimly, "Where's that picture man?" He turned away from Gus. The manager went over to the ropes and leaned against them. He looked towards the spot where he had seen little Andy. The man wasn't there now. He hadn't seen Hurry Lassen at all. Connors came to his side and swore bitterly. "Poor damn kid," he muttered. "He might have been champ." Gus said in a hard voice, "He wouldn't have been. Ralton would have KO'd him. But he was in a sweet spot." He checked himself, turned his back to the crowd milling around in the seats. Those in the mezzanine and balcony were not making for the exits. They were staring down at the ring. Humphrey's voice sounded above the buzz in the garden. "The winner, Pardo! 1 minute and 10 seconds. In the second round," a voice boomed down from the balcony. "What's the matter with Pardo?" Bailey came to Gus's side. "The camera's still there, but there's no photographer," he said grimly. "It was a frame-up. They used the flash to kill the gun color, if there was any, and the sound to kill the sound. Maxim's silencer. 38, probably. The murderer stepped close to him, let him have it. Got clear in the confusion, probably 2 of them. You sure you don't know anything about—" Gus Monkley narrowed his beady eyes and looked beyond Bailey towards the figure of the dead fighter. He said in a dull, low voice, "Me? I don't know a thing. Not a damn thing, Bailey." Chapter 6. They sat in the room at the manger. It was almost dawn. They had been released by the police an hour ago. There had been many questions, but the answers had been unimportant. Gus Monkley smoked a cigarette and kept his eyes half closed. Connors lay on the bed and swore softly at intervals. It was raining outside. The drops beat against the window. Gus said slowly and in a voice that showed no emotion, "He did what he said he'd do. Only he did it quicker than we figured. He got the big boy, but that don't count so much. I made that kid what he was. The champ would have dropped him. He'd have worked the sticks for a while, and then some doll would have grabbed what coin he had left. He'd have ended up opening oysters where I found him. That don't count. But something else does count." Connors said bitterly, "He was a good kid. Dumb but good. I hate the guys that finished him. If you're going after them..." Gus nodded his head slowly. "I ain't yellow," he said. "I'm going after them. Just once. It'll be that way. Just once." "He was dumb, but he was trying," Connors said fiercely. "God, I hate him for that." The manager nodded his head again. 200 grand, he breathed. "They took it away from me, Connors. They killed to do it, because I wouldn't let them cut in. 200 grand. Connors sat up, swung his legs over the edge of the bed. "That blonde, she tried to get you in the basement of Berryman's hotel. That might have given him a chance with you out of the way. But why didn't they try again for you?" Gus said slowly, "Maybe Hurry didn't know about that. He's got plenty of coin. He wants to hurt me, break me. I was square with him, but I walked out too soon. He needed me. He wanted to get even, get square. And he did." The manager stood up and looked down at Connors. The Irish handler's blue eyes were narrowed on his. There was hatred in them. Gus said steadily, "I guess you're right, Connors. Pardo was trying. He was a good kid. We got to square things up. He was a scrapper, but they didn't give him a chance. We've got to take one to square things." Connors said nothing. The manager went over to the window. "Maybe the mob made a break for it. Maybe they didn't. I got a hunch they're sitting tight and waiting for me to come to them, figuring I'll come to them. Or maybe they think I'm yellow, like Lou Berryman." "He didn't have a chance," Connors breathed bitterly. "The dirty rats." Gus shook his head slowly. "You gotta take it easy, Connors," he warned. "They're killers, and they're cold. You've gotta be the same way." Connors said in a calmer voice, "You could turn 'em up. Tell the bulls what you know." Gus Monkley laughed harshly. "Where's the proof?" he asked. "Hurry's got enough coin to beat a dozen charges like this one. Burke was talking to me when Pardo got the dose. The blonde had been sitting right across from me. Little Andy was on the other side of the ring. They'd all have alibis, and I didn't see Hurry. He'd have one, and it would be airtight. Turn him up? Not a chance." Connors swore. "And they might remember something on you," he said. Gus nodded. "They would," he replied. "No, that ain't the way, Connors. The thing is to just walk in on 'em. Maybe we can walk out, maybe not. Maybe we can do the job right." The phone bell rang. Gus looked towards the table on which it rested. He said grimly, "The bulls, pretty sure." He went over and lifted the receiver. He made his voice sound sleepy. "Yeah," he said. "Monkley." His body got straight. He sucked in his breath sharply. Then he relaxed. He listened for a few seconds. Once he said, "No," in a husky voice. After a half-minute, he said, "Yeah, I know the spot. In 30 minutes. But if you're lying, Edna..." He hung up abruptly. When he faced Connors, there was a twisted smile on his thin lips. He touched the half-moon scar gently. "The blonde, Edna," he said. "She's waiting for me downtown. She's alone, and she's got something big to say. She swears to God it's all right. Hurry's crossed her up. What she's got to say will mean a lot to me. If I don't come down, I'm on a spot. If I do come down, she's got a line that'll help me beat it. That's all." Connors said in a half-whisper, "It's a plant. They'll gun you out. They're getting yellow." Just the same, I'm going down. Gus's voice was steady. I knew a moll once that lied all her life and then told one truth. It helped. Edna's tricky as hell. Maybe she's got that way with Hurry. It's a gambling chance. You're on the short end, Connors muttered. I'm riding down with you. Gus smiled a little with his eyes. You're 21, he said. It might help. Connors read a morning paper as the cab moved eastward towards the Hudson. He said grimly, It's all over the paper, the kill story. The bulls are running around in circles. Waterman was at the ringside and he's raising hell. They haven't picked up anyone who remembers what the man that climbed into the ring with the camera looked like. A handler named Lester working with Bolly. He thinks he saw a flash. Another guy says he saw a short, thick-set bird standing close to Parrot just before the flash went off. The coppers won't get anywhere, Gus said softly. There was too much excitement. Maybe even a big boy didn't see the killer. There wouldn't be much flash, and with that flashlight racket and the cheering, the sound of the gun... Connors tossed the paper on the floor of the cab. It had stopped raining and was getting colder. Gus looked down at the large-sized picture of Parrot posed in his fighting togs. 200 grand, maybe more, he breathed fiercely. Connors said slowly, How do we work this, Gus? The fight manager shrugged. It's a small hotel, he said. Edna's aunt runs it. She wouldn't let any of the mob hang out there 6 months ago, but she may have changed her mind. There's one entrance, one exit. I've used them both. The place was raided for booze once when I was inside. There's a small bar in the back room. The aunt isn't inside much of the time. A fat bird named Lippy keeps things going. He's dumb and handy with a blackjack. Connors said slowly, A rod can beat a blackjack any time. Gus shook his head. That isn't our line, he stated. Let me do to Gavin. I got a hunch that Edna's on the level this time. Give her a chance. It may help. Connors kept his left hand inside the pocket of his brown coat and swore softly. We're both going to get finished, maybe, he said in a peculiarly dull voice. Gus said, Yep, maybe. We ain't there yet. You can drop out, Connors. You ain't mixed up in this too much. You can ease out. The handler swore again. Giant was a good kid, he repeated. They never gave him a break. The bulls won't do anything. I want this chance. The cab turned southward on 10th Avenue. When it turned westward again, a few squares distant, Gus tapped on the glass that separated the driver from the rear of the cab. Pull in, he ordered. This is right. When the cab was half a block distant, Gus led the way across the street. There was slush underfoot. Connors slipped once and swore grimly. Gus said with irony in his voice, Careful, don't get hurt. He turned in abruptly at the entrance, narrow and dark, of a 3-story brown house. The brick was dirty and in need of repair. There was a bell at one side of the entrance. He pressed it. There was the sound of a lock snapping. The door opened a little. Gus said quietly, steadily, It's Gus, Lips. Edna called me. There was a muttered sound from beyond the door. It opened a little more. Gus sighed and squeezed through the opening. The fat one started to close the door, but Gus said slowly, Wait. I got one good guy with me. The fat man muttered again. Connors slid inside. Gus took his Colt from a coat pocket and pressed it against the fat man's side. The hallway was almost dark. You go first, Lips, he said. I hate to see you get quiet. Take us to Edna. Lippy said huskily, This is a hell of a note, pulling a rod on me. Gus said, I ain't using it, Lips. It's just for fun. The fat man led the way towards the back room. He went inside with Gus close behind him. Connors stayed near Monkley. The room was small, lighted by one hanging bulb. There was a small bar. At one end of it was a dirty tray with 2 empty tall glasses on it. There were 2 tables in the room, and they had white surfaces that glistened in the light. Edna sat beside one of the tables. Her back was to the door that led to the narrow passage going towards the rear. One arm rested on the table, the other rigidly at her side. She looked shorter, heavier than ever. Her face was strangely thin. There was a bluish bruise over her right eye. She wore a dark suit, and her face seemed very pale. She smiled a little.
"Hello, Gus," she said. "Come on over. Sit down."
Gus smiled with his thin lips. "Take a look back of the bar, Connors," he said. "Lips, you go over there and sit down. Keep your hands in sight." He pointed towards the other table. The bartender swore and did as he was told. The girl narrowed her eyes on Connors. She said bitterly,
"Hell, there's no one here, just Lips and myself, and Lips is wise to everything."
Gus said,
"Sure, Edna."
He went close to her, pulled out a chair, and placed it so that it faced the doorway through which they had come. He could see the rear exit without turning his head. He put the gun in his right coat pocket and said to Connors, "All right?" Connors said, "All right, Gus. I'll stick here by the bar." Gus nodded. He smiled at the girl. Lippy was making a heavy noise as he breathed. Gus said, "Well, get started whining, Edna." She shook her head. There was an empty glass in front of her.
"How about a drink?"
she asked in a shaken voice and moved her left arm a little. Gus shook his head. "Not doing it right now," he stated. "Pretty rotten with your left hand, eh?" She widened her eyes a little. There wasn't as much rouge on her lips as usual. They looked gray. She said,
"I don't get you, Gus."
He smiled. "You didn't get me," he corrected. "But you made too much noise in that basement. You tried damn hard." She looked puzzled. Her right arm moved a little above the elbow.
"I don't get you, Gus,"
she said again. The fight manager said nothing. His eyes were narrowed on hers. She shrugged, said slowly,
"Something went wrong, Gus. I got the dirty end. No man can kick me around."
She raised her left-hand fingers and touched the bruise on her forehead. She said bitterly,
"Damn Hurry. I'd see him burn for what he—"
She stopped. Gus smiled and said, "You could almost play the palace, kid. You can almost act." She stiffened in the chair. Her voice dropped. She looked beyond Gus towards Connors.
"I told you to come alone," she said.
Gus Monkley nodded. "And I didn't," he replied. "What about it?" She shivered a little. His tone was hard and his eyes were hard.
"It's all right," she replied. "Something slipped up, Gus. Hurry didn't get your man."
The fight manager smiled a little. "No," he said. "You got me down here to tell me that." She nodded.
"That and something else,"
she said.
"God knows I'm not trying to make it easy for Hurry."
She leaned towards him and said fiercely,
"I hate him, Gus. I swear I do. I hate his insides."
Gus nodded. He kept on smiling coldly. "Sure you do. And you got me down here to tell me that." She relaxed a little.
"I'm sick,"
she said slowly.
"I'm terrible sick, Gus. I want to get away, to get out of here."
The fight manager stopped smiling. "Yeah?" he said. He got up from the chair suddenly and moved back a little. Lippy straightened at the table, staring at the manager. Gus said, "All right, kid. I'll see that you go away. I've got your ticket." He took his gun from the pocket. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. She cried shrilly.
"No! No! For God's sake, Gus, I got you here to tell you who finished Pardo."
The fight manager let his small eyes open a little. He held the Colt low. "All right," he said. "Spill it." The girl's face was twisted, white. The bluish bruise stood out clearly in the white light from the unshaded bulb. Lippy was breathing heavily in the silence before she spoke. She said hoarsely,
"There he is. Connors."
Gus Monkley turned his head slightly. Connors's eyes were on the girl, blue pinpoints in the white light. His lips moved very little.
"You dirty liar,"
he said. The girl rose suddenly from her chair. She faced Connors. Her body was tense. She extended her right arm, pointed a finger at him. Her left arm was close against the dark cloth of her suit.
"Don't crawl, Connors," she said harshly. "You got Lou Berryman in the clear when we were right on top of him. Hurry fixed it with you, and you got Giant Pardo. I saw you."
Gus Monkley turned his body a little towards the second. He swayed a bit from side to side, but he kept the muzzle of his gun on the girl's figure. Connors said again, "You dirty yellow liar!" The girl dropped her right arm. "You were in the ring," she said. "Gus had to have someone with him. You weren't in the mob in Shy. He thought you were all right, I suppose. You can play pretty white, I guess. After the KO, you went towards Giant with a towel in your hands. You gave Pardo the works." Gus drew in his breath slowly. Lippy swore hoarsely across the room. Gus said slowly, "How about it, Connors?" The second laughed throatily. He gestured towards the blonde in a careless manner, using his right hand. The left was still out of sight. "She's trying to frame me," he said grimly. "She's a rat, Gus. We'd better let her have—" The girl broke in. "I'm giving it to you straight, Gus. Connors is working for Hurry. Don't I know? Hurry was afraid you'd hide Pardo out. You had a winner. He was down the aisle near the dressing room. He was waiting in case Connors lost his nerve. But he didn't lose it. He did for Pardo, I'm telling you." Her voice had risen shrilly. Connor's eyes had ceased to be pinpoints now. They were wider. He chuckled huskily. "What's her game, Gus?" he asked. "Why is she trying to put it on me?" Gus said in a cold tone, "Take your hand away from the rod, Connors." The handler stared at him. His left-hand pocket was away from the fight manager. He didn't move. Gus spoke very quietly. "Show me your left, Connors." Connors took his left hand from the pocket of his coat. He said bitterly, "Hell, Gus, you ain't falling for her line. It's a frame. She's trying to get us spilling lead at each other. She's sitting in with Hurry, and this is a try for an easy out." Gus said with a faint smile in his eyes, "All right, Connors, but it won't work. We won't spill lead. Not at each other." The blonde stared at Monkley. "He did it, Gus," she said. "I'm telling you, I saw him go for Pardo with the towel. They used the flashlight to drown the sound." Gus said, "Sure, I know, kid. Now you sit down. Connors, move over and sit down next to her. Face me." He watched Connors go over and sit down next to the blonde. There was a sound something like a door shutting somewhere in the hotel. Gus looked at Lippy and said quietly, "If anyone comes in here, you'll get it first, Lips. Remember that." The fat man wet his lips and started to speak, but he said nothing. Gus looked at the girl. There was terror in her eyes. "You damn near got me at Berryman's place," he said. "What's the answer?" She shook her head. "I was after Lou," she said thickly. "I thought he came downstairs. I squeezed lead twice and got clear in a cab. Hurry wanted Lou out of the way. He knew he was yellow, and he was afraid he'd run out or play with you. Lou was supposed to do the job on Pardo." Gus said, "Yeah?" The blonde nodded. "It was a hate kill, Gus. You quit the racket and Shy. They needed you. You ran into something nice and wouldn't give Hurry a piece. He'd staked you. He didn't need the coin, but he got hating you for not coming through. When Lou started to go yellow, he picked me to stop him." Gus said, "Why?" She shrugged. "He figured I could do it with my left, and no one on the inside would be wise. I can't move the right arm. He figured I'd be safe." Gus said in a low tone, "And Connors did the job on Pardo, with a Maxim silenced gun under a towel, inside the ropes?" The girl looked at Connors and replied in a hard voice, "He did it, Gus." Connors ran the back of his left hand across his broken nose. He smiled nastily. "She's a lying moll," he said calmly. "Get it right, Gus." Gus Monkley nodded. "It'll be that way," he said. "Listen, Edna, if Connors was working for Hurry, why did they pull the job in the ring? Why didn't they wait? I'd have sent Pardo with Connors." He stopped, smiling grimly. Edna Harms swore softly. "You know that answer. You ain't that dumb," she said. "You'd know who did the job if they waited. They wanted to work it smooth, and when it would hurt most. And they didn't want you to know about Connors." Gus said in a soft tone, "With Connors working for Hurry, they could have fixed it so the Giant would lose the scrap." The girl smiled bitterly. "Hurry was betting on Giant," she said. "At 3-1, he cleaned up plenty."
and then he put the job over.
She's lying, Gus. Connor's voice held a shaken note. You know she's lying. Gus looked at the girl and said in a tone that was low and smooth, You're spilling the works, Edna. Why? Her voice held a lot of hate. She looked beyond Gus towards the dirty mirror back of the bar.
There's a guy named... Well, never mind that, Gus. I wanted to slide out of the mob 3 months ago. I've been good to Harry. He ain't been so damn good to me. I wanted to quit like you did. This guy that made me want to quit, he ain't so good. But he ain't rotten like Harry. I couldn't get clear. Harry wouldn't let me go. I kept trying. Harry said if I helped with this deal, he'd let me out. I played along. Tonight he squealed on me.
Gus said slowly, To this guy you wanted to quit for? The girl nodded. Lippy spoke in a husky voice. That's straight, Gus. That's straight. Connors's eyes were little blue points of fire. He said sharply, It's a damn lie. It's a frame. The girl shook her head.
You didn't know how much I knew, she said. You came along to help Gus, and you came along to get me out of things. You didn't think I'd have guts enough to tell him the truth.
Gus moved his right hand a little. Harry threw you over, he said. He got me fixed and threw you over. He squealed about you to the guy you wanted to quit the racket for.
Edna said, Damn him. I just wanted to quit. It's a rotten racket.
Gus said slowly, I think you told the one truth, kid. Connors stiffened his body. He stared up at the fight manager. He said fiercely, You ain't fallen for the line, Gus. For God's sake, you don't think... Gus smiled just a little. Yeah, he said in a soft tone. You did the job, Connors. You talked about Giant being a good guy, but you did the job. Sure as hell, you did it. The girl started to cry. Gus said sharply, Don't do that, kid. Where's Harry and little Andy? The blonde stopped crying and looked at Gus. Her voice was broken when she spoke.
They split up after the kill. Got out of the burg. They had coin. They didn't leave me any.
Connors turned his head towards the fight manager, shook it from side to side. Geez, Gus, he breathed. I'm telling you, it's a fix. If you don't... All right, the manager cut in softly. All right, Connors, it's a fix. The girl said,
Burke went with them. They cleaned up plenty. And they got you.
She stopped, said softly,
And he squealed on me. He hit me, Gus. He went to...
Connor's eyes were looking down towards the white surface of the table. The manager spoke in a steady tone. Don't get careless, Connors. Keep your hands where I can see them. We're just talking. Connors swore. She's just lying, he said huskily. She's killing time, maybe. If we stick here, they'll walk in on... Gus Monkley smiled. Edna and me, we've got plenty of time, he said. Maybe you ain't got so much. Connor's eyes widened. His lips parted. He stared at Gus. He said, Now listen, Gus. I'm telling you. The fight manager said slowly, Never mind, Connors. You slipped that gun to the guy working with you in the ring. But you hung on to the towel. I got a look at it. The gas burned it a little. I couldn't be sure about that, so I played along. I treated you like you were a white guy, Connors. His voice suddenly got hard. But that's done now. You killed Connors, and you won't get free. Maybe the others won't either. You can't tell. I don't know about that, but I know about you. Connors relaxed in the chair and stared at the fight manager. He shook his head slowly. An amazed smile showed in his eyes. You're falling for her line, he said hoarsely. I'll be damned if you ain't fallen for... His body moved forward. The table came up from the floor. The girl screamed as the white surface battered against her head. Gus Monkley stepped to one side and squeezed the gun trigger. The bullet ricocheted from the iron leg nearest him. Connors's gun crashed. Gus felt a hot pain over his left thigh. He squeezed the trigger a second time. Connors cried out, but his gun crashed again. Gus Monkley felt as though he had been lifted away for a little while. Hot waves ran through his body. He saw the body of Connors roll clear of the fallen table. He leveled the muzzle and squeezed the trigger until the gun was silent. He looked at the girl. She was sprawled on the floor, her face white. He said to Lippy very weakly, "She's just knocked cold. Fix her up." He went over and looked down at Connors. The handler's eyes were half closed. Already they had a stare in them. Gus said in a whisper, "You can't fix him up." Lippy was muttering words Gus couldn't understand. He walked slowly past the fat man, went into the hallway. It took him time to get the lock turned. When he reached the street, the air felt good. There was a bluish light down near the docks. He moved in that direction. His body felt like something that didn't belong to him. There was a moving coldness down his thighs. He walked a little like a drunken man. When he reached the bluish light, there was a lunch wagon below it. It took him time to climb the 3 steps and get inside. A lean-faced man looked at him and grinned. Gus said weakly, "Pack of Camels. Light me one, will ya?" The lean-faced man stared at him. Gus got his right hand inside a pocket and tossed a $50 on the counter. He said hoarsely, "Make it fast." There was a pounding in his ears that sounded a lot like the knockdown timekeeper's mallet hitting the wood in the garden. The lunch wagon proprietor was fumbling with a pack of cigarettes. It was cold inside the place. Gus thought of Giant Pardo and said very softly, "Don't look at me. Go to a neutral corner." When the proprietor of the lunch wagon heard Gus's body fall, he came around from behind the counter and swore. He put the lighted cigarette between his own lips. When he leaned over Gus's body, he saw the red stain on the floor. Gus had been dead 10 minutes when the first cop reached the place. It was a cold dawn, and they weren't easy to find.
The Parrot That Wouldn't Talk by The Parrot That Wouldn't Talk by Walter C. Brown. Read for you by Pete Larkin. Walter C. Brown, a Pennsylvanian, quit his job as a bookkeeper to become partner in a bookshop, then acquired an extensive collection of criminological information, much of it unpublished. From these files, as well as a dedicated reading of mystery and detective fiction, he had sufficient material to make the decision to write mysteries himself. His first short story, The Squealer, was published in the pulp magazine Clues in 1929, the same year in which his first novel, The Second Guess, appeared. He went on to write 2 more mystery novels, Laughing Death, 1932, and Murder at Mocking House, 1933, as well as dozens of stories in the 1930s and 1940s for such pulps as Argosy, Blue Book, Detective Tales, and Black Mask, as well as such higher-paying slicks as Liberty and the Saturday Evening Post. Several of his short stories were adapted for early television series, and his novella, Prelude to Murder, first published in the October 1945 issue of Blue Book, served as the basis for the highly suspenseful, if largely unknown, British motion picture House in the Woods, 1957. It is the chilling story of a couple, played by Patricia Rock and Michael Goff, who seek solitude and rent an isolated house whose landlord, played by Ronald Howard, the son of Trevor Howard, and once the star of a 1950 Sherlock Holmes television series, is an artist and very weird indeed. It was directed by Maxwell Munden, who also wrote the screenplay. The Parrot That Wouldn't Talk was published in the January 1942 issue.
The Parrot That Wouldn't Talk, a Chinatown novelette. Sa-Jin O'Hara, blue-coat devil of the Chinatown squad, had been handed some queer crime clues in his dealings with the slant-eyed sons of Han, but never a plastered parrot that wouldn't talk, not even to utter the 3 little words that held the key to a fabulous fortune. Chapter 1. The Purloined Parrot. The parrot is known by many names, but call it Perico, Papagay, or Parakeet, it is still a remarkable bird. Bespectacled professors describe it as a zygodactyl of the order Psittaci. Howling black savages of the Congo speak of it as the talking ghost. And down in Chinatown, the slant-eyed sons of Han call it the feathered devil. But mention the word Parrot to Sergeant Dennis O'Hara of the Chinatown Squad, and you will hear a shorter and stronger name for the species. For the red-hair Sa Jin, as the Yellow Quarter calls him, is not likely to forget the mystery of the parrot that wouldn't talk. That's the kind of breaks you get in Chinatown, O'Hara said. Everywhere else, the parrot is famous for imitating the human voice, so I get stuck with one that wouldn't talk. We didn't want a whole speech either, just 3 little words. But drunk or sober, that blasted feathered devil kept its beak shut. Then O'Hara grins at you. Never heard of a drunk parrot, eh? Well, this one was plastered all right, wobbling on its feet and making noises like hiccoughs. Yes, sir, I've been handed some damn queer clues in my time, but that liquored parrot tops them all. It happened that the mysterious chain of events began one quiet evening as Yun Chi, the tea merchant, sat in his favorite bamboo chair, reading aloud from the poems of Li Po. Behind him, on a pedestal stand near the open window, was a green parrot called Choi. "Rock! Rock!" squawked the parrot, stirring restlessly. "Silence!" Yun Chi commanded, frowning, then began Li Po's famous moon poem in a sing-song chant. "I fish for the moon in the yellow river. I cast my net with cunning hand." "Awk!" shrilled the parrot, and there was a swift sound like the rustling of feathers. In rising anger, Yun Chi twisted his head around. Then his jaw dropped, and the wooden-bound volume of poems clattered to the floor, for a long arm had darted in through the open window, snaring the parrot in folds of black cloth. And before the startled merchant could spring to his feet, the pedestal was empty, the parrot gone. "Hi! Thief! Thief!" Yun Chi yelled, dashing to the window in time to see a dark figure racing through the back garden. Snatching an antique Mongol dagger from the wall, Yun Chi dashed out to corner the brazen thief. The marauder was halfway up a narrow ladder set against the high spiked wall, when the merchant leaped forward and seized him by the legs, pulling him to the ground. As Yun Chi struck with his antique blade, his knife hand was seized in a grip of iron. There was a brief, sharp scuffle, a scream, a groaning fall. Wei Lum, the merchant's servant, hearing his master's cries, came running through the back door as the black silhouette of the thief was poised atop the wall, hauling up his ladder, then making a headlong leap into the darkness. "Aye!" Wei Lum wailed, crouching down beside Yun Chi's prostrate body to strike a match. The spurt of yellow flame revealed the antique dagger, which was buried to the hilt in Yun Chi's chest. "Mask! Thief! Steal! Toy!" Yun Chi gasped, then gave a bubbling cough, shuddered, and subsided into limp silence. "Police! Police!" Wei Lum screamed to the arousing neighbors and, dashing into the house, pounded out shivering crashes on a gong, which hung in the hall. Detective Driscoll of the Chinatown Squad came on the run from Mulberry Lane, but Yun Chi was already dead when he arrived. He was busy questioning the servant when Sergeant O'Hara reached the scene in a red prowl car. "Yun Chi stabbed to death," Driscoll reported. "This is going to be a tough nut to crack, Sarge. The guy made a clean getaway. We've got the knife, but it belonged to Yun Chi himself, and worse luck, Wei Lum pawed it over trying to pull it out of the wound. That kills our chance of getting decent prints." "Hell," was O'Hara's brief comment. He stood outside the window through which the parrot had been snatched, his glance taking in the details of the richly furnished room. A red and gold lacquered cabinet stood just inside the window, holding a jade figure of Kuan Yin and a vase with a plum blossom design. "Look at the stuff on this cabinet, Driscoll. Here's a Kuan Yin and mutton-fat jade, and this vase is genuine Ming. $1,000 worth of loot right under the thief's hand, and he steals a $5 parrot? Does that make sense?" "Maybe he didn't know it was a Ming vase," Driscoll suggested. Could be, O'Hara conceded. But show me a chink who doesn't know mutton-fat jade when he sees it. Driscoll rubbed his chin. Look, Sarge, the parrot he stole wasn't even worth $5. For $5 you can get a talking bird, and this one was just the squawky kind. Even so, it'll be enough to put a rope around that killer's neck, if he holds on to it. That's the catch. If the guy has 10 cents worth of brains, he'll wring the bird's neck and toss it into the first ash can. Oh, I don't think so, Driscoll. This looks like a planned job to me. I think this fellow wanted Yun Chi's parrot, and nothing else. But why? Driscoll argued. Why kill a man for a dumb, no-account bird like that Choi? There's the Ming vase and the jade. Either one would buy a boatload of parrots. Well, screwy things happen in Chinatown, O'Hara replied. But there's always a reason behind it, and I'm betting this is more than just a sneak thief job. We'll see, Driscoll. As the Chinks say, time holds the key to every lock. I'd say the parrot was the key to this one, Driscoll replied. How's chances of tracing it? No dice, O'Hara growled. There are dozens of those damn green parrots in Chinatown. The Chinks buy 'em from sailors along the waterfront. Some are kept for pets. Others make parrot stew. If we start a systematic search, the news will be all over the place inside of 5 minutes. Our man simply gets rid of the bird, and we blow our only chance. But the Blue-Coat Devils were not the only ones in Chinatown concerned over the deeds of violence which had sent Yun Chi to join his honorable ancestors. The tea merchant had been a high official of the Tsin Tien Tong, which would suffer a #1 loss of face if his death went unsolved and unavenged. Soon it was rumored that the Tsin Tien Tong offered a reward of 500 rice-faced dollars for the capture of Yun Chi's murderer, and that the Tong Council had already voted upon the punishment to be visited upon the guilty man. He would not be delivered to the rice-face law. No, by Tao, he would be taken to a secret place to hear his doom. Death. Death by the split bamboo. Aye, a life for a life, the yellow man whispered. The scales of justice must be evenly weighted. It's a race, Sarge, Driscoll said, reporting the rumors. If that Tsin Tien crowd get their hands on the killer first, he's a dead pigeon. All right, then, it's a race, O'Hara replied, but I'll give you odds that their $500 reward goes begging. But while the two greatest powers in Chinatown pursued their grim manhunt in relentless rivalry, little Wei Lum, faithful servant of the murdered tea merchant, had his own ideas for tracking down the killer. Let the Blue-Coat Devils hunt with death-dealing pistols. Let the Great Tong bait its trap with silver. Wei Lum had a potent weapon of his own, music. Every night the little servant went wandering through the crooked streets, pausing here and there in the shadows to play a Cantonese tune on his bamboo flute, a musical signal designed to catch the ear of Choi, the stolen parrot. In the house of Yun Chi, Wei Lum explained to O'Hara, Choi always make a noise like whistling when I play the flute for the master. Wah! Now I make music in the streets. If Choi hear my flute, he will whistle wherever he is prisoner, and so I find him. That's a damn smart trick, O'Hara replied. Keep at it, boy. But remember, if you're lucky enough to trace the parrot, don't try anything single-handed. This fellow's a killer. Just mark the house and come for me, chop chop. So Wei Lum played his squeaky little tunes in Half Moon Street and Paradise Court and Mandarin Lane, in Pagoda Street and Peking Court and Long Sword Alley. And when he had finished, he would search the night hush with ears alert for the faintest reply from the captive Choi. Then one night Wei Lum came racing breathlessly into the precinct station, crying out for instant speech with the red-haired Sa Jin. I find stolen Choi, he panted to O'Hara. Tonight, when I make my music in Lantern Court, I hear him call out, Sa-Jin, the Feathered Devil is a prisoner in number 14 in the house of Chang Pao. Chang Pao? O'Hara exclaimed. "You must be crazy." O'Hara's astonishment was twofold. In the first place, Chang Pao was quite wealthy, Chinatown's most famous silversmith, until he had been forced into retirement by a paralytic stroke, which had left him with a crippled hand. And to make Wei Lum's accusation even more fantastic, Chang Pao was at that very moment on his deathbed, speechless and completely paralyzed. O'Hara had the word of Doc Stanage, the precinct medico, for that. "Chang Pao's had another stroke," Stanage had reported. "I stopped in to see him, but there's nothing I can do. It's just a question of time. He may linger this way for weeks, but the end is certain." O'Hara placed these indisputable facts before Wei Lum, but the yellow man held stubbornly to his assertion that the stolen parrot was hidden away in number 14 Lantern Court. "Sa-Jin, if there were 1,000 feather devils in dark room, I will pick out the voice of Choi without fail." And Wei Lum's words rang with so much confidence that O'Hara was impressed. After all, there were two other persons in Chang Pao's house. There was his nephew, Chang Lu, who had been summoned from a distant city when the old silversmith's condition became worse. And there was his servant, Tai Gat, the limping Mafu. But Tai Gat, the Mafu, was something of a Chinatown hero, noted for his unswerving devotion to his master. And as for young Chang Lu, a stranger to the quarter, was it conceivable that he would go about stealing worthless parrots on the very eve of inheriting a great fortune? Nevertheless, Sergeant O'Hara reached for his hat. "Okay, Wei Lum, we'll go around to Chang's for a look-see." In the darkness of Lantern Court, the silversmith's house at number 14 had the frowning air of a fortress. Lights, shining behind the drawn shades of the upper floor, revealed the tracery of iron bars, while all the windows of the ground floor were covered by solid wooden shutters. For Chang Pao had developed a fear of thieves that amounted to a phobia. O'Hara's brisk rapping was answered promptly by a grim-faced Mafu, wearing a sham of dark blue denim. "Hola, Tai Gat," O'Hara greeted. "Ala wa, Sa-Jin," the Mafu replied, bowing gravely. He walked with a heavy limp, memento of his courageous battle against two armed thugs who had invaded his master's house some years before. "Sa-Jin, you come for see Master Chang?" Tai Gat inquired. "Yes," O'Hara answered, "but first there's another little matter. Tai Gat, do you have a parrot here in the house?" "Yes," the Mafu replied, without the least trace of hesitation or surprise at the question. "Master keep feather devil long time." "Oh, well, I'd like to have a look at it," O'Hara said crisply. "This man, Wei Lum, is searching for a parrot that was stolen." "Stolen?" Tai Gat cast a disdainful glance at Wei Lum. "Psai! Is this a house of thieves? Wei Lum is gila, crazy." "You lie, Mafu!" Wei Lum retorted angrily, roused by the measured scorn in Tai Gat's voice and bearing. "The feathered devil we seek is here in this very house. With my own ears I have heard it." "Pipe down, Wei Lum," O'Hara commanded. "Tai Gat's offered to show us the Honorable Chang Pao's parrot." "Words of wisdom, Sa-Jin," Tai Gat declared. "One glance of the eye tells more than an hour's talk." Chapter 2. The Police Take Over. O'Hara looked about him with interest as he followed the limping Mafu toward the stairs. For the house of Chang Pao was a corner of the Orient, magically set down in the very heart of the White Devil City. And he had not been inside number 14 Lantern Court since the night, several years before, when Chang Pao's shrill voice had screamed, "Robbers! Robbers!" from an upper window. Smashing his way in at the front door, O'Hara had found Tai Gat waging a desperate battle against two night robbers, and holding his own against them despite a badly hurt leg from a headlong tumble down the stairs, an injury which had left the faithful Mafu with his heavy-footed limp. But the attempted robbery had left its mark on Chang Pao as well. Grown secretive and suspicious, the silversmith lived in a hermit-like seclusion, fortifying his house with barred and shuttered windows, lining his doors with sheet iron strips so that they swung open as slowly and ponderously as the gates of a prison. Tai Got's slippered feet were noiseless on the stairs, but O'Hara chanced to stumble, and at the sound, a door opened suddenly above, and a young Chinese in a gaudy house robe of yellow silk moved quickly to the upper railing. "Hi, what name you? What you want?" he demanded, peering down at them with sharp-eyed suspicion. O'Hara knew this must be Chang Lu, nephew and heir to the dying silversmith. But before he could reply, Tai Got's voice cut in swiftly, naming the visitors. "Police!" Young Chang hissed, plainly startled. He straightened up stiffly, his right hand creeping into the folds of his yellow sleeve. Tai Got's voice went on in explanation. A feathered devil had been stolen, and the red-haired Sa Jin merely wished to make a look-see at the master's parrot. The Mafu's words seemed to banish young Chang's momentary tenseness, although the sharp arrogance remained in his voice. "Feather devils!" he echoed haughtily. "Shall we be plagued with such trifling matters in the hour when my venerable uncle stands on the threshold of the shadow world? Police! Tsai!" Young Chang spat over his shoulder and made a quick sign with his fingers. "Bid them begone till a more seemly hour." O'Hara's jaw settled into square lines, not liking the arrogant tone of this silk-robed upstart, who made the finger curse as he mentioned the name of police. "That trifling matter, Chang, happens to be a murder. Yun Chi's murder. I want to see that parrot. And right now." For a few moments their glances met and held in a tug-of-war, O'Hara's eyes of frosty blue, Chang Lu's shoe-button eyes of cold jet, with reddened lids that checked with the sour smell of rice wine about him. Then Chang Lu stood aside, sullen and silent, but as the Mafu brushed past, he seized hold of his robe and pushed him against the wall. "Brainless fool," he snarled. "Must you open the door to all who knock?" So saying, he turned on his heel and stalked back into his uncle's chamber, while Tai Got led them to a small room on the top floor, a room hung with plum-colored draperies and fitted out as a prayer shrine. There was an altar with jade bowls and the Chang ancestral tablets, and a gilded wooden statue of Kuan Yin, but O'Hara had eyes only for the green-feathered parrot, perched on a shining steel hoop. "Hi! It is Choi!" Wei Lum cried out, pushing forward, but the parrot gave no sign of recognition, merely staring at them with drooping, cynical eyes. O'Hara caught the first dawning of doubt on Wei Lum's face as the yellow man scrutinized the green bird more closely, then saw the doubt deepen into reluctant conviction. "I make mistake, Sajin," Wei Lum confessed. "This feather devil, same for size and color, but it is not Choi." "His name's Shao," Tai Got put in. And the green feather devil, cocking its head and crisping its claw, burst into sudden angry clamor with a raucous repetition of "Shao! Shao! Shao!" "Shao, that means fire or flame," O'Hara remarked. "You should have some red feathers with a name like that." "Well, sorry to have troubled you, Tai Got." The Mafu made a polite bow. "You likey stop see Master Chang? Maybe you not see him again. Dr. Meng say Master goes soon to join honorable ancestors." On the way downstairs, they stopped briefly at the room where the stricken silversmith lay silent and motionless on his kang, as though Yo Fei the Dread One had already tapped his shoulder. Young Chang Lu stood at the window smoking a cigarette. Dr. Meng, the apothecary, kept watch beside the kang, eyes fixed on Chang Pao's withered face. The gray-bearded Tukum of the Five Tongues Council was also present, and Sang Li, the scrivener, busy painting the prayers that would be burned the moment old Chang mounted the dragon. They all bowed gravely at O'Hara's entrance, all but young Chang, who only turned his head far enough for a sullen, sidelong flicker. O'Hara stood beside the kang, looking down at the unconscious silversmith. "Has there been any change?" he asked Meng. The apothecary held a silvered mirror above Chang's nostrils and examined the result, peering through iron-rimmed spectacles which were without lenses. "Sa Jin, the breath of life grows weaker with every hour." "I'm sorry," O'Hara said gently, for he regarded Chang Pao as an old friend. The Death Watch bowed gravely again as O'Hara turned toward the door, but out of the corner of his eye he saw young Chang scowl and make the same furtive finger curse. "Well, Wei Lum, we struck out on that clue," O'Hara remarked to the crestfallen yellow man when they were outside. "Are you sure you picked the right house?" "Sa Jin, I play twice on the flute and listen twice to make sure it is Choi," Wei Lum declared. O'Hara shook his head. "I suppose a couple of green parrots that look alike, sound alike, too. Don't give up your search, Wei Lum. Maybe you'll have better luck next time." "Kuei Lung, devil dragons," Wei Lum muttered as he tucked the bamboo flute into his sleeve and padded off into the darkness of Lantern Court. O'Hara glanced up at the lighted windows of Chang Pao's room. A distorted shadow slanted across the drawn shades. Chang Lu, the lucky nephew, smoking his white devil cigarettes, watching beady-eyed for the dawn of his day of riches. And young Chang did not have long to wait, for the old silversmith died that night. Still unconscious, he breathed his last during the hour of the tiger, which is between 4 and 6 a.m. by White Devil reckoning. O'Hara learned this from Doc Stanage, who had issued the death certificate. O'Hara knew what routine steps would follow Chang Pao's demise. After prayers had been burned and the death candles lit, Chang's body would be placed in its ironwood coffin and conveyed to the Hall of Sorrows in the Plum Blossom Joss house. Then the Tong took him, with the proper witnesses which sealed the doors of Chang's house with paper strips bearing the Tong insignia, seals which would not be broken until the silversmith's will had been read and his lawful heir placed in possession. Later in the day, O'Hara and Driscoll attended that brief ceremony in the silk-draped office of Li Shu, the Chinese banker. Li opened his iron vault and brought out Chang's sealed will, which had been in his keeping for several years. It turned out to be a short, concise document, leaving his entire estate without condition to his nephew Chang Lu. So Chang Lu presented his credentials for formal inspection by Li Shu and the Tong Council and became master of number 14 Lantern Court and its sealed riches. "That guy was born with a horseshoe in each fist," Driscoll remarked. "Chances are he never had $1 to rub against another, and now look at him. I hear old Chang left a shelf full of ginger jars, filled up and running over with rice-faced cash. But I bet young Chang'll empty 'em quick enough. You could see he's just itching to step out high, wide, and handsome." O'Hara nodded. "Funny how Wei Lum's tip on the Parrot brought us to Chang's house. When I caught young Chang making the finger curse, I thought maybe we had something." "Listen, Sarge," Driscoll grinned. "If we start hauling in all the chinks who hate cops, we run out of cell space in half an hour." "But there was a parrot in the house," O'Hara declared. "So what?" Driscoll argued. "Wei Lum looked it over and told you it wasn't Choi. What more do you want?" O'Hara made a restless gesture. "I don't know, Driscoll, but I have a sort of hunch that I've overlooked something. Somewhere." Then came the night when Sergeant O'Hara learned that stronger names than Feather Devil could be applied to a parrot. It was a night of lowering blue fog that turned the neon lights of Mulberry Lane into gaudy strings of smoldering jewels. O'Hara, pursuing his usual rounds, paused at the gilded doorway of a Tong house to put on the black slicker he had been carrying on his arm. The misty fog was changing rapidly to a steady, cold drizzle, and the few celestials who were abroad drifted past like blurred shadows. The iron bell of St. Mary's steeple tolled out 10 solemn strokes, the hour of the fox, as O'Hara came within sight of the glass lantern hanging beside the doorway to the Plum Blossom Joss house, a deep blue glow which floated in the smoky void like a sinister moon. A globular shadow loomed up on O'Hara's left, bobbing along toward the brownstone steps of the Joss house. And as the bulky figure passed under the peacock blue lantern, O'Hara recognized Mark Sin, Chinatown's #1 gambler. He watched the slant-eyed master of gaming disappear through the plum blossom portals. Mark Sin's visits to the Joss house were for one purpose only, to burn silver paper prayers at the shrine of Liu Hai, the money god, which meant there would be another floating fan-tan game tonight somewhere in Paradise Court. And just try to break it up, O'Hara muttered with the wry smile that came of long experience with the cunning ways of the Yellow Quarter. O'Hara even knew who would be the principal players around Mark Sin's gaming table. There would be Wing Lung, the silk merchant, Kim Yao, the goldsmith, Mong Tai, the apothecary, Long John of the tea house, and, yes, no doubt young Chang Lu, the two-handed spendthrift, who was treading a silken path since he had fallen heir to the wealth of his uncle, Chang Pao. Beggar on horseback, O'Hara growled, recalling the many stories about young Chang's unceasing round of carousing and drinking and reckless gaming. Chang Lu had not even made a pretense of mourning his dead uncle. No white sorrow robes for him, no period of fasting and seclusion, no ancestor joss burning in the plum blossom. Moving like a black shadow, O'Hara proceeded through Half Moon Street and into Lantern Court. In passing, he glanced at the shuttered windows of number 14, standing dark and silent as a Ming tomb. I wonder what old Chang would say if he knew how his hard-earned money was being thrown around, O'Hara thought to himself. Well, when young Chang's follies had eaten up all the rice-faced dollars, he could replenish his purse by stripping the old house of its valuable antique furnishings and start all over again. If Chang Lu lives that long, O'Hara thought, for the slant-eyed upstart was arrogant and quarrelsome in his cups, conducting himself with the haughty insolence of a red-button mandarin. There was a whispered tale of a rash insult to a certain Tongster, one of the dreaded Red Lamp men, a deed which might well have cost Chang Lu his shadow, had not Tai Got, the limping Ma Fu, come to his rescue. But instead of being grateful, young Chang had screamed drunken curses at his uncle's servant and hurled a stone wine bottle at his head. Guess I'd better give that blasted fool a talking to before he gets a knife between his ribs, O'Hara said to himself as he groped his way across Lantern Court. The slow rain was beginning to drip eerily from hidden eaves, and somewhere in the darkness an unseen musician was playing a moon fiddle. Presently O'Hara found the narrow opening to Mandarin Lane, and so came out upon Canton Street. He walked past the dark houses, peering up at an occasional lighted window. Then O'Hara felt cobblestones under his feet and knew that the bleary yellow glow to his right was the lamppost at the entrance to the three-sided court called Manchu Place. And O'Hara stopped dead in his tracks, for in the murky depths of Manchu Place, a tiny light winked on and off, and his ears caught a whistled signal, low and toneless and continually repeated. Following the sidewall with outstretched hand, O'Hara moved toward the mysterious winking light. Flashlight, he decided, and tried to make out the vague, blurred figure directing the beam. The winking light focused briefly on the shuttered window of a house, clicked on again, centered now on a doorway above 5 brownstone steps. The toneless whistle sounded again. O'Hara, quietly moving his gun to the pocket of his slicker, crept nearer the winking beam, closing in at an oblique angle. "What goes on here?" he demanded sharply. "Don't move, you! Stand there and hold that light steady. I want to look at you." The beam steadied and seemed to freeze into rigidity as O'Hara stepped forward. But as he reached the brownstone steps, he broke out with a muttered oath, for there was no one behind the light. At his challenge, the quick-witted shadow had simply placed the flashlight on the top step and slipped away into the shrouding fog. O'Hara snatched up the flash and swung the beam to and fro in a half-circle, then clicked it off while he stood motionless, listening. His ears picked out the faint pad-pad of slippered feet, a whispering sound that fled and died. A flashlight in a fog, O'Hara muttered. Now what in thunder would he be hunting for? As if in answer to his question, a muffled cry shrilled through the murky dark, the raucous "Awk! Awk!" of a parrot. O'Hara whirled toward the sound, and when the squawk was repeated, his flashbeam picked out the parrot. The feather devil was perched on the windowsill of a vacant house, seemingly hypnotized by the glare of the electric eye turned upon it, for it made no effort to escape O'Hara's reaching hand. "Awk!" said the parrot plaintively, and snuggled down in the crook of his arm. It was cold and wet and bedraggled, and one wing appeared to be injured. But it was green, this feather devil, all green, and a startling thought leaped into O'Hara's mind. Could it be Choi, the parrot stolen from Yuan Chi's house? Had it somehow managed to escape from its captor? And if this were so, the man with the flashlight might have been the masked killer of the tea merchant. Oh, and I let the guy run out on me, O'Hara groaned. Me with a gun in my fist and him not 10 feet away. But at least I've got the parrot, and believe me, this feather devil gets a #1 going over. Unconsciously, O'Hara's hand had tightened on the bird, and he felt something soft under his fingers, something that made him quickly focus the flashbeam. There was a tight little scroll of cloth wound around the parrot's leg. Steadying the flashlight under his arm, O'Hara unwound the ragged strip of cloth, eyes glinting as he saw that it was covered with ragged columns of Chinese writing in a deep red tint. "Blood!" O'Hara exclaimed. "It's written with blood!" With the precious scroll tucked away in his pocket and the feather devil nestled inside his slicker, O'Hara hurried back to the precinct station. "Hey, Driscoll!" he called, sticking his head in at the squad room door. "Get Sang Lee the scrivener, and take it on the jump." O'Hara went into his office and put the green-feathered bird on the edge of his desk, while he closed the door and pulled down the window. "All right, Birdie, let's have a good look at you. Sort of messed up, eh? What's your name? Choi? Come on, speak up. Choi?" "Ah!" the parrot said, and made a clumsy swoop to the top of the desk lamp. It swayed there for a moment, preening its ruffled feathers, then slid off awkwardly to the desktop. "Hey, keep your tail feathers out of the inkwell!" O'Hara exclaimed. "What's the matter, got a lame foot? You're wobbling around like you were drunk." O'Hara broke off short on that word, and leaning over the bird, sniffed. There was an odor, a most unmistakable oriental odor. "Sam Shoo!" O'Hara burst out. "By God, it is drunk! A drunken parrot! What in hell's going on here, anyway?" Chapter 3. A Plastered Parrot. The parrot wobbled along the edge of the desk, swaying. Its beak opened and a gurgling sound like a hiccough issued from its throat. Then it rustled its feathers and trumpeted, "Show! Show! Show!" "What's that?" O'Hara stiffened alertly. "Say that again. Go on. Speak up." And he jostled the bird with his finger. "Show! Show! Show!" The raucous word rattled out like machine gun fire. The angry parrot sidled away, hiccoughing. O'Hara sat down slowly, not taking his eyes from the bird. Not the murdered Yuan Chi's Choi, after all. This was Shao. Shao, old Chang's parrot. How had it escaped from the silversmith's house in Lantern Court? And what desperate message needed writing in blood to be sent out into the night with a drunken parrot as its fantastic messenger? Unrolling the torn strip of cloth, O'Hara stared at the jagged red symbols, as though he would tear out its meaning by sheer willpower, but his limited knowledge of the broken stick writing was of no avail. "Rock!" The parrot made an awkward flight to the top of a filing cabinet as the phone whirred. O'Hara lifted the receiver. It was the switchboard man telling him that Driscoll had returned with Sang Lee the scrivener. "I'll be right out," O'Hara replied and hung up. The parrot was still perched, droopy-eyed on the filing case, as he carefully closed the office door behind him. "Hola, Sa-Jin!" Sang Lee greeted him in the squad room. "Can you read this?" O'Hara questioned. thrusting the cloth message into the scrivener's hands. "It is #1 poor writing," Sang Lee commented, squinting at the scroll. Then his breath hissed, and his eyes grew round as jade buttons. "Sa Jin, hearken!" he gasped, and began to read the scarlet text. "My name is Chang Lu, nephew of Chang Pao, silversmith. I am a prisoner in the 5th house on Narrow Street, within 150 paces of my uncle's house in Lantern Court. Large reward to finder if this message is delivered to Bluecoat men." Chang Lu, a prisoner! O'Hara gasped in a startled voice. "In a narrow street, 150 paces from number 14. That must be Mandarin Lane. But why in hell doesn't he say Mandarin Lane?" "Maybe he was taken there blindfolded," Driscoll suggested. "If he was, how would he know it was the 5th house?" O'Hara replied. "But we're wasting valuable time. Get your hat and coat, Driscoll, and your gun. This is likely to turn out a shooting job." "How about tools, Sarge?" Driscoll inquired. "I'll bring a pinch bar and a raiding axe," O'Hara directed, and hurried back to his office for his hat and slicker. But as he flung open the door, he stood rooted on the threshold, then let out a roar of angry surprise that brought Driscoll on the run. "The Parrot!" O'Hara fumed. "It's gone! Stolen again! I'll be damned!" He strode over to the open window, peering out between the wide bars. "This window was closed when I went out. That fellow must have trailed me from Manchu Place." O'Hara felt something crunch under his foot. He looked down and found a number of melon seeds scattered on the floor by the window. "That's it!" he exclaimed. "This fellow opened the window and used melon seeds as bait to bring the Parrot within reach of his hands. Then he pulled it out through the bars and ran. And we'd better do some running of our own," Driscoll broke in. "Forget the damn Parrot, Sarge. If that fella gets to Mandarin Lane ahead of us, we're likely to find Chang Lu with his toes turned up." O'Hara commandeered one of the prowl cars, and they sped to the Canton Street entrance to Mandarin Lane, picking up Detective Burke as they crossed Mulberry Lane. Leaving their car parked on Canton Street, the three men plunged into the darkness of Mandarin Lane. "There's the 5th house," O'Hara whispered, and they came to a halt, scanning their objective. It was not really a house, but a 2-story structure which had originally been a stables, later a garage, and finally abandoned altogether, judging by its neglected appearance and the planks nailed across its doors. "No light showing," O'Hara declared, stepping back to scan the grimy upper windows, black and staring as blind eyes. The original pulley bar of the hayloft still protruded between the dormer windows like a hangman's gibbet. A separate door set in the side wall led, apparently, to the upper floor of the building. "Okay, Burke, stand guard here in the lane," O'Hara ordered. "Come on, Driscoll, we'll crash this side door and... Hello, it's not even locked! That's funny." Driscoll's flashlight lanced the darkness of a flight of narrow, dusty stairs, ending at another door. They went up cautiously, O'Hara's hand slowly turning the knob of the upper door, then flinging it wide, as Driscoll sent his beam sweeping over a bare, attic-like room, festooned with cobwebs, its windows covered with heavy sacking. The moving beam picked out piles of rusty and dusty junk, then focused suddenly on a broken-down armchair, to which a Chinese was bound hand and foot. The Oriental writhed and wriggled in his bonds, trying to call out through a cloth bag. "Cut him loose, Driscoll," O'Hara ordered, and struck a match to light an oil lantern which stood on an upturned box. "Bluecoat men, praise be to Tao!" the yellow man gasped as soon as the gag was removed. O'Hara straightened up, staring at the young Oriental. "What name you?" he demanded. "You're not Chang Lu." Then it was the Oriental's turn to stare. "Who say I am not Chang Lu?" he challenged. "Take me to my uncle, Chang Pao the silversmith. He'd tell you, chop chop, that I am his brother's son." "Hey, what is this?" O'Hara exclaimed. "I've seen Chang Lu 12 times. I looked at his papers, his Hu Chao, his Chok Ji, when Chang Pao's will was read." "Chang Pao is dead?" The yellow man broke in excitedly. "Hi! Now it is as plain as black writing on rice paper. Tarzan, I am Chang Lu." This other one is a thief who has stole my name, my papers, and now he steals my dead uncle's wealth. Hearken, Tajen!" And speaking in a staccato jabber that was half English and half Cantonese, the young Celestial poured forth as strange a tale of evil plotting as Sergeant O'Hara had ever heard in this devious quarter, where the bizarre and the fantastic are a daily commonplace. Chang Lu told how he had received a telegram advising him of his uncle's grave condition, and had, at once, set out on his long journey to reach his dying uncle's bedside. Arriving in the late evening, he had inquired his way to Lantern Court, but even as he set foot upon the steps of number 14, a figure had loomed up behind him, jabbed a gun against his back, and growled a command to walk straight ahead and keep his tongue behind his teeth. 150 paces he had counted in the darkness, to this fifth house of the narrow street whose name he did not know. Still at gunpoint, he had been forced up the dark stairs to this dark attic, where he had been tied into the chair and then gagged by a man who wore a black cloth mask over his face. "You've been a prisoner in this room ever since?" O'Hara asked. "Aye, Taizhen," the young Chinese replied. The masked man had searched him thoroughly, taking away all his possessions, even a little jade luck piece with the seal of Wan Te. He added the other details of his strange captivity. Once a day, the masked man appeared to give him food and water, and a few minutes' exercise walking to and fro, but always with bound hands. The masked man never spoke, only raising his pistol in a gesture that threatened instant death if the prisoner tried to summon help. O'Hara and Driscoll exchanged swift glances. Beyond all doubt, this young Chinese was the true Chang Lu. He had names, dates, facts at his command. He described with minute accuracy the very papers which O'Hara had examined in Li Shu's office, even to a small piece torn from the corner of his official Chok-ji. The other Chang Lu, the arrogant, wine-drinking, fan-tan-playing Chang Lu, was a daring impostor who had engineered a brazen and spectacular theft of the old silversmith's house and fortune. "There's cool nerve for you," O'Hara exclaimed. "But this phony nephew must have had help to pull off a job as slick as that." He turned to the young Oriental. "This masked man, did he walk with a limp?" "No, Tajen, no limp." "Hell," O'Hara said. "I was sure it was Tai Gat." "Well, it could be a single-handed job, Sarge," Driscoll declared. "Chang here says he hasn't visited his uncle since he was a small boy, so it wouldn't be much of a trick to fool Tai Gat. How could he tell it was a phony?" "I think the masked man is gila, crazy," Chang put in suddenly. O'Hara turned quickly. "Why?" "Because of the parrot, Tajen. Always he bring this green feather devil with him, hidden under a black cloth. He tie the bird's foot to the floor, then he give it liquor to drink, and poke it with a stick until the bird scream with anger. All the time the masked man mutter curses, and one time he kicked the bird and hurt its wing." "Sounds crazy to me," Driscoll declared, but O'Hara said nothing. His forehead nodded in thought. "I think he is gila," Chang continued, "but it is #1 good luck for me. Tonight he bring the parrot with him, like always. He push it with stick, make it drunk. But while he is here, there is big noise of bells and horns as the fire wagons come close by the street." "That's right, Sarge," Driscoll confirmed. "There was a fire in the next block." And young Chang gave the details of the sudden opportunity which had led to his rescue. The masked man, uneasy over all the commotion outside, slipped out to see if the fire threatened Mandarin Lane, leaving his prisoner bound to the chair. But Chang had learned how to wriggle his arms free, although he could not release his feet, for the rope was knotted behind the chair. And since he had first seen the parrot, he had worked out a plan for sending a message. Coaxing the parrot within reach of his hands had been the hardest part, Chang declared. After that, everything had been easy. A feather from the parrot's wing gave him a quill pen. A scratch across his wrist drew blood for ink. A torn piece of cloth served as paper. With the message hastily written and tied to the bird's leg, he had inched his chair over to a long-handled rake in the dusty rubbish. Perching the parrot on the rusty tines of the rake, he had lifted it up to a small air vent under the roof. "A push, Tajen, and the feathered devil is on his way," Chang went on. "But I have just finished. When the masked man returns, he makes an angry shout and hit me. Then he tie my hands quick and run out, and I say 1,000 prayers to Kuan Yin that the feathered devil will escape from him." "Oh, that was a smart piece of work, Chang," O'Hara commended. "But you're lucky it didn't cost you your life." "The fellow was too busy trying to catch the parrot," Driscoll suggested. "Yes, the parrot," O'Hara said slowly. "We're always running up against a feathered devil. Look, Driscoll, the man who murdered Yun Chi passed up $1,000 worth of easy loot to steal a worthless parrot. Why? And Chang's masked man, with a fortune at stake, risks everything to recapture Shao. Again, why? "That's easy," Driscoll replied. "He wanted to destroy that message." "All right, then, let's see how he went about it," O'Hara said. "He chased the parrot along Mandarin Lane to Canton Street, and then into Manchu Place, where I chased him away, okay?" "Okay," Driscoll said. "I pick up the parrot and the message. That leaves the masked man with 3 choices of action. He can drop everything and take it on the lam. He can go back to Mandarin Lane and kill Chang Lu to silence him, or take him away to a different hideout. So what happens? He follows me back to the precinct and snatches Shao from my office. Why? What value has the parrot after its message is in the hands of the police?" "I don't know," Driscoll admitted, "unless the guy is Gila, like Chang says." O'Hara shook his head. "Well, we'll know more about that when we finish with number 14 Lantern Court. Let's go." "We'll find nothing but an empty house," Driscoll predicted. "By this time, that phony nephew has packed up all the loose dough and skipped." "And what about the parrot?" O'Hara queried. "Does the parrot go with the rest of the loot?" "Oh, damn the parrot!" Driscoll snorted. "Not so fast, Driscoll," O'Hara grinned. "There's a wild hunch floating around in my head, and if I'm right, there'll be a surprise waiting for us at number 14 Lantern Court." Thus it came about that the real Chang Lu retraced the 150 paces which had deprived him of his rightful inheritance, with 3 blue-coat devils walking by his side, armed and ready to enforce his lawful claim to the riches of number 14 Lantern Court. Chang Pao's house was as dark and gloomy-looking as it had been earlier in the evening, although the lifting fog had taken away its ghostly aspect. O'Hara went up the brownstone steps and hammered a brisk tattoo on the door. There was no response, and he pounded again while Driscoll watched with a smile. "I told you it'd be an empty nest, Sarge." Then Burke called out from the rear. "There's somebody inside, Sarge. I saw a face at the upstairs window." "Okay, then, we'll waste no more time," O'Hara said. Jabbing the pinch bar into the crack of the door, he gouged out an opening, then began to wrench. With a crackling of wood and a snapping of metal, the lock surrendered, and the door creaked inward. Gun in hand, O'Hara stalked into the hallway where a silk-shaded light was burning. "Hey, Chang Lu, Tai Got!" he shouted. "Come on down! Police!" Then O'Hara scrambled for cover as Chang Lu's bright yellow robe moved in the darkness at the head of the stairs, and a long arm, clutching a pistol, reached snakily over the railings. Flames spurted from the black muzzle, and the dark stairwell echoed and re-echoed with the explosive reports. The glass panes of the vestibule door fell with a tinkling crash. A bullet skittered wildly from the face of a bronze gong, adding to the roaring clamor. "It's no use!" O'Hara shouted up the dark staircase. "We've got you cornered! The house is surrounded! I'm giving you 10 seconds to throw down that gun, or we come up after you shooting!" A harsh laugh was the answer, and a bullet that tore a long furrow across the wall just missed Driscoll's head. "Okay, you asked for it!" O'Hara shouted as he sprang toward the stairs, with Driscoll right at his heels, both pumping bullets into the upper darkness to clear their path. The yellow robe whisked from sight as they raced up the staircase. They pounded in hot pursuit up the next flight of steps, but as they gained the upper hall, a heavy door boomed shut, and a crossbar rattled into place. O'Hara hurled his weight against the door. "Damn! It's like iron! Must be lined with sheet metal." Driscoll hammered on the armored door with his pistol butt, calling out, "Better give up, Chang! This is your last chance! You catch bullet, chop chop!" For a few moments he kept his ear against the door, listening, then shook his head. "No answer, Sarge." O'Hara nodded. "Bring the tools. We'll smash our way in. Burke, cover the outside of the house. Chang Lu, keep back there on the stairs. There may be more shooting. Sergeant O'Hara was an experienced hand with a raiding axe, but it took him nearly 20 minutes of furious hacking before the metal-shod door yielded to his attack. With the final blows, Driscoll moved forward, finger tense on trigger. But when the shattered door sagged back, there was no need for shooting. The imposter, who had masqueraded as Chang Lu, lay dead on the floor of the room, a pistol clutched in his hand. His bright yellow robe splashed and stained from the pool of blood collected around his head. "What a mess!" Driscoll breathed, kneeling down beside the body. "Put the muzzle in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Blew out the back of his head. Hey, Sarge, look! There's the parrot!" The green-feathered devil was perched on the back of a chair, glaring at them with hostile intensity. "Rock! Rock!" it trumpeted, crisping its claws and ruffling its feathers. "And look! The table!" Driscoll cried, pointing. "We were just in time. He was getting ready to take it on the lam, with what's left of the loot." O'Hara looked at the preparations for flight, at the disorderly heap of crumpled bills turned out apparently from 2 ginger jars, which lay empty on the floor, at a small camphor-wood casket, packed with choice jade carvings in mutton fat and fitsui, and ornaments of gold and silver set with precious stones. "Well, this guy was no piker," Driscoll commented. "It was all or nothing. And he sure gave us a run for our money. You'd think a smart guy like him would have fixed himself for a fast getaway. This room's like a jail cell. Bars on the windows, iron on the door." "They all make mistakes," O'Hara said. He went over to the windows and tapped his finger against the metal bars, then opened a closet and sounded the walls briefly. Frowning in thought, he stood looking down at the dead man. "Funny we didn't hear the shot." "Through that iron door?" Driscoll scoffed. "Say, he could have kicked off with a cannon while you were banging away with the axe." Too bad we didn't get him alive," O'Hara remarked slowly. "There are a lot of questions I'd like to ask." Driscoll was busy searching the dead man's clothing. "Look, Sarge, here are the identification papers he stole from Chang Lu, even the little jade luck piece. Recognize it, Chang?" "Yes, yes," young Chang cried, darting forward to clutch his luck piece, while O'Hara examined the papers, the telegram which had summoned Chang Lu, his Chok Ji and Hu Chao. "Hello, what's this?" O'Hara exclaimed, smoothing out a strip of red paper. "Chinese writing. Is this yours, Chang?" Chang Lu ran his eye over the broken stick symbols, and his voice quivered with excitement as he said, "Not see this writing before, Tarzan, but it is for me, a letter from my dead Uncle Chang. This writing by the hand of Chang Pao for the eyes of his nephew Chang Lu. Having great fear of thieves and night robbers who have thrice broken into my house in search of plunder, I have hidden the greater of my wealth in a secret place, safe from all searching, even by eyes sharp as the needle. Trusting no man, I leave the key to this hiding place in the keeping of Shao, my feathered devil. Hearken to the 3 words he will speak. From those 3 words make 1 word, and that one will guide you to the hidden treasure. Use thy wealth with wisdom, son of my brother, so that the house of Chang may ever be held in honor." For a few moments there was absolute silence after Chang Lu's voice was still. Then Driscoll burst out excitedly, "There's your parrot clue, Sarge! Now we know why this phony Chang hung onto the parrot through thick and thin. He wanted to get at old Chang's hidden treasure, and he couldn't make the parrot talk. That's why he poked it with a stick and made it drunk with Sam Shu. He wanted to make it speak those 3 words. "Hoya!" young Chang Lu exclaimed. "It is plain as the rising sun." "Yes, and it's also plain that he never did get those 3 words out of Shao," O'Hara put in. "He was still working on that parrot tonight when Chang Lu sent out his message. So the treasure is still hidden where old Chang left it, and the parrot still has the secret." Chapter 4. Triple Fire. With a single motion, they all turned to face the green feather devil sidling along its perch, staring back at them with a sullen hostility, as if defying them to wrest its secret by fair means or foul. "Come on, feather devil, speak up," Driscoll coaxed, scratching its crest. "Give us those 3 little words." "Rock, rock," said the parrot, and drew blood from Driscoll's finger with a nip of its sharp beak. "Nice birdie," Driscoll said soothingly. "Give us those 3 little words, so I can wring that blasted neck of yours." "Oh, you've got a job on your hands," O'Hara said. "Shaw's been worked on by experts." While Driscoll went on trying to coax the precious words from the stubborn parrot, O'Hara heard Burke's voice shouting up to him excitedly from downstairs. "Hey, Sarge, here's Tygot." "Send him up," O'Hara called back, and the limping Mafu came hurrying up the stairs, bursting with excited questions about the broken doors, the bullet-scarred halls, the blue-coat man's tale that the new master was lying dead. With grim brevity, O'Hara pointed to the sprawled body lying there on the stained floor, and recounted what had taken place in crisp, terse sentences that left the Mafu gasping with astonishment. "Chang Lu, not real Chang Lu," he stammered. "Can there be 2 moons in the sky? Aye, it is a devil work past all belief. Sachin, I leave house after rice time to burn prayers for old master at Plum Blossom Joss house. Young master say he go to Fantan game. Now he is gone to ancestors. Hoya! The ways of the Lords of Destiny are hidden from the eyes of men." O'Hara questioned Tygot about the arrival of the false Chang Lu. The Mafu replied that the impostor had simply rung the bell and presented the telegram as introduction. The silversmith had already lapsed into the coma which endured until the hour of his death, and Tygot declared that he had observed nothing to arouse suspicion about the stranger's identity. Regarding Chang Pao's hidden treasure, Tygot professed complete ignorance. The old master had grown secretive and suspicious in his later years, and kept most of the rooms locked up day and night. The Mafu was forbidden to enter his master's private quarters, unless summoned by the gong. "Didn't you look after the parrot Shao?" O'Hara asked. "Feeding him and so on?" "No, Sajin," Tygot answered. "Shao live in master's room until he falls sick. Then I move him to Kuan Yin room so his noise not wake master from sleep." "Did you ever hear the parrot talk?" O'Hara questioned. "Did you ever hear him speak anything except his name?" "Not listen, Sajin," Tygot replied. "Me not likey feather devil. Young ones good for eating, but old ones good for nothing but make noise." "Well, you're wrong about Shao. Shao happens to be the most valuable parrot in the world." Abruptly, O'Hara turned to Driscoll, who was still trying to wheedle the magic words from the obstinate feather devil. "Give it up, Driscoll," O'Hara said. "You're only wasting your time. You won't coax those 3 words out of him. Not if you worked on it the rest of your life." "Why, what do you mean, Sarge?" "I mean that this parrot isn't Shao. Not old Chang's bird at all. And it's not the parrot I picked up in Manchu Place, either." Driscoll straightened up, astonishment on his face. "But look, Sarge, how do you figure? Here, you can still smell the Sam shoe on the bird, and here are the ink stains on its feathers from the inkwell on your desk." "Yeah, take a good look at those stains," O'Hara replied crisply. "Those marks were made with black Chinese ink, thick as paint. Since when do I have Chinese ink on my desk?" Then there must be 2 parrots," Driscoll exclaimed. "Exactly. There's been a switch. This parrot is only a stand-in for the real Shao. But I haven't finished yet with the Chinese ink. Very interesting, that Chinese ink. It's going to tell us a lot of things, because the man who painted those marks on the phony parrot spilled some on his own hand." O'Hara swung around suddenly, seized Tygot by the arm, and twisted his hand into view, revealing a telltale smudge along the edge of the palm. "Now, Tygot, suppose you tell us how you got that stain on your hand." "Not know," the Mafu declared with hissing breath, trying to jerk his hand away. But O'Hara only tightened his grip, pushing him against the wall. "Where's that other parrot, Tygot? Where's the real Shao? You know. You're the one who made the switch tonight." The Mafu glared at him, sullen as a cornered animal. "I got nothing about Feather Devil," he insisted. O'Hara straightened up, frosty-eyed. "So, you spent the evening at the Joss house burning prayers, eh? Well, we'll soon check up on that. The bonds will tell us if you were there, and how long you stayed. But I know you're lying, Taigat. You were in Mandarin Lane tonight in the house where you kept Chang Lu prisoner. You were in Manchu Place hunting for Shao with a flashlight. You followed me to the precinct to snatch back the parrot. Then you came back here, back to this house, and murdered this fake Chang Lu." "Hey, Sarge!" Driscoll exclaimed in protest. "You're way off course. This was suicide. Didn't we chase this guy up the stairs? Didn't he shoot at us?" "What we saw was a yellow robe," O'Hara replied, and leveled his finger at the dead imposter on the floor. "This man was dead before we set foot in Lantern Court. I could tell by the way his blood had soaked through the straw matting." "I still think you're shooting wild, Sarge," Driscoll said. "If this was murder, how did Taigat get out of this room? Look at it. Door bolted, windows barred." "I don't know how Taigat got out," O'Hara replied, "but I know he was inside. I can prove it. Look at this letter of Chang Pao's about the parrot. Here's that Chinese ink again, a fresh smudge right across one corner. Taigat handled this letter within the past hour." "Not so!" the Mafu cried out. "It is a #1 lie." "I still don't see it, Sarge," Driscoll argued. "If you're right, why didn't Taigat keep this letter for himself, or else destroy it? It's the key to the whole thing." "Wrong," O'Hara corrected sharply. "The parrot is the real key. What's the letter worth if you haven't got Shao, the real Shao, to give you the 3 words? O'Hara eyed the Mafu in cold appraisal. "Your little game is all washed up, Taigat. You'll do no more hunting for Chang Pao's treasure, because you're going to jail for a long, long time. So you might as well hand over that other parrot. I know you've got it hidden somewhere in this house, and I'll find it, if I have to take the place apart brick by brick." Taigat's tongue moved uneasily across his lips, his eyes darting here and there as if seeking an avenue of escape. But as O'Hara's hand gripped him in warning, his momentary panic passed. His slant-eyed face settled into the imperturbable mask of the Oriental. "The Lords of Destiny frown upon me. Wah! I strive no more against the tide of evil fortune. Release your hands, Sajin, and I will deliver the true Shao into your keeping. He is hidden in the Kuan Yin room." "No more tricks," O'Hara warned, alert for a treacherous move, as he followed the limping Mafu into the little prayer room. Taigat lifted the gilded statue of Kuan Yin to the floor, and then pulled away the black cloth which covered its pedestal. And there, under the stand, prisoned in a square wire cage, sat Shao, the real Shao, bound to silence by an ingenious wire gag fastened over its beak. Taigat took out the bird and perched it on his forefinger. "Shao not talk for me, not tell me the 3 words of wealth," the Mafu said softly. Then his face contorted with sudden rage, and his voice rose to a snarling screech. "Now I fix so he tell no one!" And Taigat seized the parrot by the neck, twisted its head around with one vicious swirl, and hurled the dead feather devil at O'Hara's head. "Wang Pu Tao!" the Mafu snarled, wrenching free from O'Hara's clutching grasp and springing for the door, no longer the limping Mafu, but a frenzied killer darting toward escape with full striding vigor, twisting away from Driscoll, hurling Chang Lu aside, slamming the door behind him to delay pursuit. "The stairs!" O'Hara shouted, wrenching open the door, gun in hand. But Taigat was not racing down the steps. The wily Mafu had darted into the room where the false Chang Lu lay dead, and flung up the sash of the far window. The 2 detectives reached the battered doorway in time to see Taigat lift 1 foot to the sill, as the seemingly solid web of iron bars swung outward in their wooden frame like a grilled gate. Driscoll fired and missed, but Taigat turned at bay, snarling, reaching for a shelf that held an array of bottles and drinking bowls. With the fury of a madman, he hurled stone bottles and porcelain cups and pottery jugs in a crashing barrage that filled the air with flying splinters and the rising fumes of rice wine and white Chinese whiskey. O'Hara stumbled backwards as a stone bottle caught him on the shoulder, while Driscoll crumpled and fell under the impact of a blue-glazed Sam shoe jar, his second shot plowing wildly into the ceiling. Tygot took advantage of the momentary confusion to scramble out over the sill, and by the time O'Hara reached the window, the Mafu had left the narrow outside ledge and was crawling up the steep slant of the shingled roof. "Come back here, or I'll shoot!" O'Hara warned, leveling his .38. Tygot turned his head, spitting curses as he glared down at the detective. Then his handhold slipped. O'Hara leaned far out, snatching at the blue sham as Tygot slid past, but the cloth tore away from his straining fingers. For one sickening moment, the Mafu held fast to the rain spout, then the frail metal sagged and snapped off. O'Hara's ears rang with the Mafu's last wild cry. He heard the dull thump as the body landed on the hard brick pavement 3 stories below. He saw Burke come running from the house, his flashlight probing the darkness. But he knew that Tygot was dead, even before Burke's terse shout reached up to him. By that time, Driscoll was stirring again, brushing aside the broken pieces of blue pottery. "Are you all right?" O'Hara asked. I'm okay, Sarge." Driscoll managed a crooked grin as he tenderly explored the lump on his head. "Hey, what about Tygot? Did he get away?" "A permanent getaway," O'Hara replied grimly. "He slipped and fell from the roof. Not a bad little trick, this window with the phony bars. Now you see how he made that other getaway earlier tonight." Driscoll shook his head. "Oh, white or yellow, Sarge, they don't come any slicker than Tygot. Everything phony. Phony parrots, phony nephews, phony suicides. Yes, even a phony limp. And the guy hooked us at the end, too. There's Shao, dead as a doornail. That damn Mafu now will never get those 3 words." O'Hara turned to young Chang with a wide gesture that took in the cash and jades and jewelry spread out on the table. "Well, Chang, there's what's left of your inheritance, and of course you'll have the house and the furnishings, so you won't exactly starve." "Oh, can't say, Sajin," young Chang said with a grateful bow. "What remains is wealth far beyond my simple needs." "That's the spirit," O'Hara commended. "With the Parrot dead, perhaps we'll never find the rest of your uncle's money." "Yes," Driscoll agreed. "Parrot or no Parrot, you can bet Tygot and his pal gave this house a #1 going over, and no dice." He went over to the table and stood looking at the heaped-up valuables. "The way I figure it, Sarge, they got the jitters when the Parrot escaped with Chang's message and started packing up to take it on the lam. Then Tygot got the bright idea of bumping off his pal and letting the dead man take the rep." "I think it goes even deeper than that," O'Hara put in. "I believe that this false nephew was only a stooge for Tygot's scheming. I doubt if he knew anything about the Parrot or the hidden treasure." "But Chang Pao's letter!" Driscoll exclaimed. "We found it in his pocket." "Yes, but don't forget the smudge of China ink from Tygot's fingers," O'Hara replied. "I'll never be able to prove it now, but I'd bet Tygot planted that letter after the murder, to make the job look even more complete. He'd still have the inside track so long as he had the real Shao under cover." O'Hara opened out Chang Pao's fateful letter and stood staring at it for a moment. "I'm convinced that Tygot engineered this whole job from start to finish. Very likely he got hold of this letter when Chang Pao had his second stroke, and started the ball rolling by stealing Yuan Chi's Parrot as a stand-in for Shao. But the Parrot wouldn't talk, and old Chang was obviously on his deathbed, so he cooked up this scheme to install a false heir while he went on searching for the hidden treasure. However, his stooge got out of control, drinking and gambling and quarreling, throwing away the money too fast to suit Tygot. So when the Parrot got away from Mandarin Lane with the message, he saw a chance to eliminate his partner. His first job was to get Shao back in his possession. With that done, he scurried back to Lantern Court, fixed up the phony Parrot with China ink and Sam Shoe, and then disposed of his pal. By treachery, no doubt. He put on the yellow robe to fool us, fired a volley, then dashed in here, bolted the door, put the yellow robe back on the dead man, and made his getaway over the roofs. That's my line on what happened. It sounds okay to me, Sarge, Driscoll agreed. That Joss House alibi will turn out to be as phony as Tygot's limp. Phew! Smell the Sam Shoe, Sarge? I'm splashed all over from that damn jar. If I don't get these clothes off quick, I'll get a drunk on, just smelling the stuff. O'Hara pointed to the dripping stain on the wall, where the blue jar had smashed. You're lucky Tygot didn't aim a couple of inches lower, Driscoll, or you'd have been a gone goose. Hey, what's this? O'Hara bent down and picked up a lustrous pink globule from the debris on the floor, and as he held it between thumb and forefinger, his eyes lit with excitement. A pearl! He exclaimed. A big one, a beauty! And look, here's another one, and another! By that time, Driscoll and young Chang had joined the hunt, eagerly turning over the jagged fragments of the Sam Shoe jar. They found more pearls, many more, some rolling free, others embedded in a kind of waxy tallow, which still clung to the broken jar. Pearls! A fortune in pearls! O'Hara exclaimed, when they had finished their searching, and young Chang Lu's hands held the gleaming heap of lustrous sea gems. Old Chang Pao dropped them into the Sam Shoe jar, then poured wax over them to seal them to the bottom. It's his hidden treasure. I'll say it was hidden, Driscoll put in. Why, even if you poured out the liquor and looked inside the jar, you wouldn't notice anything. Unless you smashed the jar, you'd never find 'em. And suddenly the solution to the strange riddle of the old silversmith's parrot flashed into O'Hara's mind. He turned excitedly to Chang Lu. Listen, Chang, the parrot's name was Shao, wasn't it? And Shao is the Chinese word for fire. But the parrot always squawked out its name 3 times. Shao, Shao, Shao. Get it? The 3-word key to your uncle's hidden treasure wasn't 3 different words, as Tygot thought, but only 1 word repeated 3 times. Fire, fire, fire. Follow your uncle's directions. Make 1 word of the 3, and what do you have? 3 times fire. Triple fire. Hi! Young Chang exclaimed. Triple fire! It is the name for Sam Shoe. Exactly, O'Hara said. Sam Shoe is a powerful liquor distilled 3 times. It's as clear as crystal, once you get on the right track. Perhaps the parrot always squawked its name 3 times, and that's what gave your uncle the idea for hiding the pearls in a Sam Shoe bottle. Well, I'll be damned, Driscoll exploded. Think of that! Tygot prodding the parrot for its secret, and the bird screaming the answer at him all the time. And maybe the Sam Shoe he gave it was poured from this very jar. Yes, it's strange the way things work out sometimes, O'Hara said thoughtfully. You know, Driscoll, sometimes I almost believe those invisible lords of destiny that Chinks are always talking about do take a hand in things.
Let the Dead Alone by Merle Constaner. Read for you by Oliver Wyman. Merle Constaner, 1902 to 1979, was born in Ohio and graduated from Vanderbilt University, then returned to Ohio, where he lived for the rest of his life. He wrote prolifically for the detective pulps, creating several series characters that were somewhat unusual for their venues, because they were less hard-boiled than humorous. Perhaps his best-known series features Wardlow Rock, known as the Dean, an eccentric genius in the mold of Sherlock Holmes and Nero Wolfe. His Watson, or Archie Goodwin, is Benton, Ben Matthews, who serves as both an assistant as well as the chronicler of the tales. There is even a Mrs. Hudson-like landlady, Mrs. Duffy, who runs the rooming house in which the detectives live. Not surprisingly, just as Inspector Lestrade calls on Holmes for help and Inspector Kramer visits Wolfe, Lieutenant Mallory consults the Dean when a case seems too complex or outre to be solved by the police department. There were 19 stories published in Dime Detective between 1940 and 1945, collected in book form by editor Robert Weinberg in The Complete Adventures of the Dean, 2004. For Black Mask, he wrote a series of 11 humorous tales about Luther McGavick, a private detective who works for Atherton Brown, who runs a Memphis-based agency. Most have rural settings. Constanter's only mystery novel was Hearse of a Different Color, 1952, though he had numerous Western novels and pulp stories published. Let the Dead Alone, the first McGavick tale, was published in the July 1942 issue.
Let the Dead Alone. Chapter 1. The Roofing Nail. The first thing McGavick noticed when he entered the chief's office was that the old man was wearing a clean collar. "I see you freshened up your neckwear," McGavick said. "Are you anticipating early burial?" The old man glared at him with salty, inflamed eyes. "I've got on my traveling clothes. For the first time in 20 years, I'm going to leave my desk and go out on a case. This thing is too important to me to sublet to any slipshod hired help. I'm handling it myself, and I'm taking you along with me. We're leaving immediately. You can buy a toothbrush at a drugstore." McGavick was small, sinewy, tough. His coarse black hair was cut in a short pompadour, and there was a dusting of tweedy gray at his temples. He had a selfish, taunting quality about him that aroused instant animal antagonism in total strangers. He'd worked for every major agency in the country. A genius at getting results. He was a hard man to take. McGavick flushed. "I work alone and you know it. I came here to Memphis and you gave me a berth. You like what I bring in, but you don't want to know about my methods. I work on a roving license, one that you cooked up yourself, a contract that you can repudiate if things get too hot. What is this big-time job?" The chief corrected him. "It's not big time. It's just personal. A cousin of mine, a second cousin, had a little trouble with a friend of his. He wouldn't stay alive. Cousin Malcolm lives at a place called Bartonville, a hill town back by the Tennessee-Mississippi line. He just telephoned me. He's in some sort of a hole. He says that blood is thicker than water and that he thinks I can handle the affair with greater delicacy than the local law enforcement. It seems to be an emergency. I thought we'd run over—" McGavick snarled. "No soap! If I take it on, I'll do it alone." He rubbed a knuckle thoughtfully behind his ear. "When can I catch a train?" "Trains don't stop there, Luther," the old man said mildly. He produced an envelope. "Here's a bus ticket. Good luck." When the door swung shut behind McGavick, the chief turned to his secretary. A pleased cat-and-canary look came into the old man's watery eyes. He ripped off the new collar, tossed it in the wastebasket. "Ah," he breathed happily. "That's better. You know, Miss Ollinger, I was afraid for a minute that he was going to call my bluff. Luther McGavick is the best man that ever drew my pay. But he's dangerous, touchy. You have to handle him like a Black Panther, with an electric prod." Bartonville was a little splash of houses and ramshackle business buildings in a nest of wooded, red clay hills. McGavick typed it the instant he stepped from the bus. It was lazy, quiet, intelligent, the sort of deep South town he liked. The Main Street sidewalks, raised 2 feet or so above the street, were hot in the sunlight. Hound dogs lay curled in the piercing heat, and grizzled mules with riding saddles waited patiently at hitching posts for their masters. The few stragglers in view were mostly lean mountain men who returned his casual scrutiny with polite curiosity. The town was evidently a county seat. Across the street was a barren court square with its customary park benches and old stone courthouse. The whole setup, the rutted road, the mules, the court square, was typical, familiar. McGavick picked up his Gladstone and started down the sidewalk. The one hotel, the Bradley House, a moldy, clapboard building with fly-specked windows, appeared deserted. McGavick walked into the musty lobby, waited a moment for his eyes to adjust themselves to the half-gloom. A spiderish man in a Roman striped silk shirt with pink rosetted sleeve garters put down a tin cup at the water cooler and sauntered behind a battered desk. He threw out a card with the practiced fingers of a tin-horn gambler. McGavick signed it. "Luther McGavick," the clerk read. "Memphis. I'm Cal Bradley. Cal for Calhoun, sir, not Calvin. I own this hotel." He waited for enthusiastic congratulations. None were forthcoming. "What, may I ask, brings you to this garden spot?" McGavick said, "I'm representing Boggs." The man in the striped shirt blinked. "Boggs? You've got me there. What are Boggs?" "Boggs," McGavick announced scathingly, "are not things. Boggs is a man, a millionaire. Porthos R. Boggs, the Memphis celery king. He has more dough than he can spend. That's why he hires me. I help him burn it. They told him that Bartonville is good bird country. I'm here to look things over and buy a few hundred acres of land if I can find something that suits us." Bradley asked slyly, "Are you a hunting man, sir?" "Heck no," McGavick jeered. "I don't know a snowshoe rabbit from a horned owl. But neither does Boggs." He pointed to his bag, ordered curtly, "Take this up to the room. I'm going out to catch a little air." For some reason or other, McGavick had expected to find his client living in a so-called Georgian showplace, one of those pillared mansions that always reminded him of a movie set. He was pleasantly surprised. The squat brick cottage was intimate, homelike. Its double-span cedar shingles were butted with bright green moss, and the wind and rain of decades had buffed the old brick to a soft rose. The small, neat lawn was hedged with a spindrift of lilacs. Through a trellis of wisteria, he caught a glimpse of a cool, flag-stoned back porch. An almost obliterated nameplate on the gate said, "Malcolm Jarrell, M.D." McGavick took the turfed path to the door, clanged the lever bell-pull. The door was opened by one of the queerest human specimens that McGavick had ever seen, a little pigeon-chested man in a seedy herringbone suit. He had a massive, shaggy head. From the bridge of his spectacles projected a short V of wire holding a second, squarish set of lenses, a BB binocular of the sort used by dentists and naturalists. He unhooked the contraption from his goat-like ears, frowned. "I'm Lute McGavick," the detective introduced himself. "I'm charwoman for the Atherton Brown Detective Agency. I hear you've got your lines fouled. I'm here to help you untangle them. You're Dr. Jarrell?" The seedy man shook his elephantine head. "There isn't any Dr. Jarrell. That was my great-grandfather. But I'm the man you seek." He studied McGavick gravely. "So you're the person Atherton selected. Come in, sir." Then, astoundingly, in direct contradiction to his words, he closed the door behind him and ushered McGavick, not into the house, but around it. In a vine-hung nook on the flag-stoned back porch, 2 wire-legged chairs were set by a kitchen table. On the table was a box of Cubeb cigarettes, a partially eaten chocolate bar, and a wire cage containing a rat. The rodent was as big as a young pig, scaly-tailed, malevolent. "Sigmodon hispidus, the cotton rat," Jarrell remarked. "He doesn't like us, does he? I'm a naturalist, in a small way. I sit by the hour and study him. McGavick said nastily, "You've got a stronger stomach than I have." "I have a strong stomach," Malcolm Jarrell answered quietly, "or I couldn't tolerate you. You have an unfortunate personality, sir. There's something about you that makes me seethe, something insolent. However, this is no time for character analysis. If Atherton foists you on me, I have to take what he sends. I'm just a poor country cousin and can't expect his most expensive talent. What about the garden mulch?" "Says what?" The big-headed man pointed out to the lawn. The setting sun, long sunk behind the crest of hills, dappled the yard in amber afterglow. Great sphinx moths, dusk feeders, were already shuttling among the delphiniums. McGavick had a feeling of unreality, as though he were a visitor in some eerie goblin world. Unconsciously, his gaze followed the line of Jarrell's heavy-jointed finger. In the rear of the grassy plot was a grape arbor. Beside the grape arbor was a small pile of clean, fresh straw. "The garden mulch," Jarrell repeated. "It can't stay where it is. It's bleaching my lawn." McGavick said tartly, "I'm no horticulturist. All the way down from Memphis, and you—" Jarrell smiled sadly. "There's a dead man under it." The story was quickly told. The man was Lester Hodges, a recluse. He lived in a shack at the other end of town. Jarrell had been awakened the night before by a dragging sound outside his window. He'd slipped into a robe, gone out to investigate, and had found the body of his old friend. The naturalist had then covered the corpse with mulch straw and had ensconced himself on the back porch to wait for aid from Memphis. 16 hours on the death watch. No meals, no visitors. No break except when he'd phoned his cousin. McGavick got to his feet, wandered out into the yard. The detective laid aside the straw in fastidious handfuls, uncovered the body bit by bit, like a geologist exposing a rare fossil. "His head," Jarrell said. "Look at the back of his head." It wasn't pretty. Hodges was a bird-like man in his 70s, hard-bitten, wiry. A large roofing nail had been driven through his skull, into his brain. The metallic nail head, as large as a nickel, lay flat and firm against the old man's silvery hair. "Can't understand it," Malcolm Jarrell complained. "It's practically impossible. I can't drive a nail into a box and do it satisfactorily. Say the slayer crept up on him in his sleep. Even then, how could he do it? Imagine. Holding the nail in position with one hand and swinging the hammer with the other, those roofing nails are like big tacks. It isn't feasible." "You're on the wrong track," McGavick contradicted him. "I think I know how it was done. A novel and a brutal weapon, but a simple and efficient one, too." They hesitated by the gate. "I've a batch of important questions to ask you," McGavick said. "But they're personal. I've got you placed. You'd bat me around with evasions until I wouldn't know where I was. So I'll circulate around town and collect a little lowdown on you. And you'll have to come in with me. Then maybe we can get someplace. I've handled clients like you before. In the meantime, I'm giving you advice, and I want you to heed it. Go to the sheriff and tell him the whole yarn. Leave me out, of course, but tell him everything else. It'll be embarrassing, but we'll have to do it if we want to flush our quarry." Jarrell made a pretense at pondering. "Wouldn't it be a better idea," he said carefully, "to wait until nightfall and then to take Lester out into the hills and leave him by the road?" McGavick was withering. "Who do you think it'll fool? Not the guy that unloaded him in your yard. Just try to dispose of that body and they'll have hemp around your neck so quick you'll think your ascot slipped. Twilight was blending into night. It was that period that the natives called dusk dark, when McGavick returned to the main drag. The air was sweltering. Somewhere, beyond the bridge, a revival meeting was getting underway. High-pitched voices lifted their rhythms to the summer sky. Storefronts blazed soft, golden light. McGavick ambled through the jocular bustle of dallying citizens, family folk out for an evening stroll before bedtime, high school girls in their sweet-starched ginghams, village boys with pomaded hair and roving eyes. The detective located a hardware store, entered. A clerk got up from the sidewalk bench in front of the store and followed him inside. McGavick purchased a 10-cent compass. The clerk was curious. "Buying a compass? I don't recollect seeing you in these parts. Are you aiming to tramp the hills?" "Skip it," McGavick said boorishly. "I'm not a revenuer. I see you have quart whiskey bottles as well as oak casks that can be converted to thump kegs. There's no copper on display, but doubtless you've plenty hidden in the back room. Don't alarm yourself. I'm not in town to bloodhound any of your rural customers." The clerk was abashed, befuddled. "You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Hodges." McGavick was expansive. "The name is Lester Hodges. At your service." The clerk went bug-eyed. "Lester Hodges? Think of that! Listen, friend, we got a fellow right here in this town by that very name." McGavick reeled dramatically, grimaced with incredulity. "Them's true words," the clerk insisted defensively. "Lester Hodges. Many an hour he sat by that pot-bellied stove and whittled. It came out like an appendix under a local anesthetic. Where Hodges lived, his annual income, nil, and his likes and dislikes." "Why don't you look him up?" the clerk urged. "He might be kin." "It's hardly likely," McGavick said dolefully. "All my kin were killed off in the battle between the Monitor and the Merrimac." The shanty was in a hollow at the edge of town. It was built flush into a red clay bank. Above it, as a background, the ridge road passed it over a wobbly wooden trestle. A full moon was rising down the valley, and the trestle, with its crazy angled supports, looked like a gigantic tarantula against the sky. McGavick stood across the path and sized things up. His calculations told him he had a good 10 minutes on the sheriff, yet a lighted lamp burned in the window of Lester Hodges' shack. The detective climbed the rickety stairs to the narrow porch and knocked. There was no answer. He twisted the knob and stepped in. The room was empty. The furnishings were scant: a dilapidated iron range, a pallet on the floor, a fire-blistered bureau, and that lonesome lamp flickering in the window. The bureau drawers held the recluse's food stock: a sack of dried beans, a little cornmeal, a rancid ham hock. McGavick glanced about him angrily. It was a difficult layout to frisk. There was no place to conceal anything. He found them in the cold ashes of the iron range, and when he found them, he didn't know what to do with them. A few tiny firecrackers and a shank of fishing line in a tobacco can. He stared blankly at the tin, thrust it in the pocket of his sack coat. The lamp bowl was almost full. It had just been lit. The detective had got himself into a spot, and knew it. The little one-room shanty had no back door. He'd realized the lamp was a trap, but he'd planned on a back door. Someone out in the night was waiting for him. Someone who had a sense of engineering. The light was placed so that when he left, he'd show up like a treed possum. McGavick made a quick decision. He blew out the lamp, swung open the sagging door, and stepped out onto the narrow porch. "Okay, Sheriff," he shouted. "Come on in. You want to take a look at this?" A shadowed figure materialized in the blackness of the trestle timbers. There was the liquid glint of moonlight on a blue steel shotgun barrel. McGavick realized he was facing a desperate killer. The phantom wavered. McGavick thought, he's trying to grapple with the new break, trying to play it so that he gets the most out of it. He wonders what I've discovered. A husky, heavily disguised voice called back, "Take a look at what?" McGavick dropped like a plummet, rolled tumbler fashion down the red clay bank. The shotgun let loose with both barrels. There was a deafening, coughing blast, and the shrieking of splintered glass as the shanty window went into shard and dust. A clump of sumac caught McGavick's fall. He got to his feet, listened a moment, heard nothing. The detective made no attempt at quartering his attacker. He walked along a dry, brushy gulch, came out on a hillside, and returned to the village through a weedy alley. He drew up beneath the first streetlight, wiped his knees and elbows with his handkerchief, balled it up, and lobbed it behind a picket fence. He was, he decided, fairly presentable. The gent with the shotgun could wait. One thing was certainly evident. Lester Hodges, the old recluse, hadn't met his death and been rolled in Gerald's yard through some sort of grotesque accident. There was design behind this, cold-blooded, merciless design. From now on, anything might happen. The slayer was smart, cunning, and he knew he was being hunted. The back street brought McGavick to the rear of the courthouse. He circled the building, selected a bench in the deserted court square, sat down and redigested a few conclusions. An inspection of his 10-cent compass showed that it had not been damaged. Main Street was nearly empty. This was a town that really closed like a mousetrap at the stroke of 9. One window alone remained lighted, a little office with an 8-foot front beside the undertaker's. A desk was pulled up close to the window. A man sat behind it in a swivel chair. He appeared to be looking through the pane, across the street, into the court square, directly at McGavick. The gold lettering on the door said, "Hal Maldron, attorney." McGavick got up, crossed the street. Hardly had his instep touched the curb than the man leaned over his desk and rapped on the window. It was a shrill, commanding rap, a piercing, arrogant vibrato. McGavick opened the door and strode in. "If you want to speak to me," he exploded, "heist your pants off that sponge rubber cushion and address me like a gentleman. I don't go for window banging." Hal Maldron was a blubbery, grayish man with bad teeth and a pair of the smallest, cruelest eyes that McGavick ever looked into. He smirked at McGavick's rage. "Calm yourself, brother." Maldron held up a hand, waved a huge horseshoe nail ring. "It's this ring that does it, brother," he boasted. "It makes me the most hellacious lawyer in these hills. I'm surefire. I never lose a case. But why the ring, you ask? I'll tell you. Why chase around looking for clients, interviewing witnesses, suborning jurymen? No need for it. I just sit here in my swivel chair and let the world come to me. Across the street's the courthouse, yonder's the post office, next door's the undertaker's. What more could a lawyer ask? I'm plump in the middle of the county's bloodstream. Anyone with any kind of business has to pass my windows some time or other. Comes a prospect or a hostile witness, I just reach over and rap on the pane." A malignant look settled itself in his rubbery jowls. And believe me, they come when I call them." McGavick was speechless with fury. "You got off the bus at 7:58, Maldron declared. "You registered at the Bradley house and then proceeded to Malcolm Gerald, where he informed you that he was secreting a corpse. What you've been doing for the last half hour I do not as yet know, but I'll find out. I summoned you in here to advise you that you are now working for me. There have been developments. Gerald has given himself up to the police. He is at liberty on bond. I'm representing him." McGavick managed to speak. "He's retained you?" "That's beside the point. I said I was representing him. I'm being retained by another party, one who has his welfare at heart." "Just who is this other party?" Maldron showed his spotted canines. "That, too, is beside the point. I just wanted you to understand that there's been a shifting of conditions, a change of ownership, so to speak. You've been demoted. I'm head man. If you play with me, I'll keep you on the payroll. No cooperation, and I'll send you scooting back to the city." McGavick gave a low, strained laugh, a strangled sound, almost a whine. "I had to kick your teeth in, which wouldn't take much of a push." He held his breath, tried to control himself. "I'm not employed by Gerald. I'm laboring for a guy named Atherton Brown. Try a Tanktown frame on me, and the boys will be in your hair like 17-year locusts. You'll learn a little about metropolitan detective agencies." He was still boiling when he reached the hotel. Cal Bradley, fussing behind the desk, was acting as his own night clerk. The spidery little man seemed self-conscious, over-polite. "Mr. McGavick," he greeted. "About to retire? A good night to sleep, sir. There's a breeze from the north." He laid the key on the blotter. "Number 11 at the end of the hall. The best room in the house." Abruptly, as an afterthought, he reached inside his shirt, dragged out a rumpled, soiled envelope. "This was left on the desk, addressed to you. I didn't see who placed it there." McGavick ripped open the flap. The note was written on hotel stationery. "Hodges can't use your help now. Let the dead alone. Get out of town." "It's written on your letterhead and unsigned," McGavick snapped. "I suppose the entire town has access to your paper?" Bradley sighed. "That's true. Everyone filches from a hotel." He brightened. "Just think, you've only been in town a few hours and already admirers are sending you unsigned letters. You make friends quickly, sir." When McGavick was halfway down the corridor, Bradley's strident voice rattled after him. "Another thing. It almost slipped my mind. You've had a charming visitor, Laurel Bennett. She's dropped in 3 times within the last hour. Perhaps she wants to sell your employer, Mr. Boggs, the old Fern Springs resort?" McGavick answered crossly. "I wouldn't know. I've never heard of her. If she comes again, I'm not seeing callers. I'm footsore and weary. I'm hibernating for the night." Chapter 2. The Heavy Loser. Luther McGavick gazed at his room and flinched. It was about 10 feet square. The wallpaper was water-stained in coffee-like splotches. The worn rug was as thin as a bait seine. There was an oval crayon enlargement above a washstand, a crockery bowl and a pitcher, and a lumpy iron bed. The single grimy window looked directly onto the tin roof of an adjoining shed. Bradley's finest room was no bridal suite. McGavick stuck the tobacco tin behind the crayon enlargement. He opened his Gladstone and took out a belly gun. a stubby .38 cut back almost to the cylinder, and a pair of wire clippers. He shoved the pistol under his coat, turned back the mattress, and with the wire clippers, snipped off a foot of stiff wire from the bed springs. The detective took the wire to the door, threw a tight turn around the doorknob, pulled the ends down, and threaded them through the eye of the key. He tested the apparatus. It was steady, strong. No outside manipulation could jiggle the bed in the lock. It was tamper-proof. Cheap hotels with shaky door locks were no new experience to Luther McGavick. He raised the window, laid the towel from the washstand over the sill, a landmark to help him identify the correct room on his return. McGavick crawled through the window, groped down the tin roof, lowered himself cat-like into the alley. The silence was oppressive, appalling. It was as though the village were quarantined. The detective glanced at the luminous dial of his wristwatch. It seemed like 2 in the morning, yet it was scarcely 9:30. Every small southern town has its leading family. The Bennetts assumed this position in Bartonville. McGavick had been aware of their prominence from the moment of his arrival. Everywhere he'd looked, he'd seen the name. On the town's drugstore, the garage, the cotton gin. He could visualize the sort of home Laurel Bennett would be living in, a sleek white mansion with fluted columns and a veranda as big as a parade ground. She would, in other words, be occupying the house he had mistakenly allotted to Malcolm Jarrell. This time he was right. He found the place without much difficulty. Pretentious, austere, it stood at the mouth of a short avenue of old magnolias. The porch light was on. McGavick was evidently expected. Malcolm Jarrell opened the door to his ring. McGavick said dreamily, "I imagine a house, prowl around and locate it. I ring the bell and see you standing in the doorway. This case is dopier than a tale of opium. Who is this Laurel Bennett, what's your tie-in, and what does she want with me?" The seedy naturalist tilted his monstrous head, stepped back, gestured the detective in. "We need your counsel. Mrs. Bennett is my godchild. She has a problem for you." "A problem?" McGavick mocked him. "Now that's intriguing. A detective is like a doctor. Anyone that comes along tries to panhandle a little free medicine. I'm up to my ears right now in a problem. Or haven't you heard? I'm trying to shoo the executioner away from you. It seems to me—" Jarrell was crotchety. "Come now, you're not all that busy. This shouldn't take 20 minutes. Hear what Laurel has to say. I'm sure that Atherton won't object." The lady of the mansion was just about 17 years old. A delicate figurine in black lace with a cameo at her throat, she leaned against the creamy marble mantelpiece and watched McGavick approach. Oil portraits hung high above her head. Antebellum ancestors, eagle-nosed gentlemen, firebrands, and haughty, whale-boned grand dames. Laurel Bennett was slim, fragilely molded. Her glossy black hair was caught by a pearl bandeau. Her eyes were somber, brooding. 17 years old, McGavick thought. He judged her age shrewdly by her lips. He tried to picture her in a middy blouse and Mary Jane pumps. It simply wouldn't work. The gal might be a child, McGavick decided, but she's not that kind of a child. She's wise, hard. Her manner was impersonal, gracious. "I heard you talking to Mr. Jarrell in the hall," the girl began. "You seem reluctant to help me. You appear to believe that there will be no remuneration. Let me say that you are going to be paid, and paid liberally. Present a reasonable statement to my attorney, Mr. Hal Maldron." "The window wrapper? The guy with the eroded teeth?" McGavick was venomous. "So you're the party that had him bail my client. How do you people expect me to get anything done with all this meddling? Jarrell has popped off until—" Malcolm Jarrell said patiently, "You're balked, completely confounded, so you're trying to put the blame for your incompetence on me." McGavick barked at the girl. "What is this job you want me to do?" "You're a man of experience," Laurel Bennett said throatily. "I think you'll be quick to sympathize. Gil, my husband, is middle-aged. Suddenly, for no reason that we can see, he has gone into an orgy of sowing wild oats. Not women, I mean, but drinking and gambling. It's mortifying, of course. Most middle-aged husbands are proud to pay more attention to their young brides. If they're lucky enough to have a young bride, I mean. But it's not only embarrassing, it's critical. He's jeopardizing our security. He loses enormous sums. We have a joint account. He makes secret withdrawals. It has me half mad. It can't go on." McGavick asked warily, "How do I come in?" "He's out right now, at a place called Chunky's, a hellhole down by the riverbank. I've been cruising around. I've seen his car there. I'll drive you up and leave you. I want you to get him out and bring him home." "Is that supposed to cure him?" "You could scare him on the way back," the girl suggested. "Tell him some terrible cases where men drank themselves into disgrace and their pitiful wives starved in the gutter and things like that." "Okay," McGavick agreed. "Let's go." He threw a parting remark at Malcolm Jarrell. "Spend the night here. I'll see you in the morning. I want to ask you about your cotton rat." Jarrell answered him amiably. "I'm an early riser, any time after sunup." Chunky's place was in the river bottom about 5 miles out on the old swamp trail, a desolate, poisonous 5 miles. Snake-infested sloughs, milky with muddy water, thrust finger-like from the dense second growth along the roadside. The headlights of Laurel Bennett's car played on a ceaseless tangle of wild grape and willow and water oak. The air was brackish, dank, stagnant. The girl was silent, intent on holding her swaying car to the boggy trail. McGavick sat beside her and whistled. It was a habit of concentration that he was unable to break, and he always whistled the same thing, the same way. The tune was "The Letter Edged in Black." "Cal Bradley," he remarked, "thinks I'm a sap on the purchase for shooting land. He suggested that you might be anxious to sell me a pleasure resort, a place known as Fern Springs. Fern Springs is a new one on me, and I thought I knew them all, from Florida Bay to Puget." Laurel smiled stiffly. "It hasn't functioned since 1910. Maybe you don't know it, but the South is studded with old abandoned resorts, tucked away in wild, unreachable places. Back at the turn of the century, in the red-spoked carriage days, it was fashionable to summer at some health springs. The fad passed, but the old buildings remain. Almost any county south of the Mason-Dixon has a couple. Fern Springs belongs to me. It's back in the pine country. It's always belonged to my family and is not for sale. I'd sell my mother's wedding ring first." McGavick said, "I'm not in the market for a wedding ring, but I'll keep your offer in mind." She cursed him. He lay back on the cushions, closed his eyes, and listened with real enjoyment. Laurel Bennett braked her sports car at a bend in the road. "It's just around the corner. You'd better go the rest of the way on foot." "How will I spot him?" McGavick asked. "They'll all be drinking," she said bitterly, "but he'll be drunk. They'll all be gambling, but he'll be losing his shirt." Abruptly, without warning, he reached forward and turned on the dash. Deftly, before she could prevent him, he laid the 10-cent compass on her knee. The needle was as steady as a rock. The girl flushed angrily, knocked his hand aside. "If you want to take bearings," she spat, "take them from yourself." He gave a raucous, unpleasant laugh. "I'm not taking bearings. This is my electric eye. I'm just making sure that you're not preparing to put a 2-inch roofing nail into the back of my skull when I step out." He restored the gadget to his pocket. She caught him by the lapel as he slid through the door. "Watch yourself. They don't like strangers." He bared his teeth. "Neither do I." The building, the size of a domestic garage and covered with tar paper, was a black, ulcerous sore in the moonglow. Its windows were caulked to the frame with soggy, mildewed quilts. Not so much as a wavering cobweb of light showed. A moody scene, depraved and threatening. McGavick was familiar with these backwoods gambling dives. They were dynamite. There were a few clay-caked jalopies in the clearing and a powerful, gleaming coupe. Gil Bennett's. McGavick knew better than to advance and knock. He slowed up at the fringe of the timber, called, "Hello? Hello in there?" A ritual for strangers, and one that had better be observed. The door opened. A chubby, muscle-bound man with a receding chin stepped out. He was wearing a lemon-yellow polo shirt stuck into new overalls and carried an army automatic casually at his side, as though it were a monkey wrench. McGavick said, "I'm a friend of Cal Bradley's." He walked into the patch of light. "I'm a traveling man." The chubby man chewed it over in his slow mind. "I guess you're all right," he decided. He led McGavick into the hut, closed the tar paper door. It was a low, vicious crowd. There were 7 men in the room. 3 sprawled sullenly at a rough-sawed makeshift bar at the back. The remaining 4 were deadlocked in a game of stud under a hissing gasoline lamp. Gil Bennett was in the poker game. He was easy to spot. Dressed in a quiet business suit, he was the only man present wearing neither leather boots nor denim. He was a decent-looking guy in his middle 50s. McGavick wondered what devious pressure had cast him into marriage with so young a wife, and then, perversely, had driven him to such a deadfall as this. The detective rested his shoulders against a wall joist and watched the game. There were 2 bottles of red whiskey on the table, and the liquor was kept in constant rotation. Bennett's playmates lolled and simpered and put on a silly show of being skin-tight. The businessman appeared to be cold sober. When Gil Bennett took the bottle to drink, he grasped the neck with his fist close to the bottle's mouth. The foxy pup, McGavick thought. He's tonguing it, cutting off his intake. "I hate to break this up," the detective said cheerfully, "but Mr. Bennett's roast is burning. He has to hustle home." There was an ominous silence in the little shack. Gil Bennett asked, "Did my wife send you?" McGavick nodded. "That she did." The chubby houseman strolled over. "Out," he ordered hoarsely. He tossed his knobby, dwarfed chin towards the door. "You're not welcome here." He grabbed McGavick's wrist. McGavick relaxed. He twisted his trapped wrist, caught the stocky man's forearm in a grip of steel, a double lock. His opponent stiffened. McGavick stepped straight into him, thrusting his thigh behind the chubby man's knee. The chubby man went backwards, heels over breakfast, and McGavick, in close position, hit him 3 times at the hinge of his jaw. He was out before he struck the floor. It was touch and go for a split second. Anything could have happened. Then everybody laughed. The show of brutality exhilarated them. A gambler with a Mexican leatherwork holster peeping from his shiny blue serge suit got up from the table and shook McGavick's hand. A downy-faced youth at the bar hauled a mouth harp from his hat and began running off minors. There was an air of general festivity. In Bennett's coupe, on the way back to town, McGavick made an astounding discovery. His companion, in spite of all his bottle-tonguing, was drunker than a shoat in a silo. "How long have you been haunting that dump?" the detective asked genially. Gil Bennett hiccuped. "About 2 weeks. And boy, have I had bad luck. All the time I lose. At first it wasn't so bad. $7, $8. Now the jinx has really got me. I run as much as $20 in the hole as regular as clockwork." He shook his head fuzzily. "I try to outslick them, but I can't seem to make any headway." "How much have you lost to date?" 183 frog skins. Down the old sewer. That's plenty bucks. Wow." McGavick grinned to himself. The case was finally cracking. At least he was getting his teeth into it. "It's a heap of small change," he agreed. "But it's not what breaks up wealthy family life. Mrs. Bennett said your losses were enormous. That was the word she used. I thought it sounded fishy. I couldn't see how the town big shot, you, owner of the Cotton Gin, Garage, et al., could find any real financial competition among local bedrock sportsmen. Why then the secret withdrawals?" Bennett chuckled. "You catch. This gambling business is a ruse. The Bennett Cotton Gin, the Bennett Drugstore, phooey. Everything I own is in partnership with my wife. And I don't mean matrimonial partnership. I mean business partnership. How Maldron looks after her end and the way they whipsaw me is nobody's business. Every time we get a little money ahead, they put it into reserve pools and running expenses and stuff like that. I couldn't tell you within $10,000 what my present capital is." McGavick prodded him. "And?" "I've got plans. They probably seem wacky to you, but they're the best I can do. My wife and I have a joint bank account. That's my only access to cash. I make big withdrawals, as much as the traffic will stand. I send the money out of town to a city bank. I've got it deposited under a different name. I can make a fresh start any time they give me the bum's rush. All I'm waiting for now is for Laurel and that leechy lawyer of hers to sock me with their divorce." "Divorce?" McGavick perked up. "Sure. I bet they've got the papers all filled out." He went cagey. "What are you pumping me for? Where did you come from anyway? By golly, you're a detective working for Hal and Laurel." "I'm a detective, all right," McGavick confirmed. "I might as well admit it. You're the only one who doesn't seem to know it. But I'm not working for Hal Maldron. I'm employed by a slave driver in Memphis. I'm here to find out who knocked off Lester Hodges, and, more important, how come." That sobered him. "Oh, Les Hodges has been murdered?" The idea seemed to give him some inner fear. "That's going to be a blow to Malcolm. If so, he's standing up under it extremely well," McGavick remarked. "Why should it affect him?" "They were bosom pals. The town's too nuts. Hodges illiterate, Gerald overeducated," he said in a strained voice. "Laurel and Hal aren't mixed up in this, are they?" "Not so far as I know," McGavick lied. "Why do you ask?" Bennett pulled up in front of the court square, idled his engine. "Alcohol's treacherous. It makes me think I'm smarter than I am. Forget the whole thing. Thanks for your interest, and good night." McGavick produced his compass, handed it to his companion. "Listen to me and listen carefully. Are you sober enough to understand me? Good." He glared at the drunken man with a fond fierceness. The slayer of Lester Hodges used a mean weapon, a magnetized hammer, like bill posters use, only I imagine this was a big baby like carpenters use. He carried the tack on the hammerhead, followed Hodges down a dark street. At the right moment, he reared back and swung. That's the way it was done. The detective paused. "I bought this gadget for myself, but I've decided to hand it over to you. If anyone approaches you with a bulky package, a bundle, something that might conceal a hammer, stall them while you make a few careless passes with this compass. If there's a magnet in the vicinity, the compass needle will whip around and point it out." Gil Bennett scoffed. "Why give it to me? I'm in no danger." He slammed the car door. McGavick watched him from the street, saw him place the gadget tenderly in his breast pocket. The black coupe whammed off in a screeching of gears. "He's afraid," McGavick said. "He thinks something is after him, and he doesn't know just what it is." McGavick had ordered Malcolm Jarrell to spend the night with the Bennetts for a very definite reason. The detective wanted to give the little vine-covered brick cottage a thorough searching, and he wanted a free hand while doing it. One thing had bothered him all evening, the incident that had occurred when he had first visited his client. Jarrell had met him from the inside of the house, at the front door, yet he had closed the door behind him and led the detective not into the house, but around it. McGavick had the impression at the time that he was being decoyed away from something, that the naturalist had been interrupted in something he wished to conceal. It was pretty obvious that his client had been lying to him like a trooper ever since they had joined forces. According to Jarrell's story, he hadn't left the back porch for 16 hours, except to phone Memphis. The Cubeb cigarettes and the half-eaten chocolate bar were evidence to the contrary. One doesn't keep a reserve of such tedium-breaking luxuries on one's back porch to be conveniently handy for just such an emergency. There had been other funny stuff, too. The naturalist's report had been as full of holes as a second-hand snood. He'd said he'd been awakened by a dragging sound outside his window, yet the corpse by the arbor was a good 30 yards from the house. McGavick reconstructed it this way. Jarrell had probably seen the killer drag the body into his yard. Maybe he had recognized him, maybe not. In any event, the naturalist was reluctant to discuss it. It didn't look good. The detective scowled. It wasn't the first time he'd had to plow through a client to get at the criminal. Luther McGavick swung open the squeaky gate, made a quick, cautious survey of the shrubbery. The white moon, high overhead, now harsh and bright, struck the frothy lilac hedge to shimmering silver, laid ragged shadows of black velvet on the close-clipped lawn. It was indescribably beautiful, unearthly. McGavick thought, it's no wonder the big-headed naturalist is half cuckoo. I've never seen a place like this. It's actually narcotic. A human couldn't live in this dream world and retain his sense of values. It's a place for vampires and ghouls, creatures who flourish from the grave. Lester Hodges had been taken to the funeral home. The mulch had been restacked in the stable lot. Only a few wisps of scattered straw by the arbor testified to the gruesome tragedy. He inspected the rat in its cage on the porch. Its ruby eyes glared at the hooded flashlight in the detective's hand. "If you could talk," McGavick said thoughtfully, "we'd get this thing over in 3 minutes. You're the kingpin in this bloody mess." He fumbled about, discovered the key behind a flower pot, and entered Malcolm Jarrell's kitchen. He worked through the kitchen, the dining room, the bedrooms. It took him 20 minutes to discover it, the hiding place in Malcolm Jarrell's study. The detective lifted a Spanish tile in the hearth. Beneath it, in a narrow, box-like space, lay a bulky brown envelope. McGavick picked up a small hooked throw rug from the floor, draped it over a student lamp on the desk, flicked on the light, and examined his find. The envelope contained a thick bundle of clippings, letters, and papers held together by a rubber band. It contained something else, too, a little fuzzy gray ball of hair about as big as a small marble. The detective's first unpleasant reaction was that he was looking at a wad of human hair, the hair of Lester Hodges. But this hair was too fine, too dry. Rat hair? Hardly likely. The fibers were much too long. McGavick grinned. He realized what he held in his fingers, knew that this was evidence to hang a killer. He wondered if Jarrell fully realized its significance. Probably yes. It all fitted in now. His call that evening on his client. Jarrell here in this cozy study, interrupted in his analysis of the furry object. It explained the BB binoculars and Jarrell's sidetracking him around the house. McGavick slipped off the rubber band, fanned out the papers on the desktop, and started through them systematically. The first item was a yellowed newspaper clipping with a block headline. From the Bartonville Clarion, dated August 7th, 1909. Northern guest vanishes at Fern Springs. Devil's Elbow claims wealthy manufacturer. A prosperously dressed individual giving his name as T. James Courtwright had, according to the article, registered at the Fern Springs Resort on the night of the 6th. In a brief talk with Calhoun Bradley, the clerk, he had declared that he was from Cleveland, Ohio, and had inquired courteously if any of his fellow townsmen were, by chance, among the resort's guests. With regret, Mr. Bradley informed him that the resort was patronized in the main by local gentry, and expressed mild astonishment that even Mr. Courtwright had himself heard of its existence in such an out-of-the-way corner of the country. This remark had somehow angered the Clevelander. He had opened a wallet, paid for a month in advance, and retired to his room. Mr. Bradley had attempted to mollify him by informing him that the resort's season was at its height, and that later in the evening there was to be a lawn party. Mr. Courtwright had made some unsociable remark and had left the desk. The next morning a mountain man, snaking logs, had discovered the gentleman's hat and wallet a quarter of a mile from the hotel buildings. They lay at the edge of a patch of treacherous quicksand known as Devil's Elbow. An examination of Mr. Courtwright's room showed that his bed had not been slept in. The management was attempting to inform Mr. Courtwright's family. McGavick said to himself, so Bradley was clerk, and the season was in full swing. 10-1 Jarrell was there, and Maldron, and Bennett. The next clipping, dated a week later, said, Courtwright death suicide. Absconder succumbs to remorse. Here the tale took a fantastic twist. Communication with the Cleveland police disclosed the stunning fact that T. James Courtwright was none other than Thompson J. Wainwright, a badly wanted absconding broker who had looted his firm of $70,000 in cold cash. It seemed obvious to the Cleveland police and to the Bartonville Clarion that Wainwright had selected Fern Springs as a hideout, and suddenly, for some unfathomable reason, had an uprising of conscience which induced him to take his life. What had become of the booty, no one could find out. The conclusion was that he must have spent it. McGavick shook his head. Such goings-on. How could a stranger in the night locate a patch of quicksand he couldn't possibly have known to exist? Why hadn't he taken his hat in with him? And just what kind of a conscience was it that Mr. Courtright, Wainwright, possessed? One that drove him to suicide, yet refused to return his plunder to his victims. Horse feathers. There were 3 letters, each bearing a recent postmark and mailed a week apart. Each was addressed to Lester Hodges, and each contained a blank sheet of paper clipped with a wire paperclip. Bennett had said that Lester Hodges was unable to read. Someone had used the envelopes to send him money. Bills. And small bills, probably. Lester Hodges changing a large banknote in Bartonville would have caused a sensation. McGavick bundled the stuff back up, snapped on the rubber band, and replaced things as he had found them, under the Spanish tile. The light in the window of Hal Maldron's law office had been extinguished. The window-wrapping attorney, like his fellow citizens, was home in bed, fighting mosquitoes in his old-fashioned nightgown, trying to get some sleep. McGavick palmed the brass knob and got out his key ring with its assortment of keys. The third one did it. He slipped in, left the door ajar behind him. He knew just what he was going to do, and how he was going to do it. A wire basket on the lawyer's desk, containing signed but unmailed correspondence, gave the detective a specimen of Maldron's signature. It was bold, fancy, with loops and flourishes, the sort of signature a pompous man assumes cannot be forged. The detective placed his hat over his flashlight, rummaged for a piece of scrap paper. He dipped the attorney's steel pen in the inkwell, got a generous nibful of gummy ink, and wrote, "The bones of Thompson J. Wainwright are at Fern Springs. Seek, and ye shall find. Hal Maldron." McGavick wrote in large letters, lines wide-spaced. He filled his pen twice during the short inscription. The signature was a marvelous replica. Quickly, McGavick slid the worn desk blotter out of its corner brackets. The underside, as he suspected, was new, unused. He blotted the message on the blotter's reverse, with the care of a master engraver. The detective crumpled the paper, stuffed it in his hip pocket, refitted the blotter in the brackets in its original position so that his handiwork was concealed. Again on the street, the office door locked behind him, he gave a short, mirthless laugh. The entire operation had taken less than 2 minutes. He couldn't help thinking of Atherton Brown, wondering what the old man would say. It had been a busy evening with a rather heavy routine. 3 breaking and enterings, 1 assault and battery, 1 forgery. It had been a busy evening, and a profitable one, too. McGavick had found out why Hodges had been murdered, had a good idea who the killer was. He understood now the double irony in the anonymous warning he had received. Let the dead alone. There was more than one corpse involved in this case. He was confronting a veteran, a 2-time killer. From the tunnel-black alley behind the Bradley house, he could see the white towel hanging from his open window. He caught the shed's low eave, drew himself up onto the tin roof. His room was just as he had left it. The tobacco tin behind the crayon enlargement, the wire key lock on the doorknob. McGavick undressed, donned a violent purple suit of Cossack-style pajamas, and was asleep by the time he hit the sheet. Chapter 3. The Hammer. The detective was just finishing a pungent, savory breakfast of chicken pie and eggs in the bare, matting-floored hotel dining room when Calhoun, not Calvin Bradley materialized at his table. The puffy proprietor dragged out a chair and sat down. "You may be the owner of this flea trap," McGavin said darkly into his coffee, "but the law books will tell you that I have a tenant's lease on this table. Scram." Bradley said artificially, "Did you have a sound night's sleep?" "I did, in spite of that broken-down bed." "It's that bed," Bradley said smugly, "that I wanted to speak to you about. When you check out of here, you will notice an added debit of $6.80 on your bill. That is for mutilating my best bed. Clipping the springs, sir, and twisting it through the key. I'm shocked." McGavick asked bleakly, "How do you know?" "I saw it, sir, with my own eyes." The hotel man rolled his eyeballs reprovingly. "Shortly after you left the desk last night to hibernate, I was under the impression that I heard you call me. I knocked on your door. No response. I rattled the panel. All was quiet. I became frantic. I've had guests with heart seizures. I raced around to the alley. With the aid of a ladder, I reached your room from the outside. You were gone. I must say I was grieved to observe that you had—" "Go away," McGavick ordered. "You're constricting my digestive juices." Bradley settled himself comfortably. "You're a deep one, full of dodges. It seemed a bit eccentric at the moment, but this morning I think I understand. Toujours l'amour." He squeezed a lewd wink from the corner of his eyelid. "Someone was telling me that they happened to notice you on the old swamp road with Laurel Bennett last night?" He left the sentence up in the air, on a note of inquiry. "You'd better take a reef in that limber tongue of yours," McGavick said quietly, "or it will bring on an act of God. You don't kid me a bit. I've been pumped by experts. You and the whole population know all about me by now, who I am and what I'm here for. When the cat gets out of the bag in a village like this one, it divides and scatters. I met Mrs. Bennett by appointment. That was business. I went out along the swamp road and manhandled your friend Chunky. That was a pleasure. I'm a detective, and I'm here to find out who killed Lester Hodges." Bradley tittered. "Who do you favor?" "I favor you." The hotel proprietor asked mockingly, "How do you make that out?" McGavick folded his napkin in a neat cornucopia, got up. "The man that killed Wainwright killed Hodges. Lester Hodges' murder was bred in the homicide of that absconder back at Fern Springs 30 years ago." Bradley said innocently, "Wainwright? I never heard of him." He went through a grotesque facial contortion, pretended to remember. "Oh, you mean the man that fell into the quicksand? I recall what you're speaking of now. A tragic incident. I was clerk at the time. I'd almost forgotten. Wainwright wasn't murdered." He lowered his voice confidentially. "The affair was very strange. I've thought about it a great deal. What became of the money? No one has ever answered that. Would you like to hear my personal hypothesis?" "I would indeed." "It's this," Bradley announced brightly. "Wainwright didn't commit suicide. He just used Fern Springs as a blind to throw pursuers off his tracks. He signed up at the resort, paid weeks in advance, learned about Devil's Elbow, probably from the servants. That gave him an idea. He sneaked out of the back of the building, placed his hat and wallet on the edge of quicksands, and left the neighborhood that very night. You see, He had a small cowhide satchel with him. It disappeared when he did. That proves my point. He hightailed and took his 70,000 with him. Right today, he's doubtless a pillar of society in some place like Johannesburg or Rio. There was a logic in the hotel man's statement, and McGavick had to admit it. If that's your story, he rasped, stick with it. It strikes me you're mighty clear on the details, considering it happened 3 decades ago. Bradley simpered. That's my story, and will remain my story, until a better one comes along. Laurel Bennett herself was standing in the sunny foyer of the lobby, waiting for McGavick. She was wearing jodhpurs and a baggy, pearl-colored brushed wool sweater. A short, braided quirt was tucked into her armpit. The bright morning light was harsh, unkind to her. There were tiny crow's feet at her temples. Her lips were drawn, fagged. "I thought you'd never get up," she said. "I've been watching for you from across the street. Let's go somewhere and talk, someplace where we'll be alone. I'll meet you at the cemetery in 10 minutes. McGavick was ugly. "We'll do nothing of the kind. No clandestine conferences for me. If you have anything to unload, let's have it here and now." "But this is too public." He prepared to brush past her. "Okay." She clutched him desperately by the sleeve. "It's about the hammer. You have to listen. I found the hammer." "I've lost no hammer." "Don't taunt me. You know what I'm talking about. Gil came home with your compass last night and told us why you had given it to him. This morning, before anyone was up, I took it out in the tool house and found the hammer. It was in a big wooden chest with the rest of the tools. Its head was magnetized. It pulled the compass needle. I tried it out. It picked up nails." McGavick said gravely, "Don't tell me you disposed of it." She raised her eyebrows innocently. "How did you know?" "That's exactly what I did. I took it out in the country and threw it in the river. I'll never tell anyone where. Wild horses couldn't drag it from me." "It couldn't have been Gil's hammer?" "Oh, no, it was a new one. I'd never seen it before." She smiled deprecatingly. "It was in Gil's tool chest, but that doesn't prove anything, does it?" McGavick guffawed. "Sister, you're a thing of beauty and a joy forever. You're more fun than a stampede at the circus. I wish I wasn't so busy. I'd like to give you more of my time. Cal Bradley tells me the town is pairing us off together, gossiping about our little trip to Chunky's last night. Answer me this. Wasn't it you yourself that put out the story?" Rage swept into her eyes. "I think I'll leave," McGavick said hastily. "You're getting set to touch off a string of oaths." He left her standing there, frustrated and furious. Malcolm Jarrell was seated on the side steps of the Bennett mansion in smoking jacket and carpet slippers. He had his 4-lensed spectacles hooked on the bridge of his nose. He was feeding brown sugar to a procession of big, black ants. He'd bend down, watch for a second, and then scribble a note on a jumbled sheaf of papers. Hunched with his stubbled chin between his scrawny kneecaps, he reminded McGavick of some shabby sea monster. "You'd better turn around," he said placidly as McGavick came into his vision, "and go straight back to town. The sheriff just phoned. He's mad enough to top the high cotton. He's waiting for you at Lawyer Maldron's." The naturalist smiled. "If I wasn't so occupied here, I'd trot along. It'd be amusing to hear you bluster. You're going to have to do a bit of explaining." "It's you, my erudite friend of fur and feathers. It's you, sir, who have a bit of explaining to do." The detective bore down on him. I want to know about that rat of yours. I want to know all about it." "His name is Bertram," the naturalist said owlishly. "He's deficient in vitamins A, C, and D." McGavick spat. "And don't take me for a sleigh ride. I'm talking about his hind leg. Just above the ankle, there's a raw place in the fur. A band of flesh where the skin's been rubbed off. What caused that?" Gerald nodded sagely. "I'm treating him for it. Bertram was caught in a trap. The mark of the trap's jaws." McGavick said happily, "Boy, you really think on your feet. That's a snappy answer. Now let's see what you have to say to this. As a matter of fact, there's no raw place on his leg at all. I know. I checked." Malcolm Jarrell's composure cracked. His florid cheeks went gravel gray, sucked in, his eyes darted wildly, past McGavick's shoulder, past his hip, evading the detective's steady gaze. The naturalist licked his lips. "I owe you an apology," he croaked. "I certainly misjudged you. I should have known that Atherton wouldn't send me a fool, that you must be smarter than you acted. Grant me this request. Don't question me. Let sleeping dogs lie." "No can do," McGavick said coldly. "I'm after a killer. Let's hear about Bertram. The whole story." "You leave me no choice." Jarrell gritted his huge jaw. "I'm afraid you've guessed the worst of it. A few weeks ago, a citizen of our town, someone Lester Hodges had known all his life, came to him with an extraordinary business proposition. Who this person was, Lester refused to tell me. The rat was involved in that business deal." "Of course," McGavick declared. "That's been perfectly obvious from the start. You were keeping Hodges' rat for him. No naturalist would confine such a large animal in such a small cage. It's cruel. That was so Hodges could tie a string to its leg without the beast whipping around and fanging him." "Exactly. What was this business deal?" "This person employed Lester to search between the floors of an old tumble-down health resort out in the pine country, Fern Springs. Hodges was half mad." Jarrell's voice was patronizing, amiable. McGavick remembered Bennett's statement. The two town nuts, Jarrell and Hodges. "Lester was half mad," the naturalist repeated. "He tackled the problem with a system of his own. He tied fishing line onto the rodent's leg and used him some way in the search. I don't know how on earth he induced the animal to act." "He was searching for obstructions under the floor," McGavick explained. "He placed the rat in an opening by the baseboard. Floor joists run parallel. Under every floor, there's a series of small tunnels. It was pretty clever. It saved him ripping up goodness knows how much floor space. It was the most plausible way to do it." Malcolm Jarrell frowned. "But how did he make the animal obey?" "He scared him through with tiny firecrackers, a commodity obtainable at any Deep South country store. Hodges slipped his pet into the floor, popped off a firecracker, and judged by the length of slack in the line the progress his animal was making under the floor. Did the old man find what he was supposed to?" "I don't know. I should say he was slain before he was successful. He'd come over in the evening and talk to me in a vague sort of way. I got the impression that he and his employer were satisfied with the way the business was going. His employer was paying him a steady salary of $4 a week, sending him banknotes wrapped in blank paper. Lester was quite excited over his good fortune." McGavick said, "You're being candid with me?" You telling me everything?" Jarrell had his old poise back. "Oh, quiet. You'll have to excuse me now. You have work to do." He resumed his scrutiny of the black ants. "And so have I." As soon as McGavick laid eyes on the local law, he knew that he was in for a catch-as-catch-can tussle. The sheriff of Linden County was the direct antithesis of the old-style rural sharpshooter that pinned his rusty badge to his gallus elastic and toted a .38 in a .44 frame and a holster on his hip as big as an English riding saddle. The young man that lolled on the corner of Hal Maldron's desk was modest, friendly, self-effacing. He was dressed in a well-cut blue-gray tweed, and his fingernails were a little over-manicured. It was the fingernails that scared McGavick. This lad must have plenty on the ball. The hard-bitten mountain folk of Linden County wouldn't have elected him if he was as sappy as he seemed. The coon-hunting hillmen selected their sheriff like they selected their hound dogs, for brains and guts and stamina. McGavick had the strange feeling that he was in the presence of a hot-shot, deliver-the-goods career man. The young man smiled. "Howdy, I'm Steve Robley, the current and temporary head of our local Crime and Punishment Bureau. It's mighty swell of you to look me up. I hope I'm not imposing." McGavick was stunned. "No," he said carefully. "It's a pleasure. Is Maldron here a deputy of yours?" Hal Maldron lifted his fat lip, exposed his decayed teeth. "Yes," he announced, "I am." "No," the sheriff said, "you're not. I'm sorry, Hal, but I'm going to have to revoke your authority for the duration of this brief but pleasant interview. We mustn't intimidate our new friend with a belligerent show of force." He got out a stubby briar pipe, loaded it, got it going. "I've gone over the hammer, Mr. McGavick. I can't find any prints." McGavick remarked, "I left the hammer under the body, as proof to you that I wasn't down here to tamper with evidence. It was a bluff, case of life or death." He surged with relief when the sheriff nodded. "The very conclusion that I myself came to. I must say it gave me a bit of surprise. I'd always been under the impression that private detectives were not so cooperative." "I've tried it that way," McGavick said. "It's the hard way. Now I cooperate." This boy really had a deadpan. He wondered if he was being maneuvered out on a limb. "Can I be of any service to you?" "Yes," the sheriff said slowly. "You certainly can be. I'm stumped. What's it all about? Who'd want to murder harmless old Hodges?" McGavick was impressed. "This is a long story, and a muddled one. I work for an agency in Memphis. For 20 years now, we've been investigating a case for a brokerage firm in Cleveland. Back in 1909, they had a guy abscond with 70 grand. He came down here to Fern Springs and vanished." He had them entranced. They were swallowing it, every word. There could be no doubt of it. Maldron said helplessly, "Why didn't you say so last night? I didn't apprehend that you had such powerful backing. Your people have been working on a case in this vicinity for 20 years? I can hardly believe it." "We've been working on the case, but not in this community. It was the slaying of Lester Hodges that gave us the break we've been looking for." Sheriff Robley was flustered. "I'll be perfectly honest with you, Mr. McGavick. A certain party," Maldron looked miserable, "a certain party summoned me last night by an imperative phone call. He said that you were retained by a cousin of Mr. Jarrell's and that you came down here from Memphis for the sole purpose of obstructing justice. He said that he'd go into court and swear that you had consulted him last night about his client and had attempted to entice him into illegal conspiracy. These surefire lawyers, McGavick said pleasantly. No wonder they win cases. They butter their bread on both sides. Who's he representing? Jarrell or you? I may say at this time that we in Memphis have had occasion to speculate a little about this Maldron. In fact, it wouldn't surprise us to learn that somehow he's directly involved. He knows something. He was at Fern Springs in that fatal August when Wainwright disappeared. Maldron glared. And so were Bennett and Malcolm and Bradley and half the town. McGavick shook a finger dramatically. Then, sir, he declaimed basso profundo, then why, sir, did you write us that unusual note, the one about Wainwright's bones? Seek at Fern Springs, and ye shall find? The lawyer fidgeted. Nonsense. You're out of your head. Steve Robley looked suddenly intent. Go on, Mr. McGavick. That's all, McGavick said. Comes in this crank letter signed Hal Maldron, talking about a dead man's bones. The sheriff said softly, The letter was typewritten, of course. Not as I remember it. Written in big letters, in ink, as I recall it. The young sheriff stepped to Maldron's desk, inspected the surface of the much-used blotter. He rubbed his chin, looked at the ceiling for a moment, turned the blotter over. The inked imprints stood out in heavy black scrawls. The sheriff took a pocket mirror from his comb case, held it above the inscription. The bones of Thompson J. Wainwright are at Fern Springs, he read. Seek, and ye shall find. Thank you, Mr. McGavick. You've been of great assistance. I'll not keep you any longer. Alone, on the sun-splashed sidewalk, McGavick wiped a trembling hand across his forehead and said, Whew! So the hammer was under the corpse all the time. He'd started his investigation by muffing the murder weapon. It had been a nerve-wracking 10 minutes. They had been waiting for him, all set to drive him out of town. He'd sidestepped it. For how long, he didn't know, but for the time being, anyhow. And time was what he needed. 6 hours, McGavick decided. Give me 6 hours more and I'll blow this thing 7 ways to Christmas. Gil Bennett was in his office at the Cotton Gin. A little room not much larger than a chicken coop, its walls were plastered with commercial calendars, wild ducks in topsy-turvy flight, prize bulls, and turgid maidens in airbrushed bathing suits. Bennett sat on a rocker with a spliced leg by a cluttered roll-top desk. Laid out before him were a wine glass, an egg, a bottle of pepper sauce, and a salt cellar. Glad to see you, he said. Hitch up and dismount. The only other article of furniture in the room was a battered church pew along the wall. McGavick stretched himself out full length, propped himself up on the arm, and grinned. Do you think you'll live? He asked. Bennett's voice was hollow. I doubt it. He broke the raw egg in the wine glass, dusted it with a sprinkle of salt, and doused it liberally with pepper sauce. A prairie oyster. Will you go along with me, sir? McGavick shook his head. The businessman took it at a gulp. You must break the yolk with your tongue as it goes down, he said. Ugh! McGavick remarked sententiously, The wages of sin. He laughed. Get that wilted expression off your face. You're afraid I'm going to continue our conversation of last evening. I'm not. You were a guest at the Fern Springs Resort back in 1909 when a guy named Wainwright drifted in with a satchel of hot money and evaporated. Do you happen to remember the attendant circumstances? Very well indeed. Bennett was grim. Swell. The place, I understand, is now owned by Mrs. Bennett, who inherited it. The episode occurred some years before Mrs. Bennett was born. Who did it belong to at the time? To an invalid relative of hers down in Louisiana. She inherited it at his death. Mrs. Bennett, by the way, comes from New Orleans. She's not actually a native of our country. I see, McGavick said. If the resort had an absentee landlord, who ran the joint? Bradley? Scarcely. Bradley was just a general utility man. Malcolm Jarrell was the titled manager. I see. One thing more. Have you any personal theory as to what happened? I mean, were you satisfied at the time by the way the thing was explained? Bennett's answer was calm, detached. There's always been bad friendship between Malcolm Jarrell and myself. Everybody in town knows it. You should understand it before I express an opinion on so grave a point. My answer is no. I wasn't satisfied at the time, and I'm less satisfied today. I think Wainwright was killed and his money was stolen. McGavick was silent. It's this way, Bennett amplified. We live in a small community here. We know each other, and our families have known each other for a good many years. We can guess the income of our neighbors to a plugged nickel. Malcolm Jarrell has a most scanty income, yet he has prospered. McGavick retorted, Isn't the same true of Cal Bradley? In a way, yes, but Cal's case is a little different. He's a low, cunning trickster. Men like Cal Bradley are destined to prosper despite all laws of order and decency. McGavick got to his feet, slapped his hat against his thigh. I'd hate to go into court with that kind of a brief. His eyes narrowed. You're holding back something, aren't you? He dropped his hat on the floor, picked it up, and cocked it on the crown of his head. Don't let me shove you into anything. Bennett answered wryly, I won't. There's more to this mess than shows on the surface. Whenever you... He was interrupted mid-sentence by a timid knock on the door and the entry of a stalwart young hillman. The caller was dressed in a plaid cotton shirt. A 3-inch brass-studded belt held up his faded denim trousers. He confronted them with wooden composure. Which one of y'all might happen to be Mr. Bennett, the man that owned that old Fern Springs back then? Me, Bennett said, and I still own it. Or rather, Mrs. Bennett does. Why? I'm Asa Tenneman. I'm your south neighbor back there in the pine country. I sure hate to tell you, sir, but ain't nobody owns that building no more. It was fired down to ashes at daybreak this morning. I'm sorry I couldn't bring the word no sooner. It's 18 miles by muleback, and... Are you telling me, Bennett asked, that our resort has been burned? And I don't mean maybe. Some mighty mean folks live out there in the timber. The hillman added carelessly, My woman claims she heard a boiler let loose just about the time we seen the red. Shiners? The boy wouldn't commit himself. Couldn't hardly say, sir. I'm just telling y'all what I know. Good morning, gentlemen. And he was gone. McGavick cut out, 18 miles in and 18 miles back on a mule. And not a penny, not even a word of thanks. You don't understand these people, Gil Bennett observed quietly. If I'd offered him money, he'd have thrown it in my face. It's a favor, and I'll remember it. Maybe sometime I'll have a chance to pay a doctor's bill or something for him. What do you make of it?" The detective fanned the air. "It's too much for me." Chapter 4. Seek, and ye shall find. There was a telegram waiting for him on his return to the hotel. A pimple-faced kid with a muff of uncut hair skipped it across the register with an insolent flourish. He was wearing an oversized alpaca coat and black ribboned nose glasses. "And who are you, my scrofulous adolescent?" McGavick inquired. "I'm swing man to this joint. Mr. Bradley, he's taking him a day off. He's got a misery." "Mr. Bradley's ill? You don't seem overcome with grief." "Not me. It ain't no shingles off my smokehouse." He paused. "That's sure a nutty telegram in that there envelope. I chanced to hold her up to the light. I can't make no sense out. You got a fine start, son." McGavick was warm in his encouragement. "Just keep on candling private correspondence, and you've got a big future before you." Behind the locked door of his room, McGavick slit the envelope, extracted the yellow flimsy. The message was signed Atherton Brown. It read, 841, 2125, 131, 214, 617, 1193. You're not on a vacation. McGavick glowered. He went to his Gladstone and got out his copy of Dr. Trimble's Hygiene for Babies, the Brown Agency keybook. Page 8, line 4, word 1, gave him what? Page 2, line 12, word 5 was if. Laboriously, the detective leafed back and forth, broke down the code. The deciphered message read, "What, if anything, are you accomplishing? You're not on a vacation." McGavick purpled. He grabbed the book till the veins stood out on his wrist. He drew back his arm to dash the volume against the wall, froze, grinned. He uncapped his fountain pen, settled down, and filled out an answer. It took him 20 minutes to get it the way he wanted it. The final draft said, "Page 117, paragraph 3, in toto." Paragraph 3 on page 117 of Dr. Trimble's Hygiene for Babies said, "Keep your nasal passages clean." He left the wire with the kid at the desk with the injunction that he get it off immediately and headed for the Bartonville garage. He wanted to rent a car and take a look at what was left of Fern Springs. Sheriff Steve Robley was lounging beneath the shady marquee of the Magnolia drugstore. He uncrossed his ankles, picked a short cigarette stub out of an ivory holder, put the holder in a little velvet-lined case. "Luther McGavick," he saluted the detective. "The man of 40 faces." McGavick came to a halt, squinted. "What's the rib, Sheriff?" Robley gave him a quick, friendly grin. "You've really got this town on its ear. They've been comparing notes on you. I've had a dozen warnings about you. To Cal Bradley, you're representing a mythical celery king named Boggs. Malcolm Jarrell thinks he's your client. You tell Maldron and myself that you're representing some brokers in Cleveland. The clerk at Jones's hardware store tells me that you bought a compass from him and that you are not McGavick at all, but a man named, singularly, Lester Hodges." The sheriff's lips quirked in a boyish smile, but the skin about his eyes was tight. "Furthermore and furthermore, that Seek the Bones message on Hal Maldron's desk blotter is just a little too good to be true. It makes me uneasy. I put a call through to your agency in Memphis to check it, but can't seem to get any satisfactory response. They must have the letter on file, if such a letter exists. Of course they have, McGavick declared. That letter's going to clear up this case. That's my car yonder by the watering trough. The sheriff pointed lazily to a low, tan job, bright with metalwork. I was just pondering a trip out to the old resort. I'd like a little company. Think I could Shanghai you into going along? McGavick frowned. Don't pressure me. I got a schedule that's swamping me. He considered. Okay, he agreed. If we can get back before supper time. The drive deep into the hills was rough and tiresome. Just out of town, they struck the sloping red clay road and started their winding climb. Through a gap in the foliage, they could glimpse the village. It lay in the dank, liquid green of the bottoms, its buildings like tiny matchboxes. Main Street seemed one long, rambling shed. McGavick made out the red-painted cotton compress, Court Square, and, in the distance, the rickety wooden trestle curving above the cut with its long, spindly supports. The trestle by Hodge's shanty, where his attacker had opened on him with shotgun slugs. Great oaks closed about them, and the picture was gone. The high ridge caught the hot sun's rays, illuminating the tree shafts with preternatural clearness. The earth was brassy, scorched. They turned from the pike, followed an indistinct trace of wagon ruts, and then, abruptly, it was cool gray shadow. They were in the pine country. Sheriff Robley stopped his car at a fork in the trail. That's Devil's Elbow, where Wainwright's hat and wallet were found. Shall we get out? McGavick glanced at the sinkhole. It was a vile, grassy bog, saucer-shaped, bordered by dense hazel bushes and speckled with the sickly pastel blooms of wild orchids. There's nothing here for us, he remarked. Wainwright never saw this place. Perhaps you're right, Steve Robley agreed grudgingly. It's the old hotel that holds the clues I'm after. Then you'll have to sift the ashes, McGavick jibed. It's been torched. The sheriff listened attentively while McGavick told him about A.C. Tenneman's report. So we drove out here for the trip? This is another of your tricks. What's behind it? McGavick said, I've got a hunch. Play along with me. I think we can turn up something interesting. The old resort, deep in a bowl of giant pines, was a shambles of flaming timbers. It was as if some giant hand had caught up the burning building, crushed it to splintered wreckage, and had dropped it, jackstraw fashion, to a blazing inferno. They could hear the vicious crackle and snap of the tinder-dried joists long before they turned into the little hollow. The heat was searing, terrific. What are you thinking? McGavick asked. I'm thinking the same thing you are, the young man answered calmly. If this fire's been going on since daybreak, I'll eat a box of 38. The building's been exploded, and I should say within the last 20 minutes. McGavick pointed to a blurred tire tread in the soft ground. It's not a bear track. Our killer's been here, done his little chore, and gone. The dapper sheriff was nettled. We'll just ask a few questions of that Hillman's wife, Mrs. Tenneman, who saw the building burn at daybreak. It looks like connivance. Mrs. Tenneman can wait. McGavick scowled, surveyed the surroundings with moody concentration. Wainwright was killed in the hotel. There was a lawn party going on, a big fiesta out front. He signed up with Bradley and retired to his room. He'd been there a few minutes when somebody, another guest, knocked on his door, lured him into this guest's room, and knocked him off. It's an old pattern. It's been done dozens of times before. It's very possible. I'm telling you that's what happened. The killer then went to Wainwright's room, got his cowhide satchel with the 70 grand, and took it back with him to his room. Now listen to this, because the time's going to come when I want you to remember it. The murderer pilfered the satchel, pried up a couple of planks in the floor, and hid it there. I don't see... You will. It worked so well that time he tried it later. And that's how we're going to catch him. Steve Robley said suavely, "Well, we've got the body in our room. What are we going to do with it? We're going to wait until about 11:30 when the lawn party's in full swing, and then we're going to lug it out a side door and dispose of it." McGavick added casually, "You don't happen to have a shovel on you?" Steve Robley smiled. "Yes, I have. There's one in the car. I came prepared for almost any contingency. Don't look surprised." He walked away, returned with the 2 short-handled spades. "This is going to be pretty hopeless, isn't it? Where do we start?" "We don't dig until we reason it out," McGavick declared. His words sounded silly to him. "Let's get the lay of the land. Let's prowl." The Ferny Springs, from which the resort had gotten its name, were halfway up the hillside. They lay in a grotto of fetid fronds, back beneath an overhang of black, wet rock. There were 7 of them, and they drained into a silty pool where a rusty iron pipe carried their curative waters down the slope to an ornate, pagoda-like bathhouse. McGavick leaned over the pool, peered into its scummy, yellowish depths. And this stuff was supposed to be healthy. Yow! "He didn't toss the body in there," the sheriff said dryly. "That water was in constant use at the time. I don't see any bones. Do you?" "No," McGavick answered. "But we will. Hold your horses." At one side of the pool, far under the shelving overhang, a V trough had been cut in the limestone at the rim to check the overflow. A steady stream of water poured from this trough, struck a slab of shale, and flattened out to a tiny brook which meandered down the bank in a little pebbled channel. McGavick began to whistle. He whistled the letter edged in black. He raised an impudent eyebrow at the young sheriff. "Just like Attila. I'll give you odds." Robley showed wavering signs of temper. "Don't be cryptic. This thing is getting me down." McGavick declared, "It has to be so. Our man's an engineer. Everything he does shows balanced planning." He lifted the slab of shale from the brook, jammed it up against the drain trough in such a way that it diverted the overflow from the pool. A new runlet angled off down the hillside. Except for a few shallow puddles, the brook bed went dry. "Get to work," McGavick ordered. "We dig in this dry channel." He cleaned a handful of tangled watercress from the ravine, thrust his spade blade into the gravelly earth. "I'll start part way down," the sheriff said, "and work up towards you." He disappeared down the slope in the brushy shrubbery. 10 minutes later, the sheriff's loud, clear voice called out excitedly, "By golly, Luther, I found it!" McGavick grinned at the young man's unconscious intimacy. "You found what, Stephen?" "I found the skull." He sounded perplexed. "Wainwright must have been a midget. This looks like a child's skull." "If you're not satisfied with your skull," McGavick yelled back, "come up and pick one from me. I've found 3. In a grisly hour, they excavated the bones and skulls of 6 bodies, 2 children and 4 adults. They laid the macabre relics on the marsh grass. Sheriff Robley was thunderstruck, nauseated. "A graveyard," he whispered hollowly. "A ghastly funeral trench. What sort of charnel work went on here? I'll have half the town in my cells as soon as I return. It makes me dizzy. I can't seem to make heads or tails." "Charnel work is right," McGavick agreed gravely. "I was afraid of something like this." He looked old, cruel. "I've got our boy in the bag. Meet me at Malcolm Jarrell's tonight about 8, and we'll go to town." He scraped the sandy loam from his shovel, started for the car. "Let's chat a bit with that south neighbor, Mr. Tenneman." The ancient two-room cabin, with its log doorstep and its pack of yelping fox dogs, nestled at the turn of the trail. It was almost concealed by the waxy, swooping branches of aromatic pine. A wizened old woman, barefooted and smoking a juicy-looking pipe, sat in the runway. She pretended not to notice them as they approached. The sheriff took off his hat. "Good evening, ma'am. Are you Mrs. A.C. Tenneman?"
"I ain't her sister."
"I understand that at sunup this morning you heard an explosion at the old hotel, and that a few minutes later you saw the sky redden as the building caught fire?" The old woman chewed her pipe stem. "I'm Steve Robley," the sheriff said placatingly. "Don't be afraid to talk to me. You probably knew my father. We mean you no harm. We understand—"
You understand. Who all's been a-telling you all these tales?"
The sheriff answered complacently. "Your husband, A.C." The old woman said sweetly,
"Now, ain't that a marvel? If you was any sheriff at all, you'd know your county. I'm a widow woman. Ace's been dead gone 3 years now. The big pox taken him."
There was a flustered silence. McGavick put in his oar. "You tell us you're a widow. Those look to me like mighty fine foxhounds. Do you hunt foxes?" The old dame went into a frenzy of rage.
"Yes, by daddy, I hunt fox, and I hunt deer, and I hunt bear. And I got me a 30-30 inside that can roll you up like a cigarette paper. And if you fellers don't quit pestering me and get gone, I'll sure haul her out."
In the car on the way back to town, the sheriff said, "The man that gave that false report to Bennett was an imposter. What did he look like?" "He had a plaid cotton shirt and a flashy brass-studded belt. He was about 18 years old. Do you make him?" "I think I do. He's a character, and a bad one, from over in the Hostetler store neighborhood. How he got into the picture, I couldn't tell you. Maldron's defended him time and time again. But that doesn't mean anything." "Of course not." There was an awkward interval. The sheriff changed the subject. "Back there, before we started to dig, you said something about Attila. What did you mean?" "Attila the Hun," McGavick explained. "That was the way his brother tribesmen buried him. They wanted to hide his body, so they dammed a stream, buried him, and then turned the water back in its channel. I wonder how many anonymous killers have done it since." The sheriff parked behind the courthouse. "Promise me this," McGavick said earnestly as they separated. "Promise me you'll do nothing stringent until you hear what I have to say at Malcolm Jarrell's tonight. Be there on the dot, and bring your buddy Hal Maldron." The sheriff was hesitant. "It's mighty irregular," McGavick soothed him. "If it's the credit you're worrying about, don't. I don't want any headlines. All I want is this slayer." That did the trick. Robley smiled. "I wasn't thinking of headlines, but if you put it that way, it's mighty fine of you. I'll be seeing you." The detective had an early supper at the Bradley house. Its lord and master was nowhere to be seen. But the boy in the alpaca coat was in a talkative mood. "A fellow was a-sayin' you're a detective," he observed. "You and Steve Robley been out all evening, ain't you? Fellow was a-sayin' y'all are teamed up to catch Ewan's a badman." McGavick grabbed the boy's wrist, punched his hand in the inkwell, slapped it on a piece of paper. He gave the brat a terrible leer. "Fingerprints," he explained. "I'm not passing up anybody. I'll just send these up to Nashville and—" He paused, studied the paralyzed clerk thoughtfully. "Maybe you'd like to turn state's evidence." "But I don't know nothing about nothing." "The heck you don't. Where's Cal Bradley?" The adolescent licked his lips. "He's out in the country somewhere training a bitch pointer." "Why didn't you say so in the first place? Why all the secrecy?" "I swear I couldn't tell you. He threatened me not to. That's all I rightly know." "If you see him before I do," McGavick ground out, "you tell him the sheriff said he's to show up at Malcolm Jarrell's at 8. He was dog-tired. He rubbed his unshaven chin, knew that a bath and shave would freshen him, but decided to wait a little. In a far corner of the lobby, back in a sort of alcove, he could make out the outlines of a couple of comfortable-looking chairs in the half-gloom. He sauntered over, sank down into cool, deep-cushioned leather, and closed his eyes. He was half asleep, thinking about that little ball of gray fur beneath the tile in Malcolm Jarrell's hearth, when he heard footsteps advancing toward him. Laurel Bennett burst out, "I have to see you. Thank goodness I found you." She was dressed as she had been that morning, baggy sweater and worn riding breeches. There was a disheveled, dramatic rumple to her hair. "You haunt me," McGavick grated. "It's not right. You're a married woman. What now?" "I have to confess," she said demurely, "I storied to you this morning. I didn't find any hammer. I just wanted to study your psychological reactions. When I was at college, I wrote my thesis on—" Sure, McGavick yawned. "Some other time, please." She ground her heel on the floor. "Where I come from," she stormed, "people pay me the proper respect." "If they don't get horsewhipped, huh?" She went suddenly docile. Her somber eyes fastened themselves on him, intent and warm. "What makes you so attractive?" McGavick kicked out a chair. "Sit down. What's all the bedlam about this time?" "This? I've just been consulting with my attorney, Mr. Maldron. We want to retain you. Not through your agency, you understand, but on sort of a freelance job. We're so impressed with your energy and capability that—" "What?" "Well, it's this way. I'm just a young girl. Gil came down to Louisiana and married me before I realized what was happening, swept me off my feet and brought me back here with him. Now I'm beginning to regret it." "How so?" "My husband doesn't love me. He makes big withdrawals from our account and sends them to Paducah. He's keeping another woman up there. On my money." "Think of that," McGavick snorted. "You overrun yourself, my child. Last night it was that Gil was gambling his dough away. Now it's a new twist." "You must believe me," she pleaded. "I'm sure I'm right. Hal, Mr. Maldron, says it's quite possible." "How do I come in?" "We want you to go up to Paducah right away and browse around. We want you to trace this woman down and get information on her. You can name your own salary." "It sounds highly attractive," McGavick decided. "But I'd like a couple of weeks to think it over." He ogled her. I'll have to write my congressman." He called to her as she strode away. "Be at Jarrell's tonight at 8. The sheriff's orders. And bring your husband." He sat there for perhaps 5 minutes, in a glow of pleasure at her anger, and then, on impulse, got to his feet and walked diagonally across the lobby towards the rear. There was a door just beyond the desk which aroused his curiosity. He turned the knob, pushed open the panel, and stepped out into a small enclosed court. The little space, paved with brick and fenced on 3 sides with rotting 8-foot planks, appeared to be the hotel dump. Rusty bathtubs, broken crockery lay scattered in trashy litter. A wooden gate with a shoestring latch, inset in the fence by the alley, led down a short flight of stone stairs to an arch of brick, the entrance to an old cellar, which lay behind the building's foundations. McGavick descended the stone stairs, walked warily into the musty blackness. Just inside the arch, he stopped, got out his pencil flash. It was a plunder room, a storage place for broken furniture. He flicked his light in a swinging survey across the great hand-hewn beams above his head, about the loamy, crumbling walls. Then, with the mathematical precision of a hawk circling for a field mouse, he crossed the floor with his beam, began a painstaking, clockwise examination of the cellar's cluttered contents. He knew, that he was in the presence of death. His light indexed the hodgepodge, chests and highboys, cobwebbed and battered, rolls of rugs and matting disintegrating in the yeasty dampness. From a frayed red silk settee, in the heart of the untidy jumble, the corpse of Cal Bradley watched him with popping, lifeless eyes. McGavick clicked his tongue, took a quick step forward. The hotel man's hair was a bloody, spongy mass. "Our man likes hammers," McGavick thought, "and he's learning to get along without nails. This is a ball-peen job." He inspected the victim without the slightest twinge of sympathy. Bradley had been dead for at least 6 hours. In death, the man's real nature showed itself. His puffy, spiderish face was grooved in lines of greed and malice. McGavick turned away in disgust. On the earthen floor beside the settee was a granite washbowl full of gasoline. In the center of the bowl was a paving brick. On the brick, its base just awash with the gasoline, was a china teacup of gunpowder. A new plumber's candle was thrust into the cup of powder. The nape of McGavick's neck crawled. He was coming back tonight to give it the works, when everyone was asleep. He's willing to burn down half the town. A fire here and all of Main Street goes like Excelsior. And according to his plan, I'm upstairs sawing wood. The detective pocketed the candle, dismantled the apparatus. He dissipated the powder about the ground, carried the gasoline out into the courtyard, and poured it on the paving bricks. It's hardly likely he'll be back before dark, and I'll have him by then. McGavick frowned. I hope. The pimpled clerk was squatting behind the desk, his ear glued to the radio. A program was just signing off. "How will Kent escape from the cannibals? Who is the mysterious little man with the blowgun? Will Professor Lamford discover the chemical which can unpetrify a human being? Listen tomorrow. Same station, same hour." Exciting, eh? McGavick made a comical arch of his eyebrows. The kid nodded. McGavick said, "Give me my key and the house sponge. I'm going to my room and take a bath." We don't have no house sponge. You're supposed to use your washcloth. Skip it. McGavick's room had entertained a caller. All the bedclothes had been torn from the bed, thrown on the floor. The mattress had been ripped in vicious slashes, its cotton batting pulled out in handfuls. His Gladstone had been dumped on the carpet. There was a muddy footprint on his purple sateen pajamas. The tobacco tin behind the crayon enlargement was gone. The detective took in the chaos in cold, seething rage. The final shock was waiting for him at the washstand. 4 black, lumpish objects lay on the flower-embroidered face towel. At first he thought they were potatoes. Like a kick in the stomach, it came to him what they were. Rattlesnake heads. Meaty, evil-looking things, severed just back of the jaw. This cinches it, McGavick decided. This is the lad that touched off Fern Springs. The footprint on the pajamas, that's where he got wet shoes. And that's where the rattlesnakes came from, too. He slid a slip of paper from under the ugly things. A note, in the same script as that he had received the night before, and also on hotel stationery, said, "These vermin got in my way. You see what happened to them. God be with you." McGavick considered. He's scared. He's blown his top. He's mouthing threats. From now on, we'd better watch our step. He's hysterical. Fatigue disappeared with the first splash of cold water. He bathed to the waist, gave himself a brisk rubbing, and selected the least crumpled of his shirts from the disorder on the floor. A shave, twice over, finished the job in short order. He was all set to wrap this business up. Chapter 5. Murder Spa. By the time McGavick hit the sidewalk, the air was breathless, sultry. There was the electric threat of a summer storm about to break loose. In the southwest sky, above the hill crests, smoky thunderheads were gathering in a diaphanous haze. Even the hound dogs had vanished from the rutted road. The few mules left at hitching posts, their ears flat against their necks, stood stark and fearful in anticipation of the coming squall. McGavick didn't like it. Rain would bring an early nightfall, and he was playing against darkness. Lawyer Maldron lurked in the doorway of his office. The detective had the sensation that he'd been waiting there a long time for McGavick to pass. He was a different lad from the one that McGavick had quarreled with last night. Somehow, in 24 hours, the attorney's cruel ego had withered almost to the vanishing point. "Good evening, sir." He was downright servile. "Could I speak with you a second?" McGavick asked sarcastically, "What's the matter with the horseshoe nail ring? Don't tell me you've given up window wrapping." Maldron forced a cavernous laugh. "I don't rap for my friends. It's not polite." He threw a loop in his lower lip, screwed up his face. "That note on my blotter. You wrote it, didn't you? It was a joke?" "I wrote it," McGavick said genially. "But it wasn't a joke." Maldron was hugely pleased. "You admit it? Would you mind informing the sheriff? He's been after me." McGavick jeered. "Amnesia has come over me. I don't have the slightest idea what we're talking about." He asked sharply, "In the old days, back when Fern Springs was doing a rush business, how did the out-of-county guests get there? It's a long walk for gentlefolk." Maldron was perplexed at the question.
They didn't walk, of course. Most of the guests were from right here in Bartonville. Those from out of the county came by train. There was a junction about 8 miles from the resort. A surrey was sent out for them. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean. McGavick turned up his coat collar. A sudden spray of raindrops, a premature warning of the storm on the way, whipped down the sidewalk in a swirl of tiny silver crowns. The sheriff was not in his office at the courthouse. A turnkey greeted McGavick warmly. "Steve's done got Buck." "Pardon?" "I'm a-saying Stevie's done picked up Buck. He won't talk, though. Stevie says should you drop in, for you to go back and make a try at him." He pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "He's at the end of the cell block." McGavick said speculatively, "Okay, I'll see what I can do." Buck was the phony A.C. Tenneman, the mountain boy with the plaid shirt and brass-studded belt. He was stretched full length on his bunk, reading a Sunday school paper. Every few minutes he'd take a glass jar of snuff from his pocket and rub a pinch of the powder into his gums. He looked at McGavick with glassy eyes, as though the detective were an unpleasant figment of his imagination. "You might's well leave me be. I ain't got nary a thing to say." McGavick became chummy. "What you reading, Buck?" "This here paper was here when I come in. I'm a-whiling away the time till Hal Maldron gets over to see me. You fellers'll be sorry then. I'm fixin' to sue y'all." The detective listened amiably. "But you haven't answered my question. What are you reading? It looks like a Sunday school paper." The mountain boy said smugly, "That's what it is. It's a Bible paper. I'm reading a piece about how a lady preacher lived 40 years amongst Eskimos and spread the word of—" McGavick took a little red leather book from his inside pocket. He leafed through it with great concentration, selected a page, tore it from the book, and flipped it through the bars of the cell to the floor. "When you finish up the lady preacher, you might start on that. It's a copy of the state arson laws." "Arson laws?" "That's right. You threw Bennett and me off the trail while somebody rushed out and torched the old hotel. You're as guilty as the man that held the match. I've just been in consultation with Mrs. Bennett, and she says it's the pen for the lot of you." The mountain boy was thoughtful. "I'll make you a swap. I'll tell you what I know if you promise to have Maldron scorch over and get me out of this. I'm not in a position to make such a trade. This is worse than arson. It's murder." The corridor and the cell block were growing dark. The boy looked out the small window at the smudgy clouds heaping themselves around the hilltops. "I think I've been foxed," he said woodenly. "This here was supposed to be a prank. I'm shooting me a game of 9-ball down to the Shamrock when Gussie says I'm wanted on the phone. It's a funny voice. It sounds like a woman trying to talk like a man, or maybe a man trying to talk like a woman. It's hard to place. Anyways, this voice says for me to go to Bennett and tell him about the fire, like I did. I was to go to Bennett's tonight at 10 o'clock, and Mrs. Bennett herself was to pay me $10. I don't know anything about any murder. Until the sheriff picked me up, I didn't know that Fern Springs had really been burned. I'm a good boy. I'm deacon back in the settlement where I come from. I tithe, I eschew the ways of evil, like it saith—" McGavick tossed him a crumpled package of cigarettes. "You don't know it, but you're a lucky kid. Stay right where you are. The streets aren't safe for you tonight." The first deep growls of thunder were bumbling across the opaque heavens as McGavick strode down the Magnolia Avenue of the Bennett mansion. The lawn shrubs were swaying to the pressure of the wind, showing the undersides of their leaves in silvery glitters. The great white mansion was a sulphur yellow beneath the racing storm clouds. Gil Bennett, in his singlet, wearing whipcord slacks and buckled sandals, was on the side lawn. His sparse hair, licked by the oncoming gale, lay plastered to his shiny pate. He was batting a wooden ball over the bent grass sward, immersed in a solo game of croquet. He swung the mallet with a limp left hand. In his right, he carried a jumbo 16-ounce mint julep. He waved to McGavick, beckoned him in. "At it again, eh?" the detective observed dryly. He eyed the pint-sized goblet. "Tomorrow it gives prairie oysters. Where's Mrs. Bennett?" "She's at Malcolm's." He looked unhappy. "I'm supposed to join her there." He belched. "Old Malcolm, the man of nature with his 6 eyes. That man gives me the creeps. I'm getting fortified." He walked to a wicker lawn chair, picked up a blazer jacket, slipped into it. "I thought you told me you weren't working for Hal and Laurel." "I'm not. They've been tempting me, but I haven't succumbed. While I've got you alone, I'd like to learn a little more about that divorce your wife is preparing to hang on you." "You mean what I said last night? Forget it. It was just an alcoholic hallucination." "Well, that's what I thought at the time. It sounded like a drunken sympathy gag. Now I'm not so sure. Do you want to come in on this with me or not? There's more at stake than meets the eye. There are wheels within wheels, if you get what I mean." Bennett gave his head a blunt, decisive shake. "No thanks. You're a pal, and I appreciate it, but I'm a family man, and I handle my own affairs." "Your wife says you are sending money to Paducah. Where did she get that idea?" "I gave it to her. She's been prying around, pumping me in a delicate, offhand way about that money I've been withdrawing. I told her that I was footing the bills for a kid in finishing school up in Paducah. It wasn't very nice of me, but she had me wacky with her nagging. Boy, did she show her claws." McGavick said, "That I can believe. Where are you sending this money, by the way?" Bennett grinned. "Wouldn't you like to know? I'm sending it to a big bank in a little town on the West Coast. More than that, I'm afraid I can't tell you. It's perfectly legal, you understand. It's my own money." He seemed uneasy. "Why the gathering at Malcolm's? What's old Spooky trying to pull?" McGavick laughed. "Time will tell. It's not Gerald's party. It's mine. The sheriff and I are going to saw this business off. It's the finale." "Wheels within wheels is right." Bennett studied his fingernails. "You've got your little scheme. Maldron's got his. And I've got mine. And 10-to-1, all our schemes, all our plans, are perfectly transparent to Malcolm Gerald. Well, as you say, time will tell. Let's go." The storm hit them a half-block from Gerald's cottage. It opened up with a deafening clap and a raging sluice of water. Lightning flayed the black sky. They broke into a lope and, sheltered by the arching maples, managed to make Gerald's front porch. Laurel let them in. She was wearing her jet lace semi-formal with the cameo at her throat. She seemed unnaturally stiff, apprehensive. Bennett brushed past her toward the study. The girl stayed McGavick with an arresting hand. "I've discovered the most horrible thing," she whispered. "Another hammer?" She flared. "You're impossible," McGavick said quietly. "I can make a good guess as to what's disturbing you. You found the headless bodies of 4 rattlesnakes, didn't you? Well, dismiss them from your mind. They're a plant. I've got the heads. I knew the bodies would turn up somewhere. It's too repulsive. They're back in the kitchen, in Malcolm's bread box. He's a naturalist, isn't he? Maybe he goes for gamey food. They're quite tasty if you pretend you're eating crab. There was an atmosphere of subdued hostility in the study. The naturalist, his four-lensed spectacles hooked on his monstrous head, was busy sorting and mounting butterflies. He hardly seemed aware of the fact that he had company. Gil Bennett, his cheeks and ears flushed with open antagonism, lolled in the window bay. Behind him, the squall lashed the leaded panes in cracking gusts. "Where's the sheriff?" McGavick asked. "He'll be here later," Laurel said. "That's just as good," McGavick commented. "Maybe we can thrash out a little domestic difficulty before he arrives. Are you planning to divorce your husband?" Jarrell snapped an iridescent azure wing, fretted. "You have no idea how brittle these things are. I've ruined 3 since you people have been here. You distract me. Can't you go away and come back tomorrow?" "No, you don't," Bennett said firmly. "Not in this downpour. Where's your southern hospitality, sir?" He addressed McGavick. "You've been here a day now. What have you found out?" "Plenty," McGavick answered. A bell in the hall clanged. Sheriff Robley, in a swanky gabardine raincoat, walked in on them. "Where's Bad Tooth Maldron?" McGavick demanded. "I don't know." The sheriff was annoyed. "I couldn't find him. I left messages for him all over town." "There are a few things I'd like to run over," McGavick remarked, "just to help us get organized. This case breaks itself into 2 installments. The old hotel murders, 30 years or so ago, and the present situation. You understand this isn't what is generally known as a murder chain. It's just sort of a double outburst. The second, or contemporary affair, dovetails into the older business." Sheriff Robley's calm eyes held him as he spoke. "I'm sure you're right, Luther, but it's the current mess that concerns me. Who killed Lester Hodges?" McGavick ignored him. "Put it this way. Why was Hodges killed? Hodges was working for a rascal. The old eccentric was employed to search Fern Springs for the cowhide satchel in which Wainwright carried his 70 grand. This rascal had long suspected that the absconder had been knocked off. He reasoned that the satchel lay hidden beneath the flooring of one of the rooms. He'd been clerk at the time. Jarrell said petulantly, "Why the mysterious circumlocution? If Cal Bradley is the rascal you're talking about, why don't you say so?" "Check. Names it is." McGavick watched the naturalist's nimble fingers in the lamplight. Cal Bradley, as room clerk of the old inn, knew who had which room. Find the satchel under a certain floor, and he'd know for certain who had slain Wainwright. He hired Lester Hodges to locate this satchel. Hodges did his searching by means of a rat. "Did he?" Bennett asked. "Find the satchel?" "No, but he made the killer nervous. This prowling, this attempting to uncover an old crime, got our murderer jumpy. He got him a magnetized hammer and a 2-inch roofing nail and knocked off Lester Hodges. Is that clear?" "It's clear enough," the sheriff agreed, "but it's highly speculative. Why isn't Cal Bradley here with us tonight? It appears he holds the key." "He's absent through no choice of his own," McGavick retorted. "He's shuffled off this mortal coil. He's in the cellar of the Bradley house, stiffer than a briar root." There was a gasping silence. Laurel Bennett murmured, "We're doomed, all of us. There's an unholy hand at work among us." What have we done to merit such a fate?" She flung out her arms, crossed her hands piously over her heart. McGavick barked angrily. "Won't you shut up? This is no time to mug for a spotlight." The storm outside dropped with a cleaver-like slash. There was only the low whine of the wind. The girl cried dramatically, "Why isn't Hal here? Have they slain him too?" An oily voice from the doorway said, "Not me, Mrs. Bennet. Hal Maldron can take care of himself." The attorney barged his gelatinous body into the center of the assembly. "Sorry, Malcolm, to pop in this way. Guess you didn't hear me ring. Got your message, Sheriff. Hustled right over. I was home peeling a bunion off my... But you folks aren't interested in that." "You're all bunion, if you ask me," McGavick observed. "Quiet, please. Where was I? Oh, yes. Now let me tell you about Fern Springs. In its heyday, it was a fashionable resort, no doubt very popular. It was more than that. It was a murder nest. I don't mean that the management was involved. I mean that somebody saw certain possibilities, and summer after summer turned them to his bloody advantage. Gerald, I'd like to ask you this question. Who carted the guests to and from the railroad junction?" The naturalist considered. "As I remember it, we had a station wagon, but we rarely used it. Usually the incumbent guests would take the out-of-county people to the railroad in their personal carriages. We were all one big family." "Among you regulars," McGavick said, "there was a man who plied a terrible trade. He struck up friendships with wealthy guests. In weeks of intimacy, he learned about his victims' contacts, learned who could be disposed of safely. Lonely men and women came to Fern Springs. Many of them would have no one to miss them. When their stay was up, he wheeled his buggy from the stables, gallantly offered to drive them to the junction." He paused. "That, of course, was their last ride. He murdered them around the first bend for their travel money. Men, women, and children." "It doesn't seem practical," Maldron argued. "Murder for a pittance." "Pittance, says you. Wealthy vacationists went well-heeled in those days. I'll wager he cleared 2,000 in a season." "But Wainwright," the sheriff put in. "He broke his routine for Wainwright. And well he might. It netted him a fortune. He slew Wainwright the night he registered. He was afraid to wait, afraid that the absconder might slip from his clutches. Wainwright was his blunder. That's how I found out who he was." "I knew who he was all along," Malcolm Jarrell chirped up. "I saw him drag Hodges' corpse into my yard." "You keep out of this," McGavick said. "When we need your comment, we'll ask for it." To continue the story, Hodges, working for Bradley, snooped around until he got himself eliminated. I appeared on the scene. Somehow, probably through Bradley's loose gossip, the killer learned a city detective was after him. He lay in wait for me at Hodges' shanty and threw a handful of No. 4 shot at me, sent me a warning note at the Bradley house. I didn't scare. The next day he changed his tactics. He sent a hillboy named Buck around to Bennett's, when I was present, to say that Fern Springs had burned at dawn, and then hightailed it out to fire the building. Actually, there was no evidence in the old building. It had been long since removed. But he had heard about newfangled methods of detection, and didn't know but what, maybe a fluoroscope or something, would turn up evidence. "By the way," the sheriff remarked, "I've got Buck in the hoosegow. So far he won't talk, He doesn't need to. He talked a little to me, and that is enough. Well, our killer by now is as busy as a squirrel in a hickory tree. He fires the old building, hunts out some rattlesnakes, those rocky ledges must teem with the vipers, zips back to town. He lures Bradley into the cellar, bashes in his head, and sets a fire trap. He leaves the snake heads in my room with a final threatening note, scampers over here to Jarrell's, and stashes the snake bodies in Malcolm's bread box. He's really putting out steam. He's fighting for his life. Maldron cleared his throat heavily. It all comes back to me now. How well do I recall that summer in 1909? Every insignificant detail stands out crystal clear. Gil Bennett flouncing around among the ladies, taking them hither and yon in his yellow-spoked trap and livery stable mare. Gil was shabby in those days. Jarrell said, Hal, the time comes when I must speak the truth. You're my choice. Bennett spoke quietly. And you, Malcolm, are mine. The sheriff narrowed his eyes. McGavick looked cynical, happy. The thing that gives it away, Bennett explained, is the rattlesnake theme. You'd know where to go to catch them and how to do it. You couldn't get Hal Maldron within 10 yards of one. But there's much more to it than that. You were manager at the time of Wainwright's disappearance. You were no doubt right there at the desk when Cal Bradley signed him in. He looked prosperous, talked with a northern accent, and acted suspicious. You waited a bit, called him to your room, and murdered him. Mr. McGavick says that Hodges used a rat in his prowling. Everyone in this town knows that you kept that rat for Hodges. I charge that Hodges was employed by you, that you murdered him on your own lawn and called in this city detective. Such a rigmarole. Jarrell's massive head peered about the room. I've no time to indulge in tomfoolery. Clear out, all of you, with your absurdities. McGavick said plaintively, What about me? Doesn't anybody wish to hear my accusation? They stared at him. Maldron's correct. Gil Bennett's our man. That's a serious charge, Steve Robley said gravely. Is it official? Of course I mean it to be official. He's a gory killer if you ever saw one. Gil said whimsically, Old pal, you've turned on me. And I bet you've built up a good case, too. Listen to it, McGavick whipped out, and form your own opinion. It was you, old pal, and no one else who planned and executed this entire massacre. You promoted your murder market at Fern Springs back in 1909 and buried your cadavers in the brook bed. You killed Wainwright, took his satchel to your room, looted it, and hid it beneath the flooring. Cal Bradley suspected this. He employed the crackpot Hodges to ferret out the evidence. You killed Hodges. It would be simple for a man in the garage business to obtain a magnetized hammer, but you gave me your compass to protect myself against this slayer. You are a sly customer. I was fighting deceit with deceit. As I was saying, you killed Hodges, and when I appeared on the scene, attacked me. This morning, when I visited you at the Cotton Gin, you saw me coming, grabbed a phone, called the Shamrock Pool Room, and asked for Buck. You disguised your voice to throw suspicion on your wife. Buck appeared, put across his little act, and departed. McGavick shook his head. You made a mistake there, my friend. You may not pay a man for a 30-mile trip on muleback, but you at least thank him. It was a slip. I smelled a rat. I'd like to hear the rest of this tale. Sheriff Robley was modest. The rest of it you know. Buck stages his act, and Gil, as soon as I leave, drives out and torches the place. While you and I are out there digging around, he's back in town beating in Bradley's skull. He'd planned to lay in wait for Buck when Buck showed up tonight at the Bennett mansion for his pay. With Buck gone, he figured he'd be safe. The detective smiled harshly at the businessman. You know, Bennett, you planned well, but you talked too much. You gave yourself away 12 times. When you attempted to arouse my suspicions against Jarrell, you said that he had prospered unnaturally. If anyone in this village has prospered unnaturally, it's you yourself. Garage, drugstore, cotton gin. Last night in your car, you invented a divorce that your wife was going to slap on you. This morning, you realized that I could chase that down and expose it. So you flew to Mrs. Bennett and got her excited about an imaginary dream girl you were supporting in Paducah. Bennett drawled, "It's pleasant listening to you orate. But do you have any proof?" "Scads," McGavick answered. "Scads. You're gambling at Chunky's, a ruse to cover your withdrawals. You were paying blackmail to Cal Bradley." Bennett was completely relaxed. "The wildest sort of slander, sir." McGavick spoke to Laurel. "That baggy pearl-gray sweater you've been wearing all day? Is it yours?" She tried to follow him, gave it up. "No, it's Gil's, but I like it. It's so roomy." "Gil Bennett." McGavick's voice was tight. "You were wearing that sweater when you dragged the body of Les Hodges into Jarrell's yard. Wisps of brushed wool came off on the old man's corduroy. Jarrell saw the whole thing through his bedroom window, but was doubtful as to your identity. He came out with a light and combed the gray hairs off before he covered the body with straw. He has that evidence beneath the tile there in the hearth. A little ball of wool. His testimony will hang you." Gil Bennett arose and turned his back on them. He stepped into the little bay window and began kicking out the leaded panes. Hal Maldron seized him by the elbow, pulled him back. Bennett gave his torso a half twist, shot the lawyer through the shoulder, and continued his glass smashing. Sheriff Robley said calmly, "Bennett, you're not giving me any choice. I'm going to have to kill you." Bennett dropped his pistol, advanced dazedly to the sheriff, who snapped on a pair of handcuffs. "The satchel?" the sheriff asked. "Bennett has it," McGavick announced. "Beneath the floor of his office. When I was in Bennett's office at the Cotton Gin, I gave the floor special attention. Dropped my hat, as a matter of fact, to give it a little closer inspection. The boards had been taken up and re-nailed. You'll find your satchel there." Laurel Bennett burst out, "I'll never feel comfy in that old gray sweater again. And I loved it so." McGavick said sardonically, "But think, babe, you're married to a homicidal beast, a notorious public character. That means headlines and reporters, 3-column photos. I'll bet none of your bridesmaids back in Louisiana have done as well as that." The girl threw herself into his arms. "You can always see the bright side to everything."
This has been a Highbridge audio production.